Absolutely electric. These are the sort of teams that you want to see fighting on this stage. And we the summit, I think a lot of expectations were coming on their shoulders when it came into that event. Now they want to rectify that. They want to ensure that they can perform and show that they can perform on LAN as well, because they're a scary team to watch, and crucially, they can win. Even when the sort of game isn't going their way, they can find the limbs. They've got 4 wins in their group. They're looking unstoppable. For me, they're the team over Peterbottom Point that are going to take it today.
Ooh, okay, all right. And for Shark and Teeny, the thing with them is, you guys just mentioned it, right? They really don't show them emotion. It is a $1 million prize pool on the line. I think at some point we might end up seeing some kind of emotion from them. But another duo that I want to just briefly touch on is T1, the best team out of survival, right? We had Dimes and Darm being able to perform, and I mean the Polish crowd went absolutely crazy. I was able to see Jakob celebrating, Patty as well, and I'm hoping that today we get a chance to see the performance of the likes of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that worries me about Darm and Damish, and they were even self-aware of this, when coming into the survival stage, they mentioned that they knew the lobby was going to be easier, and they kind of played into that. But quite frankly, in the group stage, we did not see the Darm and Damish that we thought we were going to see. So if the lobby's a little bit easier, yeah, they're going to play good, but today the lobby's going to be the hardest it ever has been.
They got an 18-limb winning group.
Oh.
You know, remember that. I want to see that today. I want to see that version of them.
I want to see all of that. And I want to see even more out of all these duos, because today we will be crowning a champion for Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, Mini, Vivid, the 7WG here from amazing pairs with the Eiffel Tower. But it's time we get started with Match Point Finals.
We're going to start walking. Let's see who we can go ahead and catch. Let's start here. Cold, Rapid, guys. What's up? Ooh! Listen, these are big hitters, okay? This is Cold and Rapid we're talking about. We're excited to see them compete today. How are you guys feeling? Obviously, we know you guys. We've seen you guys all the time. You guys are super high on vibes. Does today feel any different?
Not like I said, we're just here to have fun, you know.
jamais été aussi relevé.
20 teams have been shown the door, and the remaining 20 will go toe to toe until just one is left standing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams as they enter the stage one final time, starting with Skyjump and Mumsy!
Lewa and Romero, they are Leviathan!
Cherry and Cammy, they are Rock Esports.
Vico and Malibuka, they are big! Muzz and Sphinx!
Victor V and Canada, they are Dignitas.
Dom and Dimash, they are T1!
Chino and Pablo Ingu, they are Team Vitality.
Khan and Fened, they are SAUL Esports!
Yassine and Salvatore.
Sea-Dog and Goofy!
Shark and Teeny, they are Aurora Gaming.
Easy et Nocif, ils sont Team Hawkeye!
Swizzy and Pixie, they are Team Havoc.
Josh and Yamzo, they are Elite Esports!
Peterbot and Poyo, they are your defending club champions, Team Falcons.
Minipio and Fugo!
Acorn and Bolts.
And finally, Gold and Rapid! They are Twisted Minds! Nous sommes plus de 100 millions de joueurs à jouer à Fortnite. Aujourd'hui, les 40 meilleurs joueurs du monde s'affrontent sur cette scène à l'EWC Paris.
It all comes down to this. The trophy is on the horizon. $1 million on the line. It is time to make history. It is time for the Fortnite Reload Championship Grand Final!
Faites du bruit!
The only team I'm looking forward to playing against is Canada and Victor V. You guys can't hang with me.
Sphinx, he's just a troll, you know.
I'm the best side gel in this lobby, I'm not gonna lie. No one does it like me in Reload.
But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're definitely gonna outplay Sphinx in the finals.
Trying to displace Edson, it doesn't work, but the shot still lands. Vigo, somehow, someway.
I think the biggest threat to us and to everyone else is Shark and Tini. We knew it was gonna be easy. They don't stand a chance.
He almost has nowhere to go. The first shot's gonna come in, the second one's gonna be easy. Shark and Tini win game one.
Yeah, we have this momentum where the other teams have had like a couple of days off and not played. Peter Batpayo, we're coming after you.
There's a bunch of good teams, but I don't think they'll be able to stop us.
I'm here to win.
Best of luck to everyone. I don't care about the other team. If I can grieve someone to finish first, I'm gonna do it.
Trophy is mine, guaranteed.
Welcome everybody to the Esports World Cup 2026, where we have the Fortnite Reload Championship, where $1 million are up for grabs. Taco, these 20 teams have been battling almost all year long for an opportunity to grace this stage.
Yeah, $1 million on the line for the direct Fortnite competition, and even more up for grabs.
One Shark, who's honestly looking like the next best thing in
You keep building that up, you keep factoring it in, and it's very easy for things to quickly run away with themselves. Elsewhere, though, Malabuka, Vico also trying to focus on isolating any kind of engagements they can pick up early on. Malabuka looking for another, won't be able to take a piece out of Salva just yet. Off the reboot touchdown, but
on the mini-map, but may not have that information. As we continue to look around, a lot of the teams that have shined here this weekend, Sky and Scroll, AGAL, they're one of two teams playing for more than just themselves this weekend. They're playing for that club championship.
But the question that that still remains after everything that Sky and Scroll had to go through in order to even represent AGAL in these finals. It was just the beginning of the real uphill battle here, because they still have to try and confirm a top 8 position if they want to factor in with those club championship points.
Continue to see Swizzy and Pixie in another exchange, but Swizzy by himself, he gets kind of 2v1 by Goofy and Z-Dog, and that's what I love about today's competition. Every single region that we have in Fortnite is represented by at least one team, and Goofy and Z-Dog's journey here, it definitely wasn't easy, but they made sure to let the world know that we deserve to be here.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit unfortunate even from Z-Dog and Goofy's perspective, because the game that they did win in yesterday's competition slightly overshadowed by that crazy clutch performance out of Izzy, but that was starting to brew and decided they wanted to maybe play a little bit of third-party interception here. So Swizzy, Pixie might have a little bit interception here. So Swizzy, Pixie might have a little bit more space. Doesn't look like Goofy and Z-Dog are all that insistent now on trying to re-aggress when there's other bodies in the area.
But fights are just taken around all across the map. We got Acorn Bolts going against Darm and Demus here. There is some good damage on Acorn. Luckily for him, Bolts is going ahead and alleviating some of that pressure. Both of them getting full HP and shield relatively so, and now trying to angle out Darm is by himself with a 360. He turns and burns to take down Bolts.
Darm and Demus clearly never stopped after yesterday's competition. What a way to make a debut on the final stage, and Darm definitely feeling very confident after that pickup play, because Bolts, he looked like he was certain that was going to go entirely in his favor. So for it to 180 just like that in a flash, and now putting them on the back foot, putting them in a position to where Bolts and Acorn are going to have to reconsider where they actually want to try and stack up a fight. But Acorn, this might be an ambush.
Yeah, he's just kind of stuck underneath by himself. They may not know necessarily the exact location of Acorn, but with Bolts respawning back in, they know he's floating around somewhere. Sky's going to go down. Muzz and Sphinx kind of sticking to their strategy that got them this far. They go ahead and hold the backside of Elite Armory for that launch pad, but now we jump in. Peterbot is down. A situation that we saw to start the group stages. A lackluster performance out of Team Falcons, but luckily for them, they were able to pick it up as the day went on.
Hey, that walkout might have said everything there for Momsy. He's clearly cooking something, and it looks like chicken might be on the menu tonight. Pollo, never one, though, to give any breaks or leniency, so still a bit complicated here for Momsy to actually try and break into the box, but Frenchie's making their best effort to go for the full collapse, but Pollo's still somehow just managing to scramble on out of here.
Yeah, even though Peterbot did spawn once, you see in the feed, he was taken down right away by Jaw. So another 12-second clock has been reset for Pollo. Luckily for him, he did hit a launch pad. He is starting to create distance, but Momsy and Skyjump, they don't want to let him out of their sight. They're just quickly on the chase. And again, you see Peterbot back in the game, but he's having some struggles of his own. So Pollo, again, just needs to continue to buy as much time as possible.
Skyjump and Momsy know their dirty work can be left to the rest of the lobby as far as Pete goes, but they can take out Pollo and continue to leave this duo just incredibly weak throughout the early game, and just like that, Momsy's finally going to be able to close things out. Skyjump on the opposing end of things, no real escape path for Pollo, and why not pursue one of the top-tier opponents from everyone's point of view, and it's the greatest time to shut them down.
Yeah, and it puts Peterbot in a position that you don't see very often. Forced to hide, forced to wait for Pollo to respawn, and he doesn't have to just wait for Pollo to respawn. He has to make sure he's able to land in the zone and start to loot up before he even feels safe to rotate on out. So we know they're going to have some struggles here early on in this game. Can they come back is going to be the big question. But that's what happens when you have so many juggernauts all stacked in the same lobby, just like Vico and Malabuka. They haven't really done much after that first elimination from Malabuka, but they're making sure to stay intact with all of their loot and on.
But hey, Vico Malabuca representing big in this weekend's competition series, the club championship, going to be a big focal point in today's competition. As you can see just how tight it is, 300 points is all that separates Team Falcons from AGAL. And we're talking about a $7 million prize pool if you are in that first place position by the end of the weekend, Jacob. And with how these club results have actually come into play from other titles, this is one of the most crucial finals imaginable currently.
Yeah, and there's even so many spots on that club championship leaderboard to where even Shark and Teeny for Aurora Gaming have a good tournament here. Even if they win it all, they're going to move up that club championship leaderboard. So there's so much pressure on every single duo here today. And Peter Bach just doing a good job here staying alive deep into the zone though. So it's not only a matter of how they're going to loot up, how Poyo and him are going to reunite, it's how they're going to make their way there when they finally are set up.
But where are you going to find the opportunity for a bailout? They're going to have to potentially try and get involved with some kind of third-party factor. Poyo even possibly lurking in the box fight that's starting to break out. Khan and Faded in a bit of a pickle here now. They're fully aware of the fact that the rest of the lobby kind of fixating on where they're at. Faded's going to try and use this opportunity while Goofy and Z-Dog are distracted, just trying to keep their walls closed off, don't want to overexpose themselves. They've already got 3 eliminations, so it's a nice little rack up of early points, but we are quickly approaching that 7th zone, and when the reboot shut off, you want to make sure that you are as stacked as you can possibly be, because if you get yourself eliminated at this stage, the recovery point is only going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah, in the 5th zone, you kind of get a pseudo loadout, minis, an AR, an SMG, and in the next zone, you kind of get a little bit more, but no materials and no resources to kind of go along with it, so it's not the spot you want to fall, and that's why you see more and more teams start to box up here, start to play a little bit more of a passive game, because they realize if you make a mistake here, it can cost you the rest of this game. Shark 2 eliminations along with Team. A little bit of a slow start here, but that's kind of what we saw in the group stages as well. It wasn't until games 3, games 4, even game 5 where they felt comfortable with the rest of the lobby, we saw them start to frag out.
And that's the thing though, is that there are some elements that we haven't seen since those group stages earlier on. In Group A, it was Shark and Teeny kind of leading the charge in terms of controlling the high ground advantage, and then in Group B, we saw a lot of what was going down between Pixie, but hold that thought, because Poyo, he might need anywhere for Peter Bot to show up, but it's just not going to be a chance. Momsy and Skyjump have had his number since the start, and they just refuse to stop following this man around the map. It's a great mentality, though, out of Momsy and Skyjump, because again, we know just how potent Pete and Poyo can be when left to their own devices.
Yeah, and this is honestly something we saw exactly out of Cold and Rapid as well. They had some of the most eliminations in the entire set field of everybody playing. Cold was above and beyond everyone else, but they were just unable to really cap it off with a victory royale. So it doesn't matter how aggressive, how many elims you can actually pick up if you can't stamp that victory at the end of it all. As Cammy, Hari positioned underneath. Unlike some of the other teams that we've seen so far, you see 0 points, 0 eliminations, playing more of a passive gameplay. And they know if they have to start getting eliminations to try to close the gap, get closer to match point, they will, but that's when they have to.
Hey, Ari definitely knows how to frag out when necessary. Same could be said, though, for Cold. We already witnessed it in 4K during their group stage, just how proactive they really were. But even with that walkout that they had with Zeke, they both kind of highlighted the fact that, hey, we're just going to do what's necessary at the time. If it means playing for big points so we can meet that match point threshold, then that's what we're going to do. But when we need to play for the placement to secure the win and win the tournament, that's also going to be the focus. So it's just not about losing sight of what they know is going to be success.
So here in the 6th zone, slowly but surely, looking to close. 30 seconds left. That's when reboots will turn off. So you got to make sure you play this one as close to perfect as possible. You see the whole western edge of the map stacked as can be, and even more teams starting to rotate in as Izzy and Nosif grace us for the first time today, and immediately the crowd goes wild.
Also already had relative success, 3 eliminations in total, but They're going to need to hope. I'm assuming that it might be Nosif holding on to Whites for utility here, maybe Medkits, but they're going to have to find a refresh eventually, Jacob, otherwise, because a little bit late compared to where the rest of the lobby is stacking up. Some teams, though, immediately making the next push forward, not really trying to delay if they don't have to. They don't want to get stuck in any of the congestion. Elite Armory, what makes this map so complicated in terms of rotations is everyone has all these shifting points of elevation to cross over, and we've already just seen Sky getting dropped the moment he tried to make a move. So now ball's fully in Scroll's court, but how far can he actually take it as a solo?
Yeah, 4 players already out of the game. Demas, Sky, you heard Taco talk about that, and then Kanata and Victor V, the first team eliminated out of this game. But it just goes to show 19 teams still up. Top 15 is when you start to get those placement points, and then 3 per elimination here. And I think it's very, very important, and that's why you see Vico and Malibuca doing what I'm about to say. It's just dodging the entire amount of chaos that is down below. Those launch pads, a huge tool in everyone's arsenal.
Definitely going to be a big point of contention here as Sea-Dog. Everyone's looking directly at him, and there won't be any opportunity to escape. Shark picks up a nice elimination onto Rapid, so Cold and Rapid also no longer going to be a participant towards this first lobby sayonara, but Peterbot and Boyo not exactly off to the start that you would have wanted this Team Falcons roster to actually build up because of those early woes from Momsy and Skyjump. Still, it's Pete and Boyo, Jacob. We've seen these guys get the limbs when it matters most.
Yeah, they're stuck in a position where they might need those eliminations that you're talking about just to keep themselves going in the game, let alone continue to perform as we know they can. But on the high ground right now, it might not be high up in the clouds just yet, but they're starting to elevate their position. It's Shark and Teeny. This is how they got not one, but both of those eliminations on the twisted minds of Cold and Rapid, sending them right back to the lobby here in game number 1, and immediately putting their position to use. Looking down, everybody flying by, shots on landing, damage is connecting, just making it harder for anybody to feel comfortable.
I like the discipline too from Shark, making sure not to lose sight of where Acorn and Bolts were actually boxed up, feeling like they were in the most threatening position to potentially challenge on height before that last rotation. So now Vico, Malibuca, they're gonna have to take a moment to pause, heal up. But those couple of seconds that you miss out just allows the rest of the lobby to continue looking back at where you're currently situated. But Vico, Malibuca, they might have a separate strategy entirely. The way that they're delaying for so long tells me they might be looking for another launch pad opportunity.
Yeah, but I got that feeling of deja vu watching Shark and Teeny on high ground. 4 victory royale. Peterbot tries to go ahead and get an opportunity on an elimination. He gets cut short. In fact, they both will fall. Faded and Sphinx, 2 different teams inadvertently working together to take down Team Falcons here. There are 3rd team eliminated out of this game, making it a little bit easier for Shark and Teeny to find another one as Acorn goes down.
Shark and Teeny are just refusing to budge from the high ground hold, and it's forcing everyone to expend so many builds directly underneath them. The congestion continuing to build so heavily in these middle layers. Shark will finally get shot, but they've already got the low rate phys active. They're not really pressed over losing a little bit of that hide hold because they'll send it right back upwards, no problem whatsoever, and continue to preserve all of their material.
Yeah, they know other teams are going to try to dodge this portion of the game, maybe land on top, so they want to be one of the last teams up there. Pablo Ingu and Chino, though, they're stuck in the meat in the middle. High ground, low ground teams all around. As Justine actually takes down Scroll. So we got Falcons and AGAL out of game 1 early. Top 15, Taco, which means the placement points are starting to set in.
Minipio and Fukun, these guys are definitely trying to see where they measure up. But for Pixie and Swizzy, running it back one more time. Very familiar territory, seeing those 2 on height, but Malibuca able assistance of Vico to take out Sphinx. Muzz left to try and see whether or not he can actually pick up the pieces after all. Sure, we know placement points are a factor, but you're still competing with so many healthy duos.
Yeah, I know it's just group stages. Vico, Malibuca, they were one of the teams to actually reach that 350-point mark. Can they do it here again? And immediately planning to get the front side of zone. sacrificing a little bit of HP, but pressure coming in from all directions. Vico scrambling around, but he's able to hold his ground. Up above, a whole new team on high ground, though. Swizzy and Pixie have turned the tables on Shark and Teeny.
It's never safe, though. The way that Shark and Teeny are really just biding their time, but they are going to start to send it. They're already looking to challenge on the high ground. Momsy has a solo, but Shark coming to come crashing down. Swizzy going to be able to block them all temporarily, and Shark not to be distracted in the slightest. He'll go straight towards height, but no, just that moment's notice, that lapse in time. Pixie will be able to overthrow, chasing down Teeny, just needs the shots to connect. These two are all falling side by side, but Shark and Teeny managed to hold on for just a moment longer.
The second chop comes in, the Flowberry Fizz just in the nick of time to keep themselves elevated up above most. Top 8 situation, at least 3 players down below are feeling the pressure as a solo. So for Swizzy and Pixie, they got to make that crucial decision. It's high ground worth contesting again, or do you have to look down below? Vico and Malibuca are down there. They're trying to run wild, but they get cut short. 0 builds, 0 chance.
Shark now, the ultimate agent of chaos. He's going to go ahead, pick up the body loot of Romero, but it's his last steps forward. Pixie and Swizzy hidden underneath everything. They managed to overtake the front side of this ultimate low ground. Looking back, Goofy's eventually going to have to get one step closer to where these two are at, and Pixie just lying in the way.
They are the only duo left in this game. Leiwa, we saw what he's made of throughout the group stages. Can he do it again? Yes, he can. Down goes Muzz, but he's in a hard position here. 1v2, Swizzy, Pixie, they're now just putting full pressure down onto him to get the elimination and get the game 1 win.
What an opening statement out of Pixie and Swizzy. That battle for the high ground ultimately ended up determining who was going to fare and be the healthiest by the time they both needed to drop. Shark and Teeny gave it their best effort, but it's good to see that Swizzy and Pixie clearly have the same intentions.
I mean, when it comes to battling out against the best in the world in person at these type of events, Swizzy knows how to get the job done, and he does it here along with Pixie by his side. These guys have to be feeling great. They have a good point cushion, you got to imagine, over the rest of the lobby, and they already have the blueprint of how to secure a win.
And solid elimination points too coming out of the pair, but was also very impressed by what Leiwa was able to accomplish even as a solo. Romero going down a bit sooner, but Leiwa did not let it deter him in the least amount, because Leiwa and Romero, you have to remember, these two are coming in fresh from their qualifier regions, back-to-back wins, so very obviously very competent when it comes to the reload playstyle, and they just continue to adapt to every kind of competitive meta thrown their way.
And that's something I feel like every team is going to need, the ability to adapt. We saw Shark and Teeny on the high ground throughout a good portion of the end game, of those moving zones. They actually decided to give it up. They launch padded into the air with that Flowberry Fizz. Swizzy and Pixie said, you know what, you don't want it, we will take it. And from there on out, it was almost impossible for Shark and Teeny to get back up to the high ground, which made it easy for Swizzy and Pixie to kind of close out the game. And when they realized they were the only duo left, you kind of saw them drop to the low ground. They took the front side of the zone, realizing, hey, it's all solos left. They can't hang with us.
And hey, if Pixie's gonna keep collecting eliminations the way that he just did, we might be looking at a very interesting match point threshold soon enough, but never expect that anything is going to be given for free. Love to see, though, a little bit of a
It's only solos. Okay, jump up. Yeah. Hello. He's at 30. Crack, he's cracked. Dead. Come on, bro.
Not too much of a celebration because they know the job is not done yet, but they're making sure to kind of leave a little bit of hype left in there to make sure that they keep them spirits high. That was a good win, a good way to start off the day, but you kind of saw there, Leiwa and Ramiro, even though he was by himself, they had similar eliminations, so I don't think the point is that drastic.
Right, but obviously we still got plenty more reload action still to come, so guys, don't head anywhere because we'll be back very shortly.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
بفزز هنا هنا سولو تقريبا تبي ننزل؟ سولو فزنا يلا فزتك خلاص اوكي نزل علي لعيب يلا نايس وحش I've warning yeah it's right I'll give you ammo here it's right here yeah you go down yeah come I'll pop inside
Okay, ich hab 0. Willst du nochmal?
Pass auf!
Ja?
Runter, oder?
Spray!
Es ist ein Duo, oder?
Ja.
Nein, Solo!
Du Spitz!
Spray!
Come on! Let's go!
J'ai place au-dessus. J'ai. Nice, achète. À me finir. Il est où? Achète.
OK やったあ違うちょっと上行くわ俺
待って今それしの俺
いるどっちか目の前サイド
Let's go! Nice!
ナイス
ローグラッツそれがそのちょべつなる降りるショックしかせーの違うとも言うわそれ
大丈夫
やった
はいやったもう逃げない俺
50?
Nice!
Let's go!
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to the Reload Elite Series Finals here at EWC. Joining me, we got Monster D-Face and Levin 2K, and we just wrapped up game number 1 of the finals. And what incredible stories we already got out of game number 1, Monster.
Can I just say, NA, a little bit of a letdown. I'm unfortunately sad to say watching our 4 what should be best teams getting dropped so early was definitely a letdown. But other than that, Levin, I'm sure you got a lot to say about EU.
Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, there was a lot of EU teams that did great there. We had a bunch of, we had obviously Lewa popping off towards the end there. We had Goofy popping off towards the end. We had a bunch of teams from different regions having a great time, and the NA players are still eating breakfast at the hotel. I mean, it's fine. It's a great start to the day. Honestly, though, what a first game that was.
Yeah.
I was so excited coming into this competition, knowing we were going to have this format where we would eliminate a bunch of the teams who maybe aren't quite up to the stuff, just because it would mean we'd have a 20-team lobby with just the best players in the world, and we truly saw that in this first game.
Swizzy and Pixie grabbing the first victory royale and a handful of eliminations, and they honestly had that in such a commanding lead, taking height around zone 10 and then being able to control it. But we have to talk about that height fight. Levin, Swizzy versus Shark, and that fight for height lasted so long.
I mean, yeah, guys, can you give it up, please? Like, oh my goodness, Shark and Teeny must have been absolutely fuming because Pixie did not want to drop. He just kept going for it. And ultimately, I think that's going to be the 2 teams we see battling on height most of today. Both of those teams desperately love to play on EU.
Really interesting to see how we are playing this reload format, but again, that win condition taking its toll very early. The fact that a team like Pixie and Swizzy wanted to go ahead and establish themselves as a high ground team here for the evening, I think is a telling time for what's to come. But of course, it's the bigger picture. What's on the line here? AGAL coming up a little bit short, Sky and Scroll falling there. All of a sudden, the narrative for Falcons as well. The huge upset of Peterbot and Boyo not going the distance, right? So things are interesting here, Kelly.
I love that you bring up Sky and Scroll, because we did see Scroll a solo, and that seems to be the story time and time again. We saw it during the group stages. We saw it during the survival stages, but frequently they make it into the end game as a solo player. And Levin, if they want to make these points, if they want to make it into the final places, then they're going to have to go into this end game as a whole team.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's funny looking at that leaderboard with Pixie and Swizzy in first place. Obviously, they didn't retain height. They ended up dropping off, and it still worked out for them. I sort of made a joke in between that. If I'm Vitality, I'm probably thinking, I wish we would have picked those guys to represent us, right? Instead of letting them stick to the Havoc side of things. Either way, they have two great duos in there, but Swizzy and Pixie clearly gone under the radar a bit, right? As far as the teams we've been bigging up, hyping up so far today, showcasing why they're two of the best players in the world.
And then the audacity to continue to push it and fight it regardless of what it's going to cost them there in the end. And then Muzz and Sphinx, though, do obviously come out, perform very well, and earning themselves a good amount of points. I think a little bit of a sleeper team. Muzz has been continuously winning, kind of establishing himself. And I think the confidence is definitely
When
there.
are people going to wake up? Muzz and Sphinx has been doing this. Muzz was doing this in the Major 2 as well. He did it at the start of Group A. Muzz and Sphinx have not been laying down easily, man. They want to prove to everyone that they're here at the top, and Muzz as a solo player was absolutely dominating. So that is exactly what I love to see. Speaking of domination, we're talking about the end game, but I do want to talk about our two French teams dominating the start of the game. Obviously, Izzy and Nosip and Momsy and Skyjump just had so many good early eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, playing into the crowd, I think a lot of the time, you don't really know when you're at these lands, like, who are the crowd cheering for? I've seen players that say, I've asked players that, like, when you hear the crowd, like, through your headset, do you ever know what's going on? A lot of the times they're like, nah. These two French duos, no. When the crowd is loud, it's because of what we are doing in the game right now. And using that in your early aggression, your early fights, pushing, not caring. I can't believe we saw Momsy, Skyjump. They're farming Poyo. Poyo's been like the best player in the world this year. And they're just making him look like a chump.
And I want to say one thing. I think they got the land buff going on here. You know, just coming up out of nowhere. I'm like, hey, wait a second. You got to be well-rested, feeling good. That little bit of boost and confidence knowing that the crowd's got your back, I think is showing here.
And we mentioned them just a little bit earlier, but I do want to speak on again Lua making it into second place right there. Lua and Romero have had a great performance all weekend, but to get in game number 1, Monster, and to get second place against the likes of Swizzy and Pixie, that's a pretty big step.
The sleeper team, again, wasn't on my radar in particular, but the group stages, they showed that they could ball.
Lua and Romero are a perfect example of why I've been saying we got to stop calling Brazil a smaller region team. They're not smaller, they're just a region, you know? They're just there, you know what I mean? Like, we can't keep calling these a smaller region when, one, obviously, we know they have so much talent, but now their talent finally showing up on these stages. It's great to see.
Yeah.
All right, 1 game down, and I was going to say 9 more to go, but we actually don't know because this is match point, everyone. We've already seen some high elimination games, but obviously we still got so many more to go. So in these following games, while we're still playing an Elite Stronghold, what do you want to see out of these next few games?
I want to see more in the early game. We didn't see the hot drop, the fast starts that we expected. Remember, it's a race to 350 at the end of the day, so I want to see teams really fight and push to get there.
Yeah, no, honestly, I do want to see a bit of a redemption for some of the top NA teams, especially Rapid and Cold, right? They were a team that, in their group, absolutely blew the competition away. I want to see them find their footing in this competition and really start to push their way to the top.
Yeah, Cold and Rapid, definitely a high elimination team, having some of the best damage ratios in the world, and representing Twisted Minds. I definitely think we all expected a little bit more of them, but that was just game number 1. A lot of these teams haven't been able to compete against each other in a set lobby, so obviously there's definitely going to be some growing pains, some learning, and with it just being game 1, number 1, Monster, I think there's still so much more to go for our NA teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're off to a slow start. The practice games are looking extremely promising, though. I even had, you know, to go and give shouts to Peter Button Boyo stepping up there. You know, I believe the group stage B, we didn't get those exact warm-up rounds that the players might have been looking for, but I think they're coming in pretty hot. And at the end of the day, hey, it's game 1, water under the bridge, as they say, dirt under the rug. I'm gonna go and do that one just to kind of toss it in there.
All right, everyone, that was just game number 1. Swizzy Pixie coming out on top, but of course we still have so many more games to go. Who's gonna come out on top? We're gonna have to find out right after this.
Luti, we are 1 map in. What a start to the day. That was probably our best opening intro so far.
Indeed. For the finals, like for the grand finals, people were getting crazy for every team. I mean, the French audience, it is really something, you know?
Yeah, the French audience is incredible. You guys are amazing, but of course, we also have audience from all over the world.
Yeah.
Audience from like Asia, South America. And speaking of South America, speaking of LATAM,
it is
this incredible region, it's Leviathan.
They have this?
They're incredible dragon here. Lucas, let's have a very quick chat, my friend. Look, what's the experience been like so far at EWC for you guys, for Leviathan?
It's been insane, to be honest. We came here with RQ fans. So overall, this crowd is amazing. I love France, so insane.
we'll talk a bit more specifically about Fortnite as well. The boys are on stage. They came second in that last map. Now, how proud are you guys of seeing them perform this well in the final?
Nah, they are really young. I'm really proud. Obviously, it's really hard to play a LAN event, so I hope we keep this path and hopefully get a win.
If those of you at home have a keen eye as well, you might also remember this face because you actually competed in the Fortnite World Cup all those years ago. How was that experience?
It was really good. I got to coach my player, which was Prisionero back in the day. So hopefully he sees this and he remembers. And we also played against Buga, so hopefully he doesn't win this time.
Okay. If you, just before I let you go, if you could say anything, words of encouragement for the boys competing for Leo and Romero right now, what would you say to them?
I think it's all about confidence. I think this crowd will support them, hopefully. So, vamos Leviathan!
There we go. That's Leviathan right here on the main stage. The Gadir City Grid has got so much more Fortnite action to come. So, Casters, over to you.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit! So much love all across the board. You absolutely love to see it, but one thing that is impossible to ignore for sure, Jacob, is the amount of French love overall. It is just emitting every single time we see either of our French duos on the screen. So obviously also want to give a huge shout out to Leo, because you know he's been going ballistic all weekend watching Izzy and Nassim, Skyjump and Mumsy, and it's got to be a fantastic sensation understanding being here on site, seeing everyone come together for these moments, and knowing that that was just the first game of many still to come. Yeah, just kind of watching him watch the Izzy clutch was absolutely insane. I felt like he felt very similar like I did, and that was just out of breath. Amazed as can be. Can they keep it up, though? That's going to be the biggest question here. Swizzy and Pixie come off a Game 1 victory royale. 78 points throughout the course of that game. Leo and Romero, they were actually tied point for point, and eventually they lost that game. 13 points, 10 for the win, 3 for the elimination. Went on over the team from Havoc, so it still could be anyone's game. If you look at the leaderboard, it is as close as can be as we drop straight into game 2. Chino is going to be the first one going trap. Han is going to be the one getting the elimination here over towards Elite Armory.
Hey, Sky Scroll, they're not trying to have a similar fate. They want to ensure that they're able to actually duke things out and pull up with a little bit of success here at Elite Armory. They'll definitely be taking their time, though. AGAL, Team Falcons, both just kind of onlookers towards that last lobby. But even if the first game doesn't shake out the way you would have wanted it to go, Sky and Scroll still have ample potential in turning things around at a heartbeat. So just have to wait and see how things continue to develop, because everywhere else on the map, NA maybe trying to get a little bit more presence in this early game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be needed. We had 3 of the North American Central teams go down so early in that last game. But to start this one, I feel like maybe they've turned it around. Peterbot took down Teeny, he respawned. Rapid took down Teeny, kind of keeping him on a little bit of a cycle. But our Game 1 winners now find themselves over towards Chisel Cube, getting pushed by, it looks like, Z-Dog and Goofy. They have a good loadout to be able to fight back. It's just about if they want to this early.
Hey, I respected those Z-Dog and Goofy trying to strike while the iron's still hot. We're looking at 2 teams in the side of the top 3 trying to do exactly what Malabuka just accomplished, hoping to secure those eliminations early on. If they can claim all of Chiseled Cubes, it would just give them all the more time to keep looking for those reboot farm opportunities. But Swizzy Pixie, obviously very similar mindset. They're going to continue to lurk about and not make things easy for Goofy. Spookoon could also potentially start to thwart the game plan. Building up here, but Mini Pio immediately punished. He had no idea what he was walking into.
Yeah, literally dodged, flying out of the sky. Goofy, Z-Dog, he's like, let me go underneath. Nope, a whole nother team down there as well, as your Miro keeps the hot streak from that last game alive, taking down Malabuka, separated him from Vico. That's their second elimination of this game, and you don't necessarily need to drop 10, 20 eliminations, but you need to keep yourself hyped up and ready to go.
For Leo and Romero, too, you have to remember, they were one of our first 7 teams to actually break through towards the final stage. They've had the past couple of days to just pod, review, gauge what everyone else's success metric is actually looking like, and still they were fully understanding we might be contested the entire time, especially after AGAL Sky and Scroll made it through. But for Pixie Swizzy, problems still continuing to stack up here at Chisel Cubes, and Swizzy's going to be taken out. So now Pixie, he's just got to hope that he doesn't meet the fate in a similar fashion here. But Goofy, Z-Dog, they fully understand. If we can take out number one right now, that's going to cut the door wide open. And Swizzy, Pixie, they'll have to wait and see what happens next.
The nature of the beast that is the Fortnite Reload Championship. Chisel Cube just getting more and more active here with Mini Pio and Fukun kind of taking the bottom part, forcing everybody down below. A little bit of distraction definitely helps the case on the other side of the map. This is still Elite Armory. Sky and Scroll from AGAL trying to go up against Muzz and Sphinx. Again, Muzz and Sphinx, I think they got a top 3 in that last game, and with Muzz by himself, Sphinx has just got eliminated. He needs to buy at least 12 seconds of time.
Sky even popping up for a moment there, trying to see whether or not he was actually going to be able to successfully cut off Muzz, but it looks like Muzz will survive just long enough. But is it really a win after all? Sphinx might have just touched down, but they are just so far and away from being able to escape the clutches of the lobby essentially every time. That reboot signal is just going to be a honing beacon for everyone else to start aiming their sights towards looking for those freebie eliminations against a weakened player.
Seeing how they kind of bounce back from this. This was what did it, and Peterpot actually dropped up from above, distracting Goofy for a moment, and they still ended up getting those elimination onto Swizzy and Pixie. Team from Leviathan just trying to base up, get the drop. Muzz just trying to get back in the game. Doesn't really have much for a loadout, especially when you're going up against Sky and Scroll, who pick up their 3rd elimination of the game. And this is just one thing to note. Even though they failed to make it out of their group stage, and they kind of cut it close in the survival stage, this now, when it comes to this week of action, is one of the most practiced teams that we have in this lobby.
It's just so difficult to actually find that consistency metric, and you wouldn't expect that from a team like Sky and Scroll, who scream consistency when it comes to the standard Battle Royale game mode. But here in Reload, because of how stacked a lot of these endgame lobbies tend to be, because of the fact that we're not seeing elimination or placement points actually factor in until right around that 10th, 11th zone time frame, it is so volatile trying to control that frontside low position that they are notorious for holding down. And it doesn't help when you've got teams like Shark and Teeny, Sky and Scroll also just constantly putting pressure from the high ground.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the mini-map there, Elite Armory down low towards the bottom. That lone little gray arrow, well, that's Sphinx. You look a bit lower towards the northeast, right kind of next to that green arrow, that's Muzz. They're just so far separated as of now. There's going to be almost no chance, or at least relatively soon, for them to get back together. But near them as well is Izzy and Nosif. You can kind of see their loadout right now, really leaning heavy into the Flowberry Fizz. They do have some launch pads towards the back, so they want to make sure they dodge one of the most chaotic portions of the game, so that when they finally make it in towards the zone, it's a little bit safer than what it is right now.
But when everyone's looking up, probably one of the only positives currently is knowing that Swizzy and Pixie are already fully eliminated. So in terms of high ground teams that are going to be prioritized in that position, you're largely just looking at Shark and Teeny and whoever else might decide to throw their names into the hat. Pete and Pollo, though, definitely not off to the hot start that probably most would have expected them to have already come across, and even a little reminiscent of past tournament series, right, where we see Pete going in all out aggression and then getting put down into the dirt. There's a big mental game behind that.
Yeah, especially when you even kind of add in this weekend 2 games that they played to start off their group stages. I believe 19th and 18th with a singular elimination. A very slow start before they started to look like themselves. Game 1, very, very similar here. Game 2, hopefully they can come back for it. Acorn and Bolts as well. You would think they would have a lot more momentum during their qualification process just to make it to the group stages of EWC. They weren't the most high elimination duo that we did have around. They played more towards consistency. They played more towards strategy, and I hope that they're going to pick that up here.
Just after everything that we witnessed, Bolts especially getting up to inside of that Major 2 finals here in Reload, you have to imagine that all of that fragger potential, he really starts to come alive when it matters most. And anytime you have players that seemingly get more and more locked in as competitive stakes become even crazier, I just think that they're always going to be dangerous. It's always going to be problematic because you never know when they might just go absolutely crazy with it and just run away with a big placement, big elimination round.
And you're kind of seeing more and more teams on the outskirts of the map kind of holding down those launch pads with eliminations, without eliminations. You see Pablo and Gu take that launch pad, just scouting, getting that eagle eye, seeing what teams are nearby, what players, what positions even that we might have to watch out for. Probably spotting out not too much. They're going to go ahead and reassess the situation. 5th zone as of now, and this is exactly why they're doing that. Reboots are going to turn off in that 7th zone, so they don't want to put themselves into too risky of a situation too early on.
And hey, even for Vitality's Pablo and Chino, just drawing things back towards those club championship points, Jacob. Vitality is currently sitting in 3rd place position overall. To ensure that they remain there, a big performance out of Pablo and Chino to really solidify their position and not lose a good chunk of the prize pool money that's at stake here this weekend. There's definitely tons of pressure on their shoulders, and it's a very similar fashion too for Cold and Rapid, because Twisted Minds, if they witness Cold and Rapid come up big time in this tournament series today, that could be a crazy jump up the leaderboard for the EWC standings.
Huge chance to give back just by winning a tournament. Everyone wins in that situation. Vico, Malabuca, we saw a couple struggles early on in this game going down, but they picked themselves up, dusted themselves off, got right back into position. And that's the thing about the Elite Strongholds map in general, Tacos. There's so many different mountain ranges, so many different edges, so many different elevation changes that you have to be very, very cognizant of where the zone is pulling at any given time, because if you find yourself without a build, getting caught off guard, the elevation changes, I kind of wish you good luck.
Vico and Malabuca, though, seemingly able to avoid a good chunk of those problems. They are rather safe in their current position, but it's all about the next move. Everyone else kind of waiting to see who these last couple of straggler teams are going to be, but it is just never easy to actually cut across and find any kind of distance. Everyone just eventually going to have to get up close and personal, but we do just have the majority of the lobby still standing, even with that 7th zone approaching. And by that point, reboots will turn off, and we'll see whether or not Pete and Pollo are going to be able to start coming online.
Yeah, and I'm just crossing my fingers. I'm looking at that mini map right now, and I'm crossing my fingers for the entirety of the lobby that we do not go west into chiseled cubes. That elevation change will be drastic, almost a roller coaster of emotions these teams will be going into. But less than 15 seconds, reboots will turn off, and any chance to respawn back into this game goes right out the window. Kind of seeing where teams are positioned. Decent amount of space between most of them, but where the zone actually is going to be telling. All the way towards the north, so Taco, a good chunk of the team's getting a max pool.
Puna and Minipio, though, could be in a slightly more favorable spot. They're not going to waste any time, though. They're going to immediately start to make their move. Sky and Scroll, 3 eliminations still on the board. So they managed to rack up just a little bit to work with here. But in comparison to a duo like Lewa and Romero, who have realistically got a very strong loadout for taking out teams that might cross their path. Pete Pollo, a little bit injured, getting very focused right now by Chino and Pop. Pollo just narrowly escapes them, but then runs straight into where Mini Pia's focus lines are setting up, and just like that, Pete's all by himself.
Yeah, not sure how they got separated in the first place. We saw Pete trying to look over the top, cover fire, but there's just too many players in this lobby to watch them all. You're seeing him try to reconnect, make sure a chop doesn't come through. He's already inside of the zone, so that's not necessarily one of his worries about picking up those eliminations, trying to catch up to the point total, just like Sky and Scroll, 3 eliminations. 9 points up until this stage in the game so far. Definitely a good jump from what they needed. We're talking about Pete, Pollo, Cold, Rapid all going down early. They were another one of the teams that fell relatively early in that last game, and they got a huge points to make up.
But look at how isolated Shark and Teeny currently are from the rest of the lobby. They've managed to avoid practically all of the congestion. They haven't fully committed to all the way going up on elevation, but the way that they're just so tucked and hidden, Jacob, once they utilize this Flowberry Fizz and Launchpad, they're going to continue to be able to preserve most of their material, but they do need to make sure that they don't get taken out before they actually make that move.
Yeah, the position looking a little too good. Darm Demon said, hey, we'll take it. Josh Yamzo said, we'll take it as well. Zone is opening up. We got to be careful not to go too far down. It goes right back up the side of the mountain. So if you don't have builds, if you don't have mobility, you might want to second guess positioning yourself there. Shark and Teeny looking out, Cold and Rapid as well. Just trying to get that bird's eye view, figuring out where teams are rotating to before they themselves are forced to shockwave out.
Nothing worse than seeing Muzz get flipped the moment that he tries to head towards that front side of zone. Cold and Rapid though. Goofy, Z-Dog, other teams that are managing to continue to keep it rolling, but even on this ultimate frontside position, Goofy and Z-Dog know that they're eventually going to have to tango with some other contenders here, but Peterbot might be their best opportunity for a little bit of a refresh. He just only has himself to work with, and poor overdrive, Jacob, that's just not going to be enough. You're going to run out of that so fast as a solo.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the lack of materials. 500 would might seem like a lot, but as a solo in a reload, it definitely is not. Kanata, Victor V, Shark, Teeny, so many players using their launch pads as Peterbot actually does find a key elimination on the con. It's only going to be him by himself, so Faded still in this one, trying to keep themselves alive as he shockwaves out, tries to reposition on the front side of the zone. Taco, 2 medkits, big pots. He has everything he needs to get up to fighting shape.
Hey, as long as he has a chance to actually utilize one of those medkits, we might be looking at a whole different ball game here. But for right now, Shark and Teeny, similar fashion to the last lobby, they're going to head straight towards the high ground. Teeny already making sure to overtake that top end layer. A good connection here is going to help them hold strong, and the RPGs too. Teeny is just causing so many issues for everybody stuck underneath.
Yeah, making sure to reconnect, fortify their position up above. Zone is pulling far, so all it takes is one team to look up and start to create some havoc, but Vico Malbuka have their hands full in that mid layer. Looking to the head side of the zone, sees Sky, see Scroll, you see so many teams, but they're just trying to formulate the strategy. How do we want to play this? Crash Pad or Shockwave? They choose the first of the two, make their way to the front and reposition themselves again. But look at the distance that Shark and Teeny have built so high in the sky.
And that's the problem for Vico and Malabuka. The moment that they try to navigate towards that front side, they're immediately getting pieced up by height. Teeny, though, losing a good chunk of his HP because Z-Dog's decided he wants to try and take it for himself. The land down under no longer headed straight for the high ground. Yasin and Salvatore going to fall. Vico now left in dire straits here. Malabuka trying to see what he can collect, but Shark and Teeny have managed to push back against Oceania.
Everybody down below is being ripped apart from their duos. We're barely into the top 15. Make it 13 as they're dropping like flies as of now. 12 teams still in the game, Peterbot being one of them. We talked about yesterday the 2 group stages, a slow start to their race, but they are definitely picking up the pace as of now, but he is out of build. almost hoping for a miracle to keep himself alive, and it's not going to be granted.
Instead, all he's going to get is Shark delivering rocket after rocket from the high ground. Malabuka also trying to see if he could conceal his position just a couple seconds longer. But cold and rapid, 4 eliminations already. We know exactly what they're capable of. Now it's just time to deliver. Malabuka needs to connect a shot, gets one onto Victor B, but it's not the knock, it's not the elimination he needs. Somebody else steals it away instead, and now it's gonna be AGAL, Sky and Scroll.
Even Momsy getting an elimination here, but 6 here for Sky and Scroll. AGAL, a slow start to their day. 0 points in game number 1, and they are putting on a show here, just like Cold. 7 HP. We know what this man is capable of. It's some of the biggest moments in his career, but he's still going up against duo after duo. In fact, he's the only solo left alive.
Sky and Scroll are now making it easy. They find Cold, and just like that, it'll be the end of the run here for Twisted Minds. But Sky Scroll, they're not finished. They're continuing to clash. Kami Hari might just be next, but it's the front side position. Shark and TD know it. That's going to be their next plan of attack. Shark's going to begin to descend. He's ready to drop down. Sky has no idea. And just like that, Shark finds his first onto Sky. Scroll, what are you going to do?
Stay out of these waters. This is Shark's territory. Now it's a 2v1. Momsy goes down. The aura is real from Team Aurora Gaming. Shark and Teeny steal game 2.
Shark and Teeny just are so cool, calm, and collected every step of the way. For a moment, it looked like Z-Dog and Goofy were going to be able to strip away that high ground advantage, but then they just lose out on the battle entirely. And Shark and TD, they just fully understand Elite Stronghold, that we can maintain this elevated position while everyone else is forced to burn through all of their materials underneath us because of these elevation shifts. That just makes it all too easy to finish the job.
Yep, 4 victory royales in the group stages for them. They took high ground more times than that. Game 1, they went for it. It didn't work out. Game 2, they go for it again, and they have secured the victory royale, taking out some tough competition all along the way, eventually getting that final elimination onto Momsy, shooting themselves up that leaderboard for sure.
I'm just thinking about those club championship points right now, too, for Team Aurora, because I believe that they are right around in that side of the top 10. Actually might be even in that 10th place position. And if they were to secure, say, the first place on the weekend overall, Jacob, that's 1,000 club championship points. That would be a huge game changer for Team Aurora standing, and it would ultimately mean that their prize pool money is then allotted into the millions versus the few hundred thousands.
Yeah, we also saw Romero and Leiwa make it deep into that game again. Back-to-back solid performances for them. Skyjump and Momsy staying true to their kind of journey up until this point, kind of surprising a lot of teams and continuing to put on a show for the French crowd out here. Still anyone's game, Taco.
It's a little bit of give and take right now for so many of these teams, though, Jacob. We saw Goofy and Z-Dog getting very aggressive super early on, and they continue to stay ambitious, even in that endgame, challenging Shark and Teeny, fully understanding that that could have been the difference maker between the victory royale for themselves or for somebody else. But we've got Game 3 soon to come, so make sure that you guys don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Regular thing, came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Okay, it's the end of the game now. We're just gonna play it safe.
But wait, there's so much loot over there.
Do not go for it.
They probably rotated.
Player eliminated.
What was that?
Sorry, next time I'll be better.
That's okay. Wait, next time?
Player eliminated.
Okay, stop now. Which ones are...
Player eliminated.
Oh.
Respawns no longer available.
Why?
Oh man, we are back at it again. EWC, you guys got to make some noise for game number 2 out there. What a phenomenal start. But I think the biggest talking point out of that game was Swizzy Pixie, man. They had that early fall, which meant everyone else in the lobby could really start to catch up.
And you know what? They had a lot to live up for. Starting a game off with a win is the way you want to enter into your tournament, but the pressure begins when that leaderboard number starts to add up and you have to continue the momentum. A lot of teams actually stepped up comparatively to their game 1 performances. One that clearly took it a little bit further was Shark and Teeny.
Dude, Shark and Teeny, we saw it back in Group A right there, just right here. They had themselves so many victory royales on the day, and what's crazy, remember, we're on match point.
Yeah.
A team just needs to hit 350 points and then get themselves a victory royale. We've seen them do that already too many times.
I mean, Zeke, are you keeping count? I think I'm at like 5 LAN wins for Shark and Teeny if you count his group stage performances. I mean, clearly they proved something then. They're looking to continue that momentum into the finals lobby. I didn't expect it, given this set lobby is, you know, a couple notches above the rest. However, they are performing very well. It's looking very good. And then you even have, again, some of those other teams now starting to enter into the conversation. Sky and Scroll, a very slow start, if you will. But hey, that game 2 performance, huge end game, is going to be very nice for their overall standing.
Yeah, and remember, we're going to continue to play out the game's match point. It could end, or go as far as 15 games, could end sooner. And don't forget, we're also on Elite Stronghold, right? Eventually, we are going to look to shake up, go to Slurp Rush. There's so many factors at play here, game to game. But guess what? We got to see what else is going around right now at EWC.
Well, this is it. Game number 3 coming up. Unfortunately for the moment, you just got me. As you just saw Monster on the screen, he's going to be coming up very shortly. But how incredible were those first 2 games? So many surprises here for the finals of the Esports World Cup Fortnite Reload Championship. Shark and Teeny leading the way currently with 117 total points. Not a great start for NA. I'll talk to Monster about that when he comes up. But my goodness, Shark and Teeny, what a performance in that last game. Picking up the victory royale. Sky and Scroll getting back in the mix as well. Skyjump and Momsy making it really far into that end game as well. And it all comes down to this. The final day. When will it end? Who will take it? At the end of the day, Swizzy and Pixie, the guys just broke down. Not the greatest start to that last match from those guys. Nice to see Cold and Rapid actually making it into that end game there as well. And I needed a little bit of a solo clutch from Peterbot to get some points on the board as well after a very slow start. Mini Miner and now finally Monster D-Face here casting the next 2 games for you guys. I wanted to mention Monster with NA. Not really looking too hot right now. I'm looking on down the leaderboard. Josh and Iomzo, the highest place in NA team, in 10th right now. What's going on?
Well, I appreciate you giving me a second to run up here. I'm slightly out of breath. I need you to give our NA teams a second as well, because they have been off to the slowest of starts. I mean, I was just on the stage with the interview. I was able to look over to my right and see Peterbot and Boyo, and they are looking pretty down and out, I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Their energy right now, you can just tell they are frustrated with that game 1 performance. I think game 2 was a little bit better, but Peterbot had to solo clutch.
Yeah,
It's not how you want to play it out.
No, and 11 spoke about it at the beginning of the day, where it was like he wanted to see Peterbot actually stepping up to the plate. We saw at the summit Poyo getting so many of those solo clutches. Need to see more from that duo. A lot of people would have said that is the other team to beat. Of course, one of them, Sky and Shark and Teeny, fighting up against Rapid right now. This is a big battle up here. And unfortunately here, Shark does go down for them. So Rapid and Cold win out this fight. Nicer game from them, that last one. They actually made it into that end game. Much more of a solid performance. And I think we expect big things based on their group's domination.
Yeah, that last game was a full circle moment as well, because in game one, it was Muzz and Sphinx that took them down, but they repaid them back in that end game there. So back and forth action happening. Ultimately, though, you can see Teeny and Shark's gameplay continuing to just be a sound, almost foolproof strategy. Even here, not opting in to take a fight unnecessarily unless they have the advantage, that SMG not being the best to engage with at range. But it's just popping a few times, just let them know, hey, I'm here, you go that way, I got this.
Yeah, not a problem there. And the thing about Shark and Teeny is, even if one of them does go down early, they have that ability just to recover their game really, really effectively. Liwa Romero, what a start that these guys have, particularly in that very first game, expecting big things from them. What a performance in groups. Unfortunately for them here, they are going to go down. But that's a team that have shown they can win as well. So, again, match point format. If you don't know how it works, 350 points you have to reach, and then the very next game you can win, or have to win, and then the tournament will end. So I think it almost makes it important for the teams that maybe you don't expect to win the whole thing to actually have a strong start as well, because if you're one of the teams that maybe you'd be happy with the top 10,
yeah,
you've got to have a good start, because you don't know where the tournament's going to end. You can't grow into the tournament like we've seen some other teams doing, so getting a strong start is super important here.
Yeah, I think Cold and Rapid kind of labeled it best. We already knew that they were a team that can play very aggressively to earn their way to the 350-point range. However, playing for a win is not typical in their play style, going for high ground. But what they had mentioned was they're going to stick to their normal stuff, stay consistent, play well, then go all in for high ground. We're seeing a much different kind of approach here, though. For Shark and Team, it's almost like, hey, we want to win everything, which I think is really important, too, because it almost makes it feel demoralizing to the rest of the lobby. Because, as you know, clearly, winning is going to give you the most points anyways, just in general, right? So there's no reason to kind of beat around the opportunity. You kind of just want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was one of the players in the lobby, I'd be sick and tired of seeing these guys' faces and the big screens at the back there. They keep winning games non-stop.
Oh, look at how close this was right here. So Kanata just rebooted in. Victor V was up top, but Shark comes, catches Kanata off the fresh reboot. That could have went absolutely south for Victor and Kanata, who earned 0 points game number 1, 30 in the last round. So sort of closing the gap, but nearly getting left behind.
Again, they need to wake up. They need to pick things up here for the beginning. As you get to see the leaderboard on the right-hand side of the screen, lots of teams that still need to have a bit more of a comeback in this game. Bolts and Acorn there, Poyo, Peterbot, Salvatore, Yassine, Pablo Chino, Victor V, Canada, the bottom 5 currently. It's not down and out yet, of course, but you want to make the most of all the games that you can here. Peterbot and Poyo. Want to see them in this end game. Want to see them as a duo as well. They're a team that we know can win. We saw it in the groups. And the sort of team that can just run away with it. But remember, even in the groups, it took them a little while to get going. They won that last game of Elite Stronghold. Then they went into Slurp Rush, won the first game of that. And then they finally got into second, third, and fourth gear as they got towards the midpoint of the tournament. We might only have 7, 8 games today, so you can't take that long.
Yeah, it's a great observation. Peterbot and Poyo definitely performed much better on the next map. They didn't actually start the tournament hot off either during their group stage. They had, in fact, a fairly bad performance for the first 2 or 3 games, sort of figuring it out towards the later half of the Elite Stronghold map, but it was the Slurp Rush that they really began to take off. Now, let's be honest though, so did Shark and Teeny. That was their back half of the tournament. In fact, they outpaced them by a fair amount. Sky and Scroll have a lot to prove, though. They were sent down to that survival stage, really just barely inching their way out. It was quite the nail-biter at the end, though. Sky and Scroll did, in fact, turn up all the way. Look at this, though. Sharkantini versus Kanata and Victor V. This is a big fight here. It's always a problem when it's a 2-on-2 because you can see yourself potentially sent back to the lobby permanently. Victor, a huge shot from Kanata. Okay, both sides exchange here. It's Shark who gets the siphon, though. That's going to be a changer for this entire engagement. Had it been the other way, this probably wouldn't have actually been a good thing for Teeny to push, but Teeny's feeling confident. He pushes out. Victor gets out of there. That could have gone south.
Yeah, definitely could have. It's the last team you want to be fighting here early game, particularly when you're in the bottom half of the leaderboard like Victor and Kanada are. Important to see what that team can do. We saw some really nice solo clutching from Victor V the other day, so I want to see that again. I want to see that reflected here in the finals because it is just that different level of pressure.
And I think it's a newfound confidence as well.
Yep.
You need to have those moments. Players like Victor V and Kanata need those clutch moments on land just to change their mentality, just to prove to themselves, hey, what we're doing over on NA Online and those types of lobbies is working, but translating it into in-person is definitely a whole different skill set. We've seen a whole newfound confidence even from players like Faded and Khan.
Yep.
They have had a relatively great overall consistent week so far. Here today, already at 0 though, not quite having the fast start, and you know, it is a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought we would see more teams doing that kind of just drop immediately, take that initial whatever bus path it is, fight, but it's not exactly going that way.
Well, that's the thing, it's finals, you know, and this is what I was saying at the beginning of the show when we were sort of outside, that I feel like the pace of the lobby will play differently. We saw a lot of eliminations early game, we saw lots of action, but this is a whole new level of risk, and like I mentioned earlier, you need to have a good start, and if you're taking those risks early on, you're not setting yourself up to even have a good performance, let alone actually win the whole thing, because yeah, maybe Shark and Teeny run away with it now, they win in Game 7. If you had a slow start, it's an absolute disaster.
Big full elimination for Goofy and Z-Dog. OCE was in 5th place coming into this one. They were holding kind of strong and steady, but they are going to be the first team to get fully eliminated now. Goofy and Z-Dog, the singular representation here on the finals lobby. Almost had the Ugly Spooks arrival, survival, call it what you will. They played very well. They came so close, but now it's all up to Goofy and Z-Dog. This is the best we've ever seen, actually, OCE off as far as a start to a tournament. I think they've ever held 5th place this kind of early, so you really got to respect their ability to perform right now.
Unfortunately, they're out of this game. So everyone else is going to be catching up, overtaking. So that's really where they get to test their mettle, test the wits about them, see what they've got, whilst they're watching on from the sidelines. Peterbot and Poyo, though, set in a nice position right here. Top tier trading towards the north side of the zone right here. The only POI, at least half of it, is going to be in this next zone, as they're just looking to wreak havoc with that Mammoth. We saw Peterbot doing it so much in the group that he was playing in, of course, group number 1, and with that mythic shotgun as well. That is one of those shotguns that you can just get right in the face, and it's so good from close range. So he's almost got the perfect loadout right there, especially for his playstyle. I mean, Romero and Liwa, lots of expectations based on how well they did in the actual groups, but surely coming into the event, the pressure must have been off, so it's nice to see them stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, I think if anything, they performed so well, they might have actually shook all the nerves off. Yeah. Because they have continued to remain consistent. Mini Pio also, talk about pressure for all of these teams here. Salvatore and Yasin has Middle Eastern, obviously on their back. You have the Japan region on Mini Poyo's kind of side there. So really fun to see Fukun and Mini Pio continue to kind of step up here. So far so good. The zone now pulling far towards the east here, and it's going to continue to go that way. See how things are looking.
There's a lot more teams playing Storm than we saw in that previous game, particularly. Seems like teams are wanting to have a solid start, stay inside of the zone, not take too many risks. But now we're sort of getting a bit more risky. Lovely from Romero and Liwa, showing that chemistry right there. They're closing in on Yasin as well. They're going to take this duo out if they can, as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Yasin is inside of the box. Salvatore and Yassine are out. That's Liwa and Romero that do it. And for a team that had such a good qualification into this final, unfortunately, it's not been the dream start to finals that they could have wanted.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. You know, we're just talking about teams playing the Storm. Yeah, you play the Storm because it's safe, because normally you don't get into these types of all-in clashes like you just saw there. But when you get 3-2-1 and you're kind of greeting on the HP pool, right? You're running around all weekend like that.
Yeah.
That can be a big problem, as you can see right there. Same thing, Lua might get a taste of his own medicine now. Chino and Pablo Wingu. Fortunately for Lua, didn't have Mammoth, but there's another team down there. It's Momsy and Skyjump. They have been playing so aggressively. It has been working out very well. Romero somehow manages to escape the grips of that duo there. So he'll be alive. His teammate will be able to get in here. Only 30 seconds remaining, but obviously it's enough for Lua to get back in the game.
Yep. More than happy with that. For that team, Momsy Skyjump, though, they're a team that have the French fans on their side. Really happy to see, actually, both of our French teams qualifying through into the finals. Lots of fans for both of these teams, and whenever they're on the screen, whenever they're picking up on a limb, there's always that hype, there's always that energy that you can feel in the crowd right here. There goes Dom, though. Down and out. Dimash just has to solo clutch for now. As reboots are about to end, that's a horrible time for Dom to go down. Shark and Teeny are going to be licking their lips at all of this loot. Unfortunately for them, the zone does pull quite far, so they're not able just to sit on that loot and enjoy it and reinvest a lot of those materials that they could build up into a massive base. But again, I like this position from them. I like where they're at. They're not on the same side of zone as the majority of everyone else. Shows they have brains as well as skill.
Yeah, they have an incredible setup there. A huge metal ramp just to look over, not even protecting their backside because the way the zone played out, and then they go into that fight and end up obviously being successful with it. That's a great way to kind of start the end game to your tournament.
Oh,
Darm did get to just slip back into the game though there, so he's not completely out. I was curious to see if the timer was going to be enough, so he does manage to get back into the game, rebooted. Shark and Teeny used their extra shockwaves, though, to make it on over now. And they're already starting to position up for some eyes in the sky here. The first, they're going to have to get through Peterbot and Boya, who's holding the opposite side. Sky and Scroll on the other side. How are they faring here? Plenty of duels all around them, but it's looking pretty decent.
Big moments here for Sky and Scroll. We've talked about it all week. AGAL watching on, the club championship at stake. Huge, huge moments for them. And Shark and Teeny, could they be setting up for another victory royale right here? You cannot put it past them. They're the sort of team that can take this tournament and have an early dinner because they're just that good. But who's going to play spoiler? Which is going to be the team that's really going to take the whole event and really surprise us? There's always one. Swizzy and Pixie, great start to the day. Unfortunately, the second game was an absolute disaster. Nice to see them in this end game, though. Still no placement points, only one elimination point for this team. As Khan looking to try and continue a lot of that momentum they got as well from yesterday. Taking down Ewc, taking down Josh as well, so that's that duo completely out.
Big setback for NA's Elite Ewc and Josh there. They get eliminated just under Swizzy and Pixie's sights there. The pressure was too much to deal with. Shark and Teeny have effectively taken the high ground. Muzz is playing second height off to the side there. Salvatore Yasin, Goofy Z-Dog, Josh Ewc, the first three duos now out of the tournament here. Placement points will start being rewarded here after the next team starts to fall now. So this is the critical part of the endgame mini. PO RPG into a catch, almost gets full box there by Vico. Gotta love that play. Legendary RPG with 8 rockets is nothing to scoff at. That is quite the loadout.
That is definitely, and it's a nice opportunity for them just to clear out a lot of those low ground layers. We've seen these guys playing in this sort of section of the lobby as well. They can play high, they can take high. Vico down though, there in the feed to none other than Dimash, and Malabuka's in trouble as well. Trying to escape, only 49 HP, having to invest a lot of those materials to try and stay alive. Tries to find an opportunity to pop the big pop, but not going to get one for the time being. Now has the Storm to deal with as well. It's not just other players, it's the Storm, and now he's dwindling in terms of that white HP as well. Plenty of bills for Malabuka to actually make his way into the zone, but he needs to try and find some of that Cypher. No white HP effectively on Malabuka. Just needs to try and find one big shot, one opportunity to stay in this game, because remember, no points at all for that team yet.
Yeah, definitely. The mechs, though, on Malabuka to move right there, definitely impressive to say the least. Meanwhile, Romero is trying to stay alive here and earn as much more that he can by himself. Izzy and Nosif, though. Francis on their back, a big pop from the crowd as they see their favorites going for height. The Izzy buff is real. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll, AGAL, a lot riding on the line here. Millions of dollars separate them on the club championship leaderboard. This can go any way. Sky Scroll, though, still 0 elims. Nothing earned just yet. Finally, 16 positioning points starting to come in here. Peterbot Pollo, what's the loadout looking like? Still plenty to work with. Good amount of mats. They're at second layer as well. They're thinking about it.
And crucially here, they're together as a duo in the end game, hoping that they can keep that going throughout the rest of this game as well. Lots of chance for Izzy and Nosif in the crowd right here. Peterbot gets surprised, left his wall open for a little bit too long right there, as Malabuka is the one that goes down there in the feed as well. So Vico Malabuka, I don't think got any points out of that game. Sharkantini, though, had to get relegated down towards that low ground. Izzy and Nosif took it off them, but these are the guys that can really make those high ground plays at the most efficient times. They're waiting in the wings, they're waiting for their opportunity. Overdrive all the way over to that POI. No doubt he was looking for some white heals at some point there. But Sharkantini, they understand they don't need to win every single game. They don't need to risk playing high every single game. They saw that Izzy and Nosif playing it so high up. And these guys just want to get to 350 points and get that win at that point.
It's kind of an interesting strategy. You see that Izzy and Nosif just showed us that if you get high ground early, but you secure yourself in such a way that you go for ultimate height like that, you can actually just walk away with a full free end game if no one launch pads up. So that was very interesting overall. Love the reactions that we're getting right now. Crowds on their feet. People are just cheering for what's going on here first. Nosif, of course, and Izzy there. Still excited, still kind of living off of the French teams once again continuing to perform here. What is it? What is it about when it's hosted on your home territory?
Yeah.
You know, something just clicks.
Yeah, it's great. And I want to hear from the winners myself. The fans do, the crowd do. So it's Izzy and Nosif standing by with Zeke and Luton.
Guys, first off, EWC, make some noise! Oh my gosh, we were going crazy. Izzy Nosif, how does it feel in this moment to get a victory royale?
Ça fait quoi de recevoir d'avoir une victoire aussitôt dans la grande finale aujourd'hui?
Bah franchement, ça nous met bien dans le classement, plus que motivé, et puis bah on est content, voilà.
We just stay focused. We are more than motivated, and of course, it put us so up on the ranking. So it just motivates us more and more. It's a good way to start.
How does it feel like in that moment when you get that win and you can just hear the crowd, all the French fans going crazy? Are you using that as fuel, as motivation?
Toujours un peu la même chose. C'est quoi le ressenti? Parce que quand tu gagnes une game d'habitude aussi importante, ça crée quelque chose. Mais le fait d'entendre que l'intégralité du public est avec vous, c'est quoi comme comment tu le vis à ce moment-là?
Bah franchement ça fait plaisir, hein. Je suis content quoi.
I mean, I'm really happy about it. It makes me feel really good, but still focus.
How do you stay focused in this? Because man, I can't lie to you. The lights are bright, the crowd is loud. There's so many incredible other duels you're fighting against, but you guys seem so unaffected. You're so locked in.
Comment est-ce que vous arrivez à rester aussi locked-in, à rester aussi focus alors qu'il y a les lights, il y a la stage, il y a les gens, et puis surtout, il y a 19 duos contre vous, c'est pas n'importe qui.
Bah on a un objectif et on garde la tête haute et puis on essaie de jouer le mieux possible comme on... Voilà.
Every game, we are like one objective is make the best game we can. We just keep it like, we keep our confidence for us, we stay straight, We don't care who is in front of us. We just try to play our best games each game.
And now, finally, what would you both say to the fans? Because, I mean, you could see there's a group literally just right here that's going crazy for you. You've got all these fans out here that are going crazy for you. What would you each say to them?
Bah, merci d'être là et continuez à nous encourager. Hein.
He says thank you for being there and continue to cheer for us. Do you think, guys, you can do it? Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Ouais, tu penses que tu peux y arriver?
Bah oui.
I ask him, you think you can do it? He's like, bah, yes, I think so.
I love that. Well, one more time, EWC, make some noise for Izzy and Nelson!
Du bruit pour la Team Arcade! Good luck, guys, on the next games.
Hello, everyone. We've got Frantic here, a legend of the scene. Frantic, first and foremost, you've been to events before. You've been, obviously in the stands, a spectator. You've been on the stage yourself before, too. Give me a little read on, kind of how the vibes here are at EWC.
I mean, the atmosphere here is crazy. It's super fun to be here. I love seeing everyone compete and everyone cheer on their favorite teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about favorite teams? Listen, we know that you've got a favorite, Cold. Listen, I need Coach Fran here to help out Cold and Rapid. What have you been seeing so far that they need to improve on, or what do you think they need to keep doing?
I mean, we're having a little bit of a slow start right now, but I'm not worried at all. I think they have great chemistry, as we saw in Group B. They played amazing, super consistent. Cold's the best fragger, so as soon as he gets warmed up, I have no worries about it.
Okay, love that. And listen, Cold is always super stoic. We can never get a read on that guy. But surely you've got a read on him, right? You see him behind the scenes and everything like that. Leading up to an event like this, what's Cold kind of like? What's the preparation look like?
I would say he's still a little bit stoic, but a little bit more energy than you guys maybe see on stage, but he's passionate for sure. He's very competitive.
Okay, good to hear. Well, friend, listen, I want to go ahead and give you the floor. Obviously, you have a ton of supporters at home. You've got some friends watching as well, like Fax. Go ahead, give a shout out to anybody that you want.
Yeah, just want to say shout out Fax City. Maybe one day you'll make it on the broadcast. I did it before you, but other than that, yeah, Team Cold, he's the best to ever do it, and I'm super happy to be here and watch.
Frantic, rooting for Twisted Minds. I'm rooting for Twisted Minds. Good luck, guys.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
The French buff is definitely hitting here in match point finals as Easy and Nosif come out with the victory royale. But I mean, Aurora has been so consistent now. I can't wait to see what they're going to be at when we look at the overall 11. Kelly, Vivid, the 7WG here back with you guys. For the longest time during that match, we were talking about how contested was the high ground, Vivid. At the end of the day, it ended up being Easy and Nosif getting the high ground and getting that victory royale.
Yeah, it was super kind of hard actually that game. I feel like to keep track of everything that was kind of going on. Obviously we were watching the battle for the higher ground. We saw some fights going on in the low ground, and then amongst all of the chaos, we finally tune over to a POV, and I'm like, wait, Shark and TD are alive still in this game? I mean, oh my gosh, those guys just cannot be stopped right now. They're so consistent.
What can I say, man? Look, we're about 3 games in. They're almost halfway the ways to match point.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, look, we all want to see a fun contest, a fun competition with a bunch of people in it. But if they keep playing like this, they're going to have a couple games to try and, hit the match point win at this rate. So someone's got to start to pick up the pace and get to their level here.
You say fun game, fun contest. Well, the most fun for me that I had was seeing all the NA teams make into the very end right there. The first 2 games had a little bit of a rough start for them. But we had the likes of Cold, we had the likes of Peter and Pollo But of course, it did come down to the two EU teams in the final moments there. But Pollo even here as a solo clutch. We had Kanata and Victor V make it into the end. Finally, our NA team starting to stand up. But they're going to have to do a lot more if they're going to be competing against their EU counterparts.
Especially when we're looking at what Falcons has been able to do so far today. We finally got a bit of a bounce back from their 11 from Falcons with everything going on with the club championship. And actually going back to what you were saying in regards to them being able to just past the halfway mark of that match point threshold for Shark and Tini. I did get a chance to talk to them earlier in the day. They said 9 games. So if they continue to perform like this, I think they're going to just blow that out of the water.
I believe them. I mean, it's funny because, you know, you see the conversation around them not being too reactive or whatever. Honestly, like at this point, I think for them it's just easy, you know? There's almost, like it doesn't even feel as rewarding because they're just doing what they have done all year long in Reload.
All right, so Shark and Tini currently have 188 points, which if I'm not mistaken is halfway to 350, and with a victory royale right there, are we about to get a 6-game match point? That can't be right. That's not going to happen. Obviously, people are going to be standing up to Shark and Tini, but to see them already be this close to 350 points, that is absolutely insane.
Looking at the two teams just behind them, perfect story for the Paris crowd. It's Skyjump, Mumsy, Izzy, Nosif. Both those French duos just putting on a show for us here, Viv. It's look, guys. After that Izzy and Nosif win, I looked straight at Vivid. I was like, "Are we gonna get some, you know, more reactions from you here in the crowd soon?"
Another jersey coming?
Listen, I would love to kind of do some more antics, but Izzy and Nosif, they got to work their way up to first place, and then maybe we'll get me a little bit excited. To get me even more excited would be NA showing up in this top 10. I mean, Cold and Rapid are sneaking up there, but outside of them, man, look at all these NA teams on the second page. Acorn and Bolts all the way at the bottom. I don't know if we've ever seen that before. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo expected to be going head-to-head with Shark and Tini. Nowhere to be seen. I mean, Muzz and Sphinx, they started the first game a little bit well, but they're still doing bad. And then Josh and Yumzo also on the second page.
I think that goes to speak on just how maybe underprepared teams were going from the Major 2 finals into the Reload Elite Series. What a switch up to go from Battle Royale to the Reload. And I think that a lot of our top teams like Acorn and Bolts, Peterbot and Pollo, and even some EU teams in other regions as well, just haven't been able to transition into that, not Battle Royale, but Reload mode. And I think having these non-set or these set lobbies that they're not used to is also throwing people for a loop.
The reality is, especially in the case of Peterbot and Pollo, we talked about it a lot at the start of the day. The club championship is on the line here, right? If these guys don't start to pick up the pace, the Falcons manager might just come and give them a kick up the backside, you know, just really put them in their place. Like, brothers, we gotta speed it up a bit because even though Sky and Scroll again haven't been phenomenal today, they're ahead. They're in a better position to sort of catch up and, you know, get involved in that race for match points. So, yeah, Pete and Pollo, let's get a move on.
Yeah. Kelly, another team that's trying to catch up, especially with what Falcons has been doing, is Vitality with Gino and Pablo Wingu. Right now, they're actually below what Falcons has been able to do. They need to find a way. I'm with you. The coach needs to come over and just be like, wake up, please.
Yeah, we were really excited to watch them today. We actually talked about at the start of the show that they're not really necessarily these W-key heavy elimination teams are more about going for the passivity, but it seems like you can't really make that decision right now. All the teams that we see at the top are making sure that they grab a handful of eliminations every single time. Whether that's early, mid, or later, that depends on how the player is able to play the meta. But for these teams that are kind of just foregoing the eliminations and just going for placement, they can't do that. They have to make a change.
Lev, we've obviously been on a little bit of a judgmental arc here. If we're missing some of the NA teams in the top half, that means some other teams are kind of taking their place, or at least we would expect where they would be. And it's actually some of those smaller region teams. I know I'm kind of breaking your heart right now by calling them a smaller region still. The Brazilian duo, Lua and Romero, 5th place. And then you got Z-Dog and Goofy representing OCE currently in 9th place through 3 games. I feel like those performances already, if they can continue on and finish in those places, they would be incredibly happy with that.
Yeah, look, Leo and Romero, I've given them a bunch of love, right? So I'm not going to keep piling on our Brazilian, Argentinian, Brazilian, whatever, we'll figure it out. But in the case of Z-Dog and Goofy, I mean, props to OCE. I think if there's one region that probably gets dunked on the most as far as let's delete a region, just get rid of it. Okay. It's probably OCE, right? But these guys are showing, nah, actually, let's hold on a minute. I think people were worried with some of the unfortunate performances from Alex, who's always who's been the staple, but these guys have stepped into that slot, stepped into that role, and they're looking really good.
And it's not like they're just playing under the radar. No, they're going up against some of the biggest teams. They're able to fight up against some of the best fraggers in the world. So them to show up for OCE, you know the audience is loving that.
And Vivid, I'm going to be looking at Sweetie and Pixie because they did end up getting the first victory royale, but after that, it has been a bit of a slow turn. We've been talking about consistency, and I think today is going to be especially that day that we want to see that consistency.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, when we did see Swizzy and Pixie get that first win of the day, I was like, listen, if Swizzy and Pixie actually go on to win this tournament, I don't really think anybody would be disappointed with that. I mean, Swizzy and Pixie are so good. They can have a very, very good run.
But unfortunately, with a good run, that means that there's the possibility of bad runs as well. Even if you get a win, you could easily get 20th place the next game. But the biggest thing that you cannot do is to let those mentalities get down. You have to stay up. You have to be positive. You have to make sure that you are in this for the win. So to all the teams that might not be at the top of our leaderboard right now, I do not think that they're going to be giving up, Levin. I think that this is just the start.
A lot of this duo is just wanting to see if they can get to that match point threshold. 350 points. Shark and Tini, the consistency is there. Let's see if this is going to continue on to match 4.
Crazy to think that halfway into the first map, basically, Shark and Tini have broken closer to 350 points than it would otherwise have taken. They might just crack it before we even leave the Elite Strong, which is going to be a big problem, given that the map after this is usually a little bit more dominant, less RNG favored towards the end game, because all that verticality goes out the window.
We played 3 games. We played 3 games, and they've already got over halfway. This is really a spectacle so far. Can they keep it up? That's the big storyline. Who's going to play spoiler, if anyone, at this point? Skyjump, Momsy, Nosif, Izzy. Nice to see the French representation up there in the top 3 as well. And who's going to actually have a bit of a comeback? You know, we've seen Bolts and Acorn all the way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. They need to have something happening right now. And I do expect to see a little bit more of this early game of Spawn contention, as teams need to get those eliminations on the board. As Peterbot finds one, gets another as well. That's Momsy that he takes out early game here. Looking to try and take down another one. Salvatore. Nice. There we go. That's 3. Keep
That's
it
actually super important for Peterbot. We need these fast elims. He recognizes he's got to turn online. And you know what? More teams should have been doing this. More teams should have been taking those hot drops. We mentioned that in game 1 and 2, that everyone was kind of playing it like a regular BR. Like, oh, this is our drop. We're going to land here together. And it actually caused even some players to get eliminated a little bit early.
Eco anywhere nearby. Dom looking for an angle on the other side. Gets Malibuka inside of the box. Hits the shots as well. Down to 18 HP, but that's not going to matter. Siphon comes in.
This could be a big problem. Peterbot's probably thinking to himself, oh, hey, that's the guy I was looking for. Let me go out there. No, no, no. It's a whole different duo in Alert player. So he's going to have to really make a move at this point and be fast about it. The more time he takes away, there it is, finally gets Chino. I was going to say, the less time he gets to reunite with Pollo. Where is Pollo? Has he started making his way in? I think I see a matching arrow there, kind of on the hill. So maybe Pollo's now gotten a little bit close, kind of curious, right, as to what's going on in this area.
I'm loving this right now, though. This is like Chapter 5 Peterbot, just running at teams, even as a solo. Was not afraid of Chino. You can't. I mean, it's, you know, he's still got it in him. He's still got that fire within. I think maybe it's a bit of a wake-up call, these first 3 games not going their way. You know, maybe they thought they would have had a little bit of an easier time than they actually have. Of course, they did well in the first group. Not amazingly when you compare it to Shark and Teeny. I mean, that's almost unattainable standards. But I think Peterbot just needs to lock in a little bit here, which is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he started off in 16th in this game. Now he's knocking on the door of 12. What a huge mammoth shot right there. And then the hunt, he's going after Demis. Here it is, misses that one, but the crash pads are coming through. He is just going all in right now. I love how he wears his competitive spirit on his sleeves just like that. 6 eliminations all by himself, taking on duos. This is the Peterbot that Faxity loves to root for. This is the we in Peterbot right here. I love this.
Come on, let's see if he can continue it. 6 eliminations so far. No idea where Poyo even is. Is he just the one outside? Difficulty right now, though. Peterbot's in a bit of a sandwich. Couple of teams, couple of players in the surrounding area. Darman Dimash back to a duo there as well. Pablo and Chino in the area as well. Peterbot needed to hit that shot because now he's getting keyed by Dimash. Gets him inside the box, and yeah, it's the third party. It's Pablo and Chino. Big cheer here from the crowd. From the Vitality fans, you have to imagine, as Darman Dimash now have to deal with Pablo and Chino as well. 2 very good fighting duos here from the European region going head-to-head, giving each other a little bit of respect as well. But that was electric there from Peterbot at the beginning. That's what you want to see from the team chaser.
I wouldn't be surprised he comes back. He's like, yo, I got free Elans over here, bro. We need to play the north side.
Yep.
This is the strat. You know, it's little things like that that give you information on, you know, where teams are landing, which teams you're clearly better than in certain scenarios. Take advantage of it. Peterbot deserves all the praise here. That's the highlight reel that we have been expecting. Took a couple of games to get there, but again, we're just starting this tournament, right? Everyone needs to chill out.
This was it right here. There was actually a moment where Pablo actually went down to another team. So Peterbot took down Pablo, went for Chino. Chino managed to hide away, but then Pablo went down to someone else. And I don't think Peterbot would have known that. So if he'd have gone for Chino right there, he would have actually been able to take him out. Swizzy and Pixie, though, getting off to a hot start in this game. First elimination for them.
Come on, Goofy.
Yeah, that's a big one for them because Goofy are slipping down that leaderboard after a solid start. Teeny and Shark also a little bit more calm at the beginning of the game, and Sky and Scroll far from it. That's their second of the game so far.
Yeah, getting Sphinx right there. Sphinx kind of falling down behind with Muzz. You know, game 1 was pretty well, going in 5th place. Now jumping kind of forward here to match number 4. They found themselves more closer to 15th instead. So still much more to be desired. Sky and Scroll have seemed to have caught their mark, though. This is a tough spot to be in. Like, you want to get to your duo to have that backup, but you don't want to expose yourself to a well-positioned fighting European team like Sky and Scroll.
Yeah, the last team you want to fight. 9th place right now for Sky and Scroll. They've been lackluster, really, throughout the entire of this competition. They've had their moments, they've had their glimpses of brilliance, but I think we expect more consistency from them. It's hard in Reload because, you know, it's such a smaller map, there's less teams. It is harder to be consistent, especially when the loot pool is so different as well. But,
you know, I think, though, for Sky and Scroll, they got their 2 bad days out the way, which is uncharacteristic of them anyways.
Yeah.
So, you know, realistically, that was probably the best case scenario. It's like, you know what, we had our tough days. Now they can just kind of get to grooving here. They kind of clawed their way out of that slum that they were in. Because they're not doing too bad right now. They're at 90 points here.
Yeah,
they're very much in the competition.
What I will say is they're one of the greatest teams at adapting to the lobby as well. They're one of the really good at sort of looking back at some of those VODs, looking back at what they did wrong, and they're very humble. They're one of those teams that works with a coach, of course. They have that support behind them. And you can honestly see it every single time they go into a season, every single time they have a strategy. It's so well thought out that it was almost quite surprising we didn't see something similar in Reload for the first 2 days for their performances. But they're here, and that's all that matters. Shark and Teeny as well playing the Storm. 0 eliminations for them right now. We should see how they play out the rest of today.
Yeah, definitely a different pacing here. I was under the assumption maybe they would have been trying to position themselves to actually full kind of crash on another duo, but nothing just yet. Swizzy Pixie seem to have continued to kind of pick on Goofy here. Goofy hasn't caught a break at all in the back half of this early game. He just keeps getting farmed over and over. If it's not this duo, it's another.
Yeah.
Saw Cammy kind of get in there waxing on this. It's pretty tough for OC right now.
Cammy and Hari as well, 6th place right now. We haven't seen a major amount of those guys, but that is exactly what they're like, right? You know, they're kind of flying under the radar. Consistency is the name of their game. Leon Romero as well, currently sat in 5th place at the moment. I think they're a team that have surprised so many people with the ability that's on display. The team from Argentina have really put on a show for us.
Yeah, most definitely. Got to clear the air too. Argentina, huh? 'Cause, you know, 11 over here trying to create a regional battle over there.
You don't want to do that. Not with those two.
Okay, Momsy sky jump though, jumping in, looking pretty solid. Sharkantini setting up here. Got a couple tags in on Demis, but not enough to want to stay around. They're still in the storm, mind you. So they have been kind of lurking, hunting for action. Now they're going to go for a quick heal, hit the super jump, and they'll be off to positioning for the end game. This is the same exact strategy they employed last round, by the way. It was an eastern zone. They went far south all the way around and then wrapped their way into a strong southern position. But look at that. The zone's going to start pulling towards the top tier training, so it's not going to be exactly favorable for the way that they're entering in this time.
Yeah, I think knowing the map is really important. Knowing where those static launch pads are, it's going to be crucial. Has been crucial as part of their strategy. Izzy and Nosif as well made that rotation look really simple. We've spoken about it. Landing in the right spot is really important. Sharkantini looking like they're trying to get towards that dead side of zone. They're flying way above everyone else. That white HP is my only concern. Interested to see how they actually approach that. You see Shark with 2 of those fizz. I wonder if Teeny has any med kits. I think we did see them buy some on the vending machine earlier. Shark, no, down to 1 HP, completely down as well to the storm. Are any teams going to see that? You see Teeny right next to him. Disastrous there for Shark, who has now gone down. Was it storm? Was it full damage? I'm not too sure. But Teeny's now having to expand out on his own. And what was looking like a really smart play from those guys turned out to not be the case whatsoever. It looked as though they might have just got looked at by one of the teams that they were trying to glide over. Maybe took it a little bit too risky towards the end of that rotation. Good news for Shark, though, is he will be able to get back into it. Reboots are not ending for another 40 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, though. Bad news for Teeny, getting looked at from so many different angles. Could this be the end for Teeny? Well, Shark is back in the game right now, but the first time we've seen them wobble today.
Might not be the end, but it's definitely going to be much harder now, given that they've expended so much resources here. So, yes, Shark is back in, but look, 40 mats here. What are you going to do, split that with your teammate? So they're going to really have to put it all on the line and crash into another duo. You know, I don't know whether or not to, like, celebrate the downfall here, because it means that we have a longer tournament life or what, but yeah, we'll just have to see.
I think that's the thing, though. Shark and Teeny are that sort of team that can and will get a refresh earlier on. They're the team that can just roll through anybody. So even though they find themselves in this position, you cannot count themselves, or you cannot count them out. All of our duos still alive at this point. Lots more passive RPG from Peterbot into the Mammoth Pistol. Nice connection there onto the team down below. Peterbot with 6 limbs, didn't really get too much more active after that first bout of eliminations that he was managing to get. It's a difficult rotation for so many of our teams right now, rotating right the way through top tier training, all the way down towards that southeast.
Sky Scroll are going to get the first jump here on the zone, as it kind of pulls relatively favorable for them. Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie are already there as well. Cold and Rapid, some of the earlier teams to start positioning in the new storm. Sky Scroll thinking about whether or not it's time to go ahead and make their rotate. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny are off here. We knew that they were going to have to crash in. It's Osif, or Nizzy. Here it is. They end up getting Nosif there. And that's going to be an unfortunate turn of events. Shark and Teeny, Aura versus Orchid, already starting to go down.
Let's take a look at the club championship on the right side of the screen. 300 points separates Team Falcons from AGAL. Reminder, our AGL team is Sky and Scroll. Our Team Falcons team is Peterbot and Poya, who have had a very slow start by their standards. Peterbot turning it up to 11, though, this game, getting so many of those eliminations. Those guys want to hold on to that first place, but for Sky and Scroll, they need to chase.
Peterbot and Boyo, had they not just got third party right there, would have taken out Shark and Teeny. Rocket launcher in hand, Mammoth Pistol when Shark was flying by, Peterbot connected with them, and they were about to push for the elims there. It just shows you how one small situation can change the entire story. And just like that, Shark and Teeny gets a push on. Izzy has to play this out solo, though. One of the only players as a solo right now. Acorn has also been found himself as a solo. He is in dead last as Bolt has fallen. This is so tough. Mini Pio finds another one. Peterbot with the flyby shot. What is going on?
Teeny down though, as Peterbot goes to the flyby onto height. Huge moments here in this lobby. Shark now has to do it all as a solo, just like Izzy, who we saw have that incredible solo clutch just yesterday. Shark lower on the white HP, looking for some angles. If there's anyone that can do it, it's Shark. Hits the first shot there onto Goofy. Z-Dog in the front side. Shark only 13 bills. Needs to try and find something and quick. Still no placement points for Shark and Teeny. Every single team is still in this game. At least as a solo, that's the first team to go down. It's Izzy and Nosif. Disastrous return to the lobby for these guys after such a good finish to the last game. Shark though needs it all to do and unfortunately cannot do it. They are the third team to fall in this game, so that is our first place team out.
Not before landing the shot though, so the damage has been done there. Peterbot, Boyo have a chance now to start closing this gap here on the rest of the lobby. Into the box though, Peterbot scrambling here, almost loses track of the enemy. The enemy loses track of him. It is just a messy and scrappy fight, but looks like Peterbot gets it all back under control. Switches to the hard mats now. He got the layer. Poyo's here to back him up. There's a team there. Poyo makes the call for Peterbot to come. It's Khan. It's faded. The shots land through. Peter's got the RPG. It's left or right. Which way they're going to go, we're just going to have to see. Meanwhile, Momsy sky jump back to high ground here, trying to go for a win. They just can't get enough.
Paris gets excited about that, but Momsy gets beamed by Poyo. That's got to be the green light for Peterbot and Poyo to go up for height. As our French team are whittled down to just a solo. Scroll now also a solo on these mid-ground layers, looking for an opportunity to find a refresh. Peterbot causing absolute havoc with that RPG, looking for the shot as well, not going to be able to be found, but Poyo is all the way up top. Finally, could this be the game? From the very offset of this game, we saw a different side of Peterbot that we haven't seen in a while. Prime Peterbot could be back. Could they be setting themselves up for the ultimate comeback after such a shaky start? To do it for them, to do it for Falcons, and to do it for their legacy.
And I like that too. He just drops the RPG so he doesn't even accidentally put it out at this point. We've already seen 2 small misplays earlier in the day, so Peter's looking fully locked in. We have not seen him better here on the evening. Jump into the low ground though. Look at Scroll still clutching as a solo right now, really pushing his way through this lobby. Cold is also solo clutching here as well. Victor B, Kanata. Kanata's gonna be the first to fall. Victor's got his backside open though, and Scroll finds another elimination there. It's Muzz who takes down Kanata. It's Cold who exchanges onto Darm. It is still firing off here on the low ground.
Only Siphon bills though for Scroll. He's gonna have to pop that med kit as Sky Jump. Of course, down to a solo right here. Demon Gendarme completely out. Peterbot gets into the box of George and finds the elimination as well. That's a huge refresh for him. 0 bills going into that. Now they can reclaim that high ground positioning and wreak havoc onto the rest of the lobby downstairs. Peterbot and Poyo ensuring that they're not going to take full damage, using that fizz, looking on down at everyone else. And they're looking to climb that leaderboard right now. Skyjump still alive as a solo, remember. They were looking really good up on height until Poyo had something to say about it.
This is the wildest part. All that work, and they're still not in top 10, by the way. They are just beginning to get to that positioning area. Meanwhile, Skyjump gets another elimination onto Iamzo down low. The points are adding up. A big missed shot there. We are going to see Peterbot have to go down and take the fight here shortly. Match is starting to run out. There's the Flowberry Fizz. Malabuka Vico get crashed on. This can go either way. It's a scrappy fight down low. Everyone's going to have to get their hands dirty. Salvatore cranking around the side, loses Yasin. It's a 2v1v1. Peterbot, Boyo have to make a move. When is it going to be?
Low on builds though. Peterbot only got 1. He's going to have to drop on through. Salvatore all the way back in the storm. Manages to make his way back in. It's a 2v1. Peterbot and Poyo have announced themselves at last in the finals. This is what this duo are about.
This is it. Look at Peterbot really trying to live in the moment. Gets up from his seat, looks around, tries to absorb in this moment right now. He needs that. He lives and thrives off the energy. I know for certain the fans online are feeling good about this one. We are Peterbot and Poyo. Look at the fan right there holding this sign up. We love that. They love them. That was a good game. That's what they needed. And again, I said it. They were so far down though. That's, I think, barely going to nudge them into like top 10. Maybe a little further now though. A win does give you an exceptional amount of extra points.
Well, you know what the great news for them was as well is that Shark and Teeny went down so early. They didn't get any placement points in that game. I think they only got 1 elim. Sharkantini. So if there's any sort of game to really have that big comeback and that big win for Peter Bottom-Pollo, it was that one.
Well, oh, wait, now that I think about it, though, you got to think about it. They're representing Team Falcon. Don't forget, Sky and Skrull are their other, arguably even bigger, team to deal with. They have to outperform them for the club championship points. So this is a really good showing right now. There's the signs once again. I don't think Peter can actually see them from where he's seated, but it's definitely cool.
Yeah, he definitely feels the love, and that's a really important point. We're going to see the leaderboard, so when you do see the leaderboard, have a look out for where AGAL, Sky and Skrull are. Luckily for them, they did have a nice solo clutch with Skrull, managed to pick up a few eliminations, and managed to carry the team forward in that endgame. And of course for Falcons, they just got to outperform it. So keep an eye out on that stage of the leaderboard, because you never know when this is going to actually end. Plenty more action to come as well, and the first 4 games have been fantastic.
Just looking at the reactions here, Peterbot trying not to get too worked up right now, but definitely looking better than from comparatively when I was down there doing that interview with Zeke. We're catching up on the tournament standings. I mean, boy, it was.
Okay, up, left, down, down. Oh, nice! 8-bit sprite. Look so surprised, like, whoa! Okay, nice. I'll take us to the extraction point, and then I can continue with my game. Oh, all this running is making me thirsty.
Hey, stop right there.
Wait, don't eliminate me. I'm just trying to extract my sprite.
Oh, you have a sprite? Me too, actually. I've got the Jonesy sprite, mate.
Oh, nice. I got the 8-bit one.
Oh, that one goes hard. Looks so surprised.
That's so weird. I literally said that earlier. Do you want to maybe form a truce?
Truce?
Yeah. I won't eliminate you, and you won't eliminate me until we both extract our sprites. We got a deal?
Okay, mate. Deal.
This was nice.
Yeah, it was actually.
What? We had a truce. What are you doing?
Don't move.
You betrayed me. You saved my life. You aren't trying to...
My brother, I would never.
And here you go. Extract. Well, see ya.
See ya.
Oh my goodness. I mean, after that game, Vivian, that's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. We're talking about Peter Bot. We got the hype. The Falcons fans are here. They're feeling the energy. Hey, Pollo's on fire.
Team Falcons. We got to keep the show on the road. Thank you, and shout out to the Falcons!
This is it, our last time around the map for Elite Stronghold. And so far, it's been the show we have all been expecting. Shark and Teeny at top of the leaderboard at one point. Peterbot and Poyo getting their victory royale, and even Izzy and Nosif continuing the run from the survival stage to get a victory royale as well. This is match point finals, Taco. 350 points. That is step one, where teams are looking to get on that match point and then eventually get a victory royale.
But it's just not going to come easy, because right now everyone is just managing to break out and keep the leaderboard close. You never really get to see too clear of a breakaway just yet, but it might be cooking. Shark and Teeny obviously on the hunt for it, and after that impressive performance out of Peterbot and Poyo, I think we might just be starting to see the rivalry really heat things up here, but you can't count anybody out.
No, you definitely can, because honestly, if you were watching the first two games, you might have counted out Peterbot and Poyo, and you would have been wrong. And if you kind of looked at that leaderboard, though, Peterbot and Poyo kind of high up, a relatively good position, but it's AGAL Sky and Scroll in terms of the club championship that needs to start to pick up the pace. Only 108 points so far, sitting in 11th place.
Really just waiting to see who touches down first in some of these teams. Peterbot, Poyo, Momsy in their sights. Meanwhile, other players continuing to drop across the map, but Momsy, he might get the opening shot. Peterbot is just so incredible. Peterbot is out of here. Momsy's gonna send him packing. Fearless Fear will not be infiltrated by NAC that easily.
Already that hot run coming to a slow start here, but in Conchito, Pablo, they hear the noise and they want to take part in it. Rocket launcher in hand, that's going to drop him down to relatively low ground, burning through his materials as well. Momsy needs a miracle to stay alive, and he's not going to get it here. That knock's going to come in, and Chino and Pablo are going to get that first elimination for themselves.
Momsy just wasn't even sure which direction to check, and I can't blame him with the way that Chino and Pablo just collapsed. But Khan, now waiting, strikes back, gets the opening shot, but it doesn't even matter. Chino and Pablo clearly ready to finish whatever they've started off here in Game 5, because just like that, Khan also sent to detour elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's not over just yet. The lurks keep on coming, but Malabuka gets found out at the last second. Chino Pablo immediately turn around and take him down as well. The late entry over towards Fearless Fear has been working out, netting them 4 eliminations right out of the gates.
Might have to come to a little bit of a pause, though. Just drifting elsewhere on the map. Shark, Teeny. Might have to clash soon enough here at Elite Experiments, but as of right now, a little bit more fixated on just establishing themselves in the lobby overall. They're going to take some time to properly loot things up, make sure they get a decent material count online before they really start to get involved with some of these fights. And Shark, Teeny, their presence is just going to constantly keep Mumsy and Skyjump really on. I think it's just a little bit on edge if you're Mumsy and Skyjump, because you've got a slight lead, but how do you hold on to that?
Especially against Shark and Teeny. It's going to be something that's very, very hard to plan for. Especially this team here, Goofy, Z-Dog from OCE. If you don't pay attention to the region, you might not necessarily know what type of skill they're capable of. And so far this weekend, they are surprising almost everybody. But now they're on the back foot, forced to run away from Swizzy and Pixie, who at one point were the first place team as well. This is over towards Chisel Cubes. They don't want to fall too deep into that crater. There's so many nooks and crannies, places to hide, and they want to be the team that gets caught off guard because of it.
That's the problem for Swizzy and Pixie. You miss one lobby with an early elimination exit, and suddenly the rest of the leaderboard is already on your throat. And Z-Dog, Goofy, they have not made things easy. Every single time, these guys have been looking for a lot of early game brawling, and most of the time, it's been going pretty heavily in their favor. So yeah, Oceania can definitely get behind watching these guys try to carry a big message to the rest of the world of what they're capable of. But for Cold and Rapid, don't have any time to think. Pablo and Chino are just immediately looking to pounce.
Yeah, and it's a scary situation because both of them are lacking some shields. That rocket launch with pre-fire came in perfectly. Rapid gets boxed up. He gets knocked down. 12-second timer for Cold has officially been started here. But I do believe Cold was able to kind of make his distance, but he's getting chased off. Cold is now under the hunt of Shark and Teeny. Remember that 12-second timer, I do think he bought more than enough time to get Rapid back, but Rapid still has to figure out a strategy of his own of how he's going to be able to get back down. Cole doing a good job of buying him more than enough time, but he himself realizes there's two players. It's Shark, it's Teeny. This might be too hot to handle.
And Cold, even he might be looking to take Shark down with him, but it's just not enough. Bolts instead, from a separate angle entirely, is going to deal the dirty work for Shark and Teeny here. Now Acorn and Bolts, though, recognizing the fact Teeny, Shark, maybe a little bit too much time expended on the hunt there for Cold. Shark Teeny, they're not ones to stray from a fight. Acorn and Bolts maybe reconsidering at the same time, though, Jacob. Acorn Bolts, they kind of need this one.
Yeah, and because of that, getting sandwiched between Acorn Bolts, Shark and Teeny, Cold and Rapid will be our first team eliminated out of this match. They hold that 10th place spot for now, but obviously, as the game continues, everybody will have a chance to overtake them. And I do like this decision. Shark and Teeny disengaging one way, Acorn Bolts going the other. They just finished a fight. They just cleaned up a whole nother team, so they don't want to take too many big risks too early.
Con and Faded, they were already starting to make their move. It's because of what they were able to clear up just before, finding that elimination onto Rapid. Definitely giving them some pretty big motivation. Anytime these players sniff even the slightest bit of weakness from a duo, from a player, where they see that reboot popping off after the elimination feed lights up, they're all ready and just too eager to try and wipe each other out. Shark and Teeny, from having once been on the prowl, they're gonna find themselves just forfeiting that aggressive front. Shark knows he's gotta wait. Teeny will manage to make it back into this lobby, but now he's at the mercy of what everyone else decides to do. And Sky, Scroll, they don't seem like they're done with him just yet.
Yeah, they heard the noise. It's about, are you going to go ahead and make the trip on over? And that one's answered instantly, but it's not just them. It's Chino and Pablo also rotating on over. Sky gets dropped down to just a sliver of HP. They do clean up the elimination onto Teeny just in time, because it's Sky who gets the siphon. Thanks to Scroll, he's staying alive that much longer here, and much needed because of Pablo and Chino were looking to take the fight, but as the dust settles, both teams looking to go their separate ways.
The way that Pablo and Chino are just going all out aggressive right now, Jacob, obviously they're sorely missing out on playing catch-up time after these first few lobbies just did not go in a more favorable direction for them. But you're looking at them going so crazy as if they're on the line of getting eliminated from the entire finals if this game isn't a win for them. Love to see them start to be much more proactive, though.
Seeing everybody else rotating in from the northeastern side of the map, trying to hold on to a little bit of elevation. Most of the zone is over open water, so we know we might have a cutback in our future, but Sky and Scroll still willing to get their hands dirty. Teeny respawning back in, and this is where the farm is looking to begin, but Teeny doing a good job. Great damage on the Sky, literally fighting for his life. Chance to stay alive, but Scroll reunites. They're both positioned well together against Teeny here. I don't see Shark anywhere in sight, so I'm not sure how much Teeny help he's gonna get.
Hey, but if you're gonna try and match up with Teeny, you best step correctly. Teeny, though, realizing might have taken a little bit too much time there trying to bail out. He'll be eliminated. Shark still lurking overhead, though he has managed to close some space, at least away from where that action was taking place. But the problem is, out of the frying pan, straight into the fire, potentially, dealing with the likes of Kanata and Victor V now, who seemingly might have a little bit of an inkling that there is a player nearby, but don't know just how direct that notion is. And in fact, Victor V still watching his back, but they're not going to pursue it right now.
Yeah, at least not onto Shark, but right in front of them is Teeny as well. trying to hold down that launch pad. Hopefully the communication comes through, and you see in the minimap right there, above them is Chino and Pablo as well. The zone does cut back from Peerless Pier. Remember, I mentioned most of the zone over open water, but I don't think it gets that much easier. You see on the north side of that zone, relatively even, flat land, but on the south side, that's when we got those mountain ranges coming into play.
Look, most players, when they get eliminated back-to-back sequences, you think that they'd want to just sit inside of the storm and take it easy, find those opportunities to loop back up and recover. But for Shark and Teeny, there's a method to the madness. They're still willing to go as aggressively as they can. And it's actually going to push Victor V and Kanata further away from them. Whether this is an intended outcome by Shark and Teeny, we'll have to wait and see. I really do think that they were hustling to get some eliminations for a refresh there, but the opportunity might have slipped them by.
Yeah, needed the resources, the materials, everything there, not just the points itself. Izzy and Nosip, on the other hand, looking much better off. You see them find a med kit. They're stalling for time. They know the zone is opening up, and that's going to be a blessing in disguise. On the other side, Sky Jump, Momsy, our first place team so far in this competition. They're just going ahead and staggering back. They're buying all the time in the world, especially with the zone continuing to pull in their favor. Another north side zone.
Momsy and Skyjump might even be smiling every time they look at that elimination feed early on, but you can't get too excited just yet. Even if a team is having these early game woes, that doesn't mean that they won't be able to turn things around, because how many times, Jacob, have we seen a team go through it, everything working against them in the early phases, and then one good refresh in that mid to end game, and all of a sudden they're right back in the action and potentially even able to take the victory royale.
I feel like this game right now is kind of slowing down. I think they realize reboots are about to turn off in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. We're already in the 6th zone. Even the ones that are outside trying to go ahead and out-heal it, it is 2 tick of damage per second that you spend out there. So timing is definitely of the essence. But a north side zone pool, relatively flat ground outside of the hostile hold, of course. So if we continue kind of moving towards the west, this will be a good game, or at least a good chance for everybody here, no matter what they have in their inventory.
It makes sense, though, for these teams to want to play a bit more reserved. No one's really trying to be the first one out in the open, because nobody wants to be at the mercy of the lobby focus, and they can just position on these little elevation shifts, the halfway points of the cliff faces, using some of that natural coverage to instead preserve a lot of their build material. But Skrull won't be able to get out of the line of sight. Cammy's gonna get the credit for it, but Peterbot and Poyo were definitely looking his way. It's a pretty tough blow for Sky and Skrull to suffer at this stage, but Sky, he's just got to muster up the willpower to stay on his own 2 feet here, because Skrull might be back in the action, but that doesn't mean that he's out of the clear just yet.
Yeah, just kind of having to drop in from above. Teeny is down as well. No chance for him to reboot back into this game. They have officially turned off, so now all the pressure is going to be on the Shark, and he only has 26 builds, 1 med kit, no extra shields, and then 1 shockwave on top of that.
Just thinking back to that one opportunity that they had briefly against Kanata and Victor V that they weren't able to truly capitalize on, but Faded yoinking Bolts' elimination credit. Shark now realizing that lobby is headed straight for him, but fortunately he'll still be able to put up the facade that he's strong enough to push back against this lobby pressure. Hari and Cammy, though, actually are standing tall as a duo currently, just waiting to see where their next play is going to be at. Shark managing to pick up a little loot pile along the way. That is a huge saving grace.
Yep, it's keeping him alive. The shields, extra med kits just in case, but the build still lacking. It's all about trying to get some points for your effort. 0 eliminations so far. Uncharacteristic like from a team just like that. Very, very similar here. Poyo with that 1 elimination. Got to imagine it was on Skrull or Sky before the reboots even turned off. So they're back into the game. No worries there. But they're headhunting. They're looking for any player on these rotations that are making mistakes that they can capitalize on.
All I know is that anytime you see Peterbot and Poyo light up with even 1 victory royale, that seems to be the catalyst every single time for that duo. And a lot of this, too, when it comes down to a LAN finals, Jacob, you're really just trying to simulate that home environment. How many times have we seen Peterbot's friends and family encouraging him, and Faxley himself even constantly wanting to remind Pete, you just need to play like you're at home. You don't have anything to prove. You're already the greatest Fortnite player of all time, so you just need to fly out there. And it's those kinds of encouraging moments that I think can really make the difference for these teams.
2 solos running around this lobby inside of the top 18. This is one of them. And you can see so many players cutting off the path. As Peterbot and Pollo get ready for their next rotation. They don't want to be too quick to the punch, make a mistake that they'll regret throughout the course of this game. A Shark looks towards his left. Weak ball. Vico Malabuka not really ready to take that action just yet. Sky and Scroll as well, looking for any opportunity. Zone is pushing players further towards the north, but it's not up the mountain just yet.
The minigame battle for height is about to kick off here, though, knowing that Shark and Teeny are just not going to really be too big of a participant, because Shark by his lonesome challenging Slizzy and Pixie is going to be a problem here, but Momsy and Skyjump, an issue entirely of themselves in the low ground. Pete and Pollo, all these differing layers, Jacob, just starting to get very messy.
Yeah, especially if you don't really have a sense of what's going down on each one of those layers. The Shark finally runs out of his material. Zone actually opens up in his favor, a blessing in disguise for Shark as he goes right back to the cone. It is going to be wood. Relatively easy to see through, but let's see what tricks Shark has up his sleeve.
When everybody is just scrambling over each other, though, that's where the opportunity to strike could really present itself here. Shark even feeling like he might be able to play through a little bit of healing methods here, but Pete, Pollo, they've decided to make their way up. It's all about whether or not Peterbot can actually take down Pixie instead. He'll opt to just prioritize high ground control, but they know it's only a matter of seconds before Swizzy and Pixie potentially look to chop him out and re-challenge, but Pixie paying the ultimate price on his way down.
Shots from above. They made sure to hit every single point of damage, even without the actual knock, to make sure they see some sort of success. Hari and Cammy underneath, but they're on a mid layer, trying to make sure to clear it out. Peterbot, Pollo finally get their high ground overtaken. They are burning through material. They're burning through their resources as well. Sky and Scroll have officially been eliminated out of this game. 16th place taco, no placement for them.
But how far can Falcons, Peterbot, and Pollo truly fly? Aurora Shark also trying to make sure that he can build as many placement points. Is he nearly falling? But Shark won't be able to finish it off. He's still got to keep trying to find different opportunities, and they are just running ever so thin here because Pete and Pollo are just forcing everybody to hide.
And while they're taking names and crossing them off the list, Izzy and Nosip are going to get that elimination onto Shark, but it's not without sacrifice. Izzy has gone down. A few solos left in this game, and Nosip is feeling the pressure of being one of those few, but luckily for him, he spots a bit of loot outside of the zone, sacrificing a little bit more HP to make sure he grabs it for himself. But Peterbot and Pollo, or I say just Peterbot now, still battling out for the high ground, but he doesn't have material. He has to concede.
And the drop down, he might be able to snag an elimination on his exit, but Vico Malabuka, that's exactly who he might have to fare with next. They've actually done a great job at holding on to that low side control. Granted, they fully understand they're going to need to start making their way up. They're going to need to start finding more eliminations, but Faded and Khan cutting Pete short in his tracks.
Oh my, Momsy! 4th elimination, and when he needs it most, getting the siphon, getting the shield, able to use the medkit to buy him that much more time, but Yassine is up above. Malabuka, Vico, they did not get the memo, and they send them right back to where they came.
And Vico's trying to take out Pixie all the while. Yes, it's just taking out chunks of Vico's HP. He will be able to play the medkit temporarily. Mini Pia also still kicking, but look at what Momsy's been able to accomplish. 4 eliminations, Cammy and Hari sitting on 5, but they're still not done. They're hunting down these last couple of opponents here in this ultimate low ground, looking back, just waiting for the moment to strike.
And this is that moment. They're the only duo left in this game, but one of the solos is Momsy. We know what type of run he's been on so far, and he's bobbing and weaving, dodging all he can until eventually Hari takes him out. now, but now it's all solos. Cammy has fallen, so it's anybody's opportunity.
And Vico hoping that nobody realizes where he's at, but how much HP does he really have to work with? Doesn't have any build, so that'll be the end of it for Hari. The siphon materials. Vico waiting to close this one out. Salvador not going to be able to connect. Vico hoping, but it's a dodge. Every which way angle, and Salva winning it outright for the Middle East.
They finally pick it back up. They qualified through the survival stage. They made their mark here at the match point finals by picking up that victory royale and starting to boost this confidence, because if anybody thought this was going to be a quick few games, we crown a champion, we move on, you were wrong. This is a marathon of Fortnite.
Vico definitely seeming very pleased with himself, though, for at least securing that second place position, but I am just in disbelief. Yassin and Salva, for what it's worth, Jacob, they just psychoed hype, and it worked out. They did not have healthy HP. I believe Yassin only had like maybe 5 to work with. Salva also no shield whatsoever, down to about half of his white health too, and the fact of the matter is, they just took it by force.
They really did, man. And honestly, look at their faces. They're not celebrating as much as Vico and Malabuka. I might have to challenge Vico to a dance-off, but this is the moment right here. Vico literally falling under the radar. He had 5 eliminations. Mini Pio there went down. That stopped him from eventually picking up the material in time. But as you see, Salvatore dropped down, got a little bit of an advantage because Vico didn't know where he was coming from. And since then, he already had the pressure and made that finish off strong. Yassine and Salvatore putting their region on the map here in finals.
Right, and for Vika too, back against the wall, just impressive stuff to really hold his own in those last couple of moments. But what I'm really starting to notice is how aggressive so many of our teams are starting to get in this early game action. While we're not witnessing necessarily the full elimination removals of a duo, it's just that constant tension, because the moment one player falls, they are just stuck in that reboot loop for what feels like at least 5 or 6 zones. And by then, how do you recover? That was the problem for Shark and Teeny.
Yeah, they kind of were just stuck on the outskirts for so long, and they weren't really able to loot up. And we talked about that opportunity where Kanata and Victor V were kind of rotating on by. Maybe they wanted to take the fight, but with Chino and Pablo there as well, it was just a little bit too messy. And those are the little opportunities that you kind of look at. You always kind of think the big moments, missing a shot, but that was not going to be the case. But we have one of the best teams, the fan favorites, ready for you guys on the side.
Skyjump and Momsy currently sitting atop of the leaderboard. A really impressive day so far, but obviously still plenty of action to come. Momsy, let's start things with you. How does this lobby feel in comparison to the group stage?
Si tu compares un petit peu au group stage, comment est-ce que c'est le niveau de ce lobby-là actuellement?
Je m'attendais à un niveau quand même un petit peu plus élevé.
I was waiting for a little bit better than this.
Finalement, pour le moment, ça se passe bien. On espère continuer sur cette lancée et au final soulever le trophée. Hein.
Yeah, so for now we are doing good, and it's kind of more easy than what we thought. So we hope we're gonna do the same, and we got at the end just leave the trophy.
It's been a really impressive performance so far. Has there been any strategy changes for you guys coming into today, or are you guys just feeling yourselves at this point?
Est-ce que vous avez changé un peu les strats par rapport au jour d'avant, ou est-ce que vous êtes resté sur le même style de jeu que vous avez proposé au group stage?
On est plutôt resté sur le même. Après, voilà, c'est différentes games. Ouais, différentes games. On prend des kills à certains endroits, à certains moments. Tu peux pas savoir quand tu vas les prendre. Et de toute façon, là, pour le moment, ça se passe bien. Et on n'a rien changé au game plan. On suit juste comme on
So our strategy is kind of the same, but of course every game is different. So we never know where we're gonna get kills or what will be the rotation, of course. So we just adapt each games, but the game plan is still the same. Like, play the best as we can and follow what we used to do.
Well, let's talk about the format then a little bit coming into today, because in the next few games we're going to quickly be approaching match point format. Does that feel like today could bring it to be a little bit easier, or is it going to make things a little bit harder later in the day?
Alors là aujourd'hui on a je vais te poser la question à toi du coup BG, on a un espèce de format un peu particulier avec le match point. Quand on atteint les 350 on peut avoir une victoire. Est-ce que pour toi du coup c'est plus facile de gagner par rapport au jour d'avant, ou au contraire ça peut être vraiment un format qui vous met à l'aise ou pas à l'aise? Comment tu le vis ce format?
Bah ouais, moi je trouve que le format il est excellent, jouer comme ça.
Ça change rien au niveau des top 1, c'est toujours aussi difficile ou facile entre guillemets avant d'avoir le match point, mais une fois que ça arrivera vers game 7 et 8, ça sera beaucoup plus compliqué je pense.
I really like this format. I think for now it's not changing a lot because no one is in match point, but of course it's still really hard to have a victory royale, and maybe when someone will have match points, the game will change a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we're all thinking backstage. Well, with bated breath. But you know what? Finally, we've got the French fans here. They're having a great time. Is there anything that you would like to say to them? Because every time we say your guys' names, the crowd goes crazy.
À chaque fois qu'on dit vos noms, les gens ils viennent complètement fous. Tu voulais leur dire un petit truc peut-être aux fans français qui vous écoutent?
Les gars, j'entends plus Falcon que nous, je trouve que c'est pas normal. Donc va falloir faire un peu plus de bruit pour les prochaines games, s'il vous plaît.
Guys, I mean, I can hear the Falcons are too close to me, so I can hear more than Falcons fan than you. So you guys have to make some noise for us. So please, mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit pour votre duo français.
That's what we like to hear. Back to you guys.
What's going on, everybody? I have Clicks and Savage here. We are getting ready. Guys, what an incredible moment. It is so hype. I thought finals was going to be hype, but this is on another level.
This is not hype. I don't know what you're saying, but NA, it looks like an EU leaderboard. What am I looking at? And you want to know why? Guess who's not playing? Me. And there's a reason it's looking like this.
Sav, I can't lie, man. EU's looking real good. How are you feeling about that?
Well, I'm feeling great. You know, I think we would do even better if I'm playing, but you know, it's a pleasure to watch EU just absolutely crush NA. Like Click said, I mean, it looks like it's an EU FNCS, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, I think Brazil and OC also might be outplaced in every NA team. So no, it's amazing to watch here in Paris. Yeah.
They got to give us time, right? NA's cooking. We're slow to start, but we'll be strong to finish. Obviously, you guys are doing a fun watch party, Clicks. You know, I think Faxity's out there as well. He's probably watching you, watch him, watch you. What would you say to Faxity?
Yeah, I know he's watching right now, but kind of what Frantic said, it's like he's never been on a broadcast, and the fact that Frantic's on a broadcast for Faxity, it's just like, what are you doing, dude? You know what I'm saying? It's just loser activities, man.
Harsh words, Fax. I still love you no matter what. Sav, how are you feeling, obviously, about all of the regions? You kind of touched on it a little bit. Is there any duos or anything that, like, any teams, players that are standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, Shark and Teeny, they're just going crazy. And also, Izzy and Nosif and Skadjum and Mumsy, the only two French teams, they're actually going crazy on EU FNCSs. I feel like they haven't been doing too good, but you know, they're on their home field, so I'm actually proud of them. You know, I'm proud of them.
It's got to be like the land buff and home turf buff, right? Like, it looks so good. Okay, so look, Clicks, NA, we need this. We need this bad. I can hear Levin in the back of my mind, just a devil on my shoulder. Just, he's waiting. He's like, nah, it's not going to happen. Who do you think, if NA has to win, could win? Who do we? Is it Cold and Rapid? Is it Josh and Iamzo? Like, who could stand for us right now? If it's not you.
If it's not me, we're gonna need my duo and Cold and Rapid to bring it home. And I think they could. They're 8. They're in a nice area. We're gonna need a couple more good games to get there. But I'll be happy if NA wins this land.
But the problem is, Cold and Rapid, they're gonna hit 350. But can they win a game though? You're gonna be biased. Sav, you think they can hit match point?
Yeah, I think they need to pray that the teams that hit it before them, because I think it's, you know, you see the leaderboard, it's most likely they're not gonna hit it first, you know. So I think they gotta pray Shark and Teeny don't put on a crazy show. What do you mean bias? I hear you, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay, finally, obviously, you guys got chat going. You got fans here. You got fans back home. What would you say to them? You got to give them their moment.
Give the fans at home their moment. I mean, shout out to EWC for hosting this whole event and putting us all together to be able to just watch and celebrate. And either way, whoever, if NA wins, if French wins, or America, it's a good tournament, and we're here to have a good time.
Exactly what he said. Thank you to EWC. You know, this is my first time having a booth, so you know, hopefully we'll be on the stage next time. But yeah, it's you know, it's second best option.
I love it, guys. Thank you so much. We'll toss it back to you guys for more EWC.
Man, Fortnite fam, what an incredible time to be at EWC when the action is heating up. We had to have Falcons, Peterbot, and Pollo join us here because you guys are, everyone's got eyes on you guys. First off, let's start real simple. How's the competition going for you?
It's going all right so far. Like, we've had our one win, but other than that, like, the game's been pretty mid.
Pete, what do you think?
Yeah, after game 3, I was super mad, and then I just had to take over. You know what I mean? I was so mad.
Well, listen, you guys obviously picked it up in the last 2 games. You guys are doing great. I did notice there was a certain moment in that last game. I think it was Pete and Pollo. You guys like teamed up together to shoot out. It was either Sky or Scroll out of the sky. And then I saw in the player reaction cam, I think it was Pete. He was like, "Yes." Is that like an AGAL incentivized elimination there, or was that kind of just thinking that you were happy to get the elim?
Any chance I get to eliminate them, I'm going to, and I'm going to try my best to make sure they're not in the game anymore.
Dang, that's crazy. So obviously we're about to swap over to Slurp Rush. How are you guys feeling about that? You know, is that when you guys start to come alive? Is there strats you guys have prepped? Because again, pressure's on, man. So what do you think?
In my opinion, Slurp Rush is a far better map for us and just in general, but I'm looking forward to it.
About you, Pollo?
Yeah, I think Slurp Rush is our strongest map, so I think we'll do better on that map.
Now, Pollo, obviously, I think you probably saw it. We saw it. A lot of the community had noticed that Peterbot was investing a lot of time in the practicing because he was like, oh my gosh, like Falcons need to win this. But I don't think we've gotten your side of the story yet in terms of how important the club championship is. Like, is that something that you're kind of thinking about, or are you guys just kind of playing your game?
Yeah, I would think about it a little bit, but like, I feel like we're still just focused on winning because if we win this tournament, then Falcons wins as well. So it's like it's an incentive to win for us. Yeah.
Does that add any pressure to you guys in any way? Like, you guys have done this before. You've been on land, you've been under pressure, and I feel like that's where you guys thrive. So do you feel like there's any extra pressure there?
No, definitely not extra pressure. It just makes it more fun. Like, it makes the win mean more as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you've heard this, Pollo, but someone backstage told me, I think it was Levin2K. He said we look alike because we both have similar hair. I could basically be your big brother. How do you feel about that statement that Levin2K made?
Yeah, I heard about that, but I mean, kind of look alike because of the hair.
All right, let's get serious, right? We're halfway through. All right, how are you guys feeling so far? Obviously, you guys won. You guys are winners. How are you guys feeling so far about your chances to win the competition today?
Like, we're in a good spot right now, so with the Slurpee map, I think we can get like to match point pretty quick, and then it's also like the easiest map to win games on.
Okay. Nice.
Okay. All right. Finally, we have to ask. Obviously, you guys have a ton of fans out there. Is there any special fan that you want to just give like a big shout out to?
Just anyone on Team Falcons, you know, supporting us. I mean, every single game, every single kill, I hear them after I get a elimination. So you know.
Yeah. Wait. Sorry, guys. I'm getting a call. What's that? Hello, Faxity. Hey, what's up? Sorry, guys. Faxity says you guys need to do better. What's that? He says you guys look nice. Should I tell him anything or?
Nah, tell him nothing because I have nothing good to say about you, Faxity.
Oh, so sorry, Faxity. I guess I gotta go. Well, guys, thank you so much, and shout out to you guys. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. Let's kick it back over to the desk, see what's going on.
I am here to support Sky and Scroll.
We support Havoc.
I support Aurora.
I'm here to support Foot Sports.
I'm supporting Aurora Gaming. My favorite team is Team Havoc by Vita Easy.
We came all the way from Denmark.
I traveled from Brazil to see Piedzin and Edson.
I came from Romania. I've been playing Fortnite since I was 6. I'm now 12, so basically 6 years.
Me, I played from the beginning. Since 2018, I play every season. I try hard, really, really hard.
My favorite player is Shark.
Sky is my favorite.
J'aime vraiment bien Shark, c'est le meilleur joueur européen actuellement.
He's just very aggressive, and I really like that because there's a lot of action and there's a lot of fighting involved, and it's really exciting.
We Brazilians, we like to share a lot for our players. So that's why I came here and I go to every single global tournament to root for the Brazilian guys.
I'm gonna have to say Sky will win. I think they're very consistent team. They're like the best team in this lobby by far. And as long as they keep the confidence up, I think they can win easily. Pete top 2 and then Argentini top 3.
Premier, je dirais Shark Tenny. Et deuxième, je dirais Peter Bot, Boyo. Troisième, Vico Malibuka.
Sharktini on the top. In second, I would put Vico Malabuka. And in third, Peterbot or Coles. Maybe they're just going to put like a comeback.
For me, Cold Rapid, Pixie Sweezy. Yeah, Mumsy Sky Jump. Me also, Cold Rapid are very, very good. Pixie Sweezy and Sky Jump Mumsy there. Let's do a top 1. For me, Sweezy Pixie top 1. Cold Rapid top 2. And Mumsy Sky Jump top 3. Probably first Sharkantini, second Peter Bon Boyo, and third Sky and Squirrel.
Sharks going to take over everyone.
Edson Malado, só tu dar um piece, maxinho e acabou, pai. Só fazer o que você sabe que você vai ganhar o cup. Tamo junto.
My favorite player is Sweezy, and I want to say him, good luck.
Shark, franchement, continue comme ça. T'es le meilleur joueur que j'ai jamais vu européen, aussi jeune. Franchement, que du mérite.
Let's go, Avok. We believe in you. You're so good. Thank you for playing, and let's win. How we say in French, HVK win.
But Shark, just don't be scared of any fights. You know you're better, and just go on, continue. You're just gonna probably be one of the best players of all time.
Welcome back to more Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined this time by Levin and Mini. Mini, you're just gonna be with me the whole day. It's looking like we went outside, now we're inside.
I feel like I'm just collecting it as I'm doing a bit of casting and being with you guys as well. It's been fun. I'm enjoying it, and yeah, excited for the rest of the games as well. They've been so good so far.
Levin, how are we feeling today so far?
Feeling good. I don't know about you though, man. I don't know if you know, Mini likes to host, so you might be coming for your role.
You know what? You've been killing it, brother. I've been enjoying doing the segments with you. But as we take a look at here at the overall Sky Jump and Momsy currently in first place, as we have seen Aurora with Sharkantini slow down, Levin.
I mean, a bit of a surprise, to be honest. They didn't look like a team that had any intentions of slowing down. You have to remember, this is Shark's second LAN event, right? This is the second time he's been on this stage. This is the first time he's been on a stage like this and been in the lead and looked so dominant. You know, again, a lot of pressure that comes with that. I feel like they're feeling that right now, Mini.
Yeah, I definitely think so. They're the sort of team, though, that can have that big pop-off game when required. Skyjump and Momsy, though, I want to give those guys their flowers because they have been excellent in all of their games so far. The one downside is that they haven't actually been able to pick up a victory royale so far. Yep. That's going to be obviously the deciding factor here to get this match point finished as soon as possible. And on the lower end of the leaderboard, not quite as good. Lots of NA on there, notice in 11 as well.
Yeah, that bottom three is not looking the best, unfortunately. Look, I don't want to dunk on anyone too hard, right? We're at the halfway point. There's still many games left. If Skyjump and Mumsy keep playing how they're playing, though, there might not be many more games to...
Jacob.
What's up? I'm going to go ahead and take it from here, Levin. I'm going to go ahead and take it from here. Let's go ahead and scoot you off the couch one moment. You know, as a caster, everybody knows I just love to talk. And honestly, there's only room for one big man on this couch. I'm that big man. You know,
respect it.
And being able to cast these games, man, have been insane. Sharkantini, honestly, after watching game one, I was convinced these guys are going to take it, but then I forgot Peter Bot and Poyo existed.
I mean, the way that Peter Bot was able to bounce back, especially in that match number 4, right? What was it, 7 eliminations just by himself?
Yeah, and he got a lot of those earlier on as well. I think just starting the game off really strongly is going to be really important for these guys. I do feel like they're that sort of momentum team. It does seem like they have that sort of unbreakable, unshakable mindset, but it definitely affects them. I think they give off a lot of that sort of aura and try and be calm and cool, but they do rely on that momentum as well, and we saw that in that last game.
Jacob, aren't you supposed to be casting, bro?
I mean, I was casting, but I initially came in because Vivid made a comment yesterday, and he said, "Who's gonna scooch me over, right?" And then he looked to Levin, and they laughed what I felt like was in my face. And that's something I remembered forever. All love to Levin, all love to Vivid, but I had to make sure to get my get back. Levin, I love you, brother. I gotta go ahead and give you your seat back, my man. I just had to do it one time.
Thank you, man.
The size difference. The size difference was insane on that shot, too. Well, thank you, Jacob. Hopefully you have fun casting. Welcome back, Levin.
You know what, yesterday I was actually quite upset with Glitter when she like sort of pushed me to the side. But at least she like let me stay on the couch.
True.
You know, like Jacob's just like, yeah, man, just actually just get off the couch.
Why did you listen to him? That's what I want to know.
He's an intimidating man. I mean, a man of his stature, I mean, you don't want to mess around with him.
Could have literally just came and sat on him. He would have disappeared. It would have happened with me, too.
I didn't even see him come in.
But for some of the other duos, right? We're talking about the club championship. We're talking about some of these other everything that's going on here at EWC. AGL. I feel like we're seeing the same AGL that we saw in Survival, which was a bit of a hit and miss.
Yeah, and it's really weird to see Sky and Scroll in this position. They're not the sort of team that you typically associate with a team that is hit and miss, particularly with how they play over on EU, the way they play that major so effectively. They're back-to-back major winners, remember, as well. So it's like, that's not the sort of performances that you need to win an FNCS major. The way they're playing here is just so unorthodox, really, from what they're used to.
Yeah, I think the reality that we've had to come to accept as Sky and Scroll is when it comes to Battle Royale, they've got the formula figured out, right? Their intuition in that mode, everything from just the way they pick their drop spots to the way they like to rotate to their timings, everything is spot on. They just haven't quite figured out the formula here in Reload, and so unfortunately, if the Falcons continue to rise this way, I know obviously Trackmania and that's going on, but it might not even have to come down to that, the way Peterborough and Poyo are starting to heat up.
And we're getting a chance to see that club championship ranking right now. Falcons right now with a healthy lead, and I say healthy when it's just only 300 points, considering that if AJL does end up turning it around, they could end up catching up, but right now it's just not looking like it. When we see what's going on so far today, right? What's one thing that has just stuck out with you? Obviously, we've seen Peter, Bot, and Poyo being able to bounce back. Whether it's good or bad, what's like that one thing you're like, oh, okay, I was not expecting that?
I think the amount of really solid NA fighters who've just sort of been getting put down quite a bit. Look, one thing that I've always said, even with the whole regional bias gimmick that we all do, the best of the best NA players, the best of the best EU players have always been level peg, right? And especially in fighting situations, you'd expect a lot of these NA guys to be doing a lot better than you, but there's been a lot of mid-game fights where brothers are just getting put down that I'm not used to seeing get put down.
Yassine and Salvatore as well. I think that's a big surprise for me. We spoke about how these sort of small and region teams are really stepping up to the plate. Those guys managed to win a game today. I think that's probably my biggest surprise from today. It's like, what realistically would we expect from those guys? Because I don't know what to expect from them, especially in the finals. We haven't seen them in this position before.
Very true. Now, we've been talking about the game a lot. This is kind of the halftime, right? We're going to take a little bit away from the halftime. We're going to try to have some fun here. I can't have you guys looking that way at all because we...
Well, can we look that way?
Come back.
Just close your eyes real quick. Just act... Levin, close your eyes.
Okay.
Act like you didn't see it.
We can't look that way. We can't look that way.
No. Just close them. Just close them. Here we go. I'm going to scramble them really fast. Ready?
Are we good?
All right. You may... Oh, wait. You had your eyes open the whole time. You did too.
Looking up there.
Okay. Hold this one.
Okay.
Just whatever you do, don't look that way.
Whatever I do, do not
look
at
that
the
way.
big screen that's supposed to be the answer.
Or you might have Jacob just come in and end up...
I don't want to mess with that guy, so I'm a
Scary
bit...
Jacob.
So what do I have to do? Hold it.
Hold this one.
Right.
We're going to be playing Guess Who I Am.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So you guys have two cards.
Yep.
I want you guys to...
Put it on my
here,
forehead.
you know what? I'm actually going to move over here.
Okay.
So I make
Block-
sure you guys
block the
actually
screen.
don't see the
Wow.
screen.
Right, okay.
Wow.
Okay? Face each other.
Okay. But they want to see it, so I need
yeah.
No,
to...
no, I mean, they should be able
I've
to.
got to
Here,
see
like,
yours
we'll
as well.
get a quick one. We'll get a quick one. There you go. This is the one that Levin's going to be using.
Okay.
That's the one that you're going to be using.
Okay.
All right, now face each other.
Okay.
Make sure
the
you guys
card
see
as
each
well.
other. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the card as well.
You can see
Right.
my card. You
I
know
can
who
see
my
your
person
card.
is.
Do you know my person is?
I recognize your person, yeah.
Okay.
I recognize your
And
person.
give each other some clues, and you're going to have to guess who that person in the card is.
Okay, is my person a professional Fortnite player?
Yes, he is.
Wow.
How
okay.
did you know?
Okay.
Is... What, do I get a question?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
get
yeah,
this
yeah,
thing.
yeah. One and one, one and
All
one.
right. Is my player here today?
Yeah, they're here today. They're in the building.
They're in the building. Right,
They're in the
okay.
building. Is my player a European player?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
he
Get a
is.
chance to see it, just to verify.
Yeah,
All right, just making sure.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah,
All right,
that's
meaning,
all right.
question.
Is my player from one of the quote-unquote smaller regions, so i.e. not EU or NA Central?
Oh, hold on. Technically,
They are NA Central.
They are
I
NA
believe.
Central.
Yeah,
originally from that.
why you didn't ask anything else?
Oh, okay.
You get your own card if you want to play, man.
All right,
You want to
all
play,
right.
get your own card.
No, we good. We good. Okay, all right. Go on.
Ridiculous.
Is my player playing on a club championship organization?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Has my player won an FNCS before?
No, they've
Oh.
not an FNCS chump.
Not a chump.
They might be a chump, but not a champ. Does my player look like Zikamus Prime?
Ooh.
No.
Okay.
All right, meaning.
Is my player the IGL in the duo?
Yeah, they're the leader.
They're the leader?
They're the leader,
Okay,
yeah. They're the
okay.
leader.
Good to know.
They're always IGL it. Always. Always IGL it.
It's hard.
Yeah. Okay, is my player a fragger?
No.
Or not a fragger?
Not a fragger.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You're narrowing it down. I'm gonna give you
Yeah,
guys
One
Let's
more question
say-
each, and then we start guessing, or we just got to
two more questions each, and then you have to guess.
Okay. What's the question?
I get a question.
What's the question?
I'm still trying to block the screen. So don't be looking this way.
Is my player playing with his current duo in this event?
No. They're not playing with their usual. They're not playing with the people we're used to seeing them play with.
Right.
Not whatsoever. Did my duo win an FNCS this year? Did my player win an FNCS this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You ready to lock in your answer? Not yet. You still have one more
So
question.
one more question? Okay.
So I have one more, right?
But if you answer it before he does, then guess who wins?
Okay. No,
So you want to win?
I'm gonna use my extra
Okay,
question.
all right. You can use your lifeline too.
Okay. What's your question, man? Come on.
What is my question? My question is, is this player, does he have blonde hair?
No, I couldn't even imagine them with blonde hair. No, absolutely not.
Don't look that
Absolutely
way.
not. Absolutely not. No cheating.
I'm not
Me,
cheating,
man.
mate. I'm not cheating. I don't cheat.
My final question is. Okay. Let me be tactical here.
This is the last one.
Okay. I know. Can I just guess my player actually?
Oh, he wants to go for the win. No, you can guess it. You can guess
Is
it.
my player Acorn?
No.
No. What?
I can answer that one.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question or you want to try to take a guess?
Oh.
I had it locked in.
Not an FNCS winner. IGL in the duo. Not playing with his usual teammate. The blonde threw me off. I was going to say, I'm going to guess Rapid, but he's blonde, isn't he?
No, definitely not blonde.
Rapid is wrong.
Trust
Rapid
me.
is wrong?
Rapid is your player is not rapid.
Yeah, your player is not blonde.
Your player is not blonde.
No. Sometimes some people would say he's not a player.
Yeah.
Not a player whatsoever. You just
Not
didn't
a
ask
player?
it. I'm giving you a hint.
Yeah. Where's my hint? I don't get it.
no.
Your
Where's my
hint,
What's my hint?
I'm gonna let you look that way really quick. All right, wait, hold on. Do this. I'm gonna let you face it to the camera.
Okay.
Face the card to the camera.
Yeah, face the
All
card
right.
to the camera.
You get less than a second to turn. That's the biggest hint. Yeah, look at the monitor and then come back to us.
Well, he just looked at the answer.
Or did he? Or did he? How good is his eyesight? That's the big question.
Didn't you say my player was an IGL?
Yeah.
Okay. My player's an IGL.
Yeah.
I didn't see the person.
That's completely useless.
That's why I said 1 second, bro. That's why I said 1 second.
Okay. All right.
Wait, do you have a guess? Because you haven't guessed yet.
I haven't.
We gave you a
guessed
hint
right.
too.
Yeah, you gave me a hint.
Give you a big hint.
Well, not a player. That's
Not a player.
The one.
Wait, let's go down from it, right? Not a player.
Not a player. Would
Not
IGL his
definitely
team,
not blonde.
Would lead his team, but not
Definitely
a
an
player.
IGL.
But in the building.
Yes.
Oh my goodness! Everyone at home is probably laughing at me right now.
Definitely an IGL.
I don't know. Clicks?
Nope. All right, last one.
You said my player was NA?
No.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Is my player Lewa or Romero, sorry? Or Lewa?
No.
No. Boys, we tried. We tried.
Man.
But sometimes
we see.
Can I look at my answer now?
Y'all can see.
Oh, bugger off.
What?
Oh.
You're not an IGL?
Brother, I was trying to help you.
You're not an
Sorry about that. That was bad by me. That was bad by me. I'm actually really disappointed. I thought I should have won that.
I thought you would have done
I've been trying to give you more hints. Levin, you know what? I did only. I think the hint I gave you, I should have gave you at least 2 seconds because that was a big. That was a quick turn. That was a quick turn.
It's a small screen.
You can keep that one if you want to. If you want me to give you a signature for it, I got you too.
You never asked if it was a player. You just assumed it was a player.
Yeah, true. That's
you never
so true.
asked.
Did I say is he playing or did I say is he in the building?
You said,
No, you
are they in
just
the
went
building
straight
today?
player.
Oh my
You said,
goodness.
are they here today? Like, yeah, they're in our presence, but not
Well,
on stage.
boys, it's time. It's time for us to stop guessing, and it's time for this teams to start clutching up because we're about to go to the stage.
Taco, I think Mini was set up there just a little bit. In a tie, I have to give that one to Mini, but he was asking all the wrong questions.
Izzy and IGL is crazy work. You know what, though? Seven has been a fearless leader for all of us at some point throughout this weekend, but we'll have to wait and see what kind of Fortnite abilities he'll be able to sort of lead the charge with. But we're back, Jacob. Game number 6, and every single one of these players had a chance to review, calm the nerves, whatever there might have been left over from the starting point, and just get everything going if they haven't already. And Malabuka got one piece out of Khan. Not healthy enough to try and deal with Chino, though. Chino might have to go for the reload, but Malabuka's gonna side leap too far. Chino able to get away with that one, but man, not what you would expect to see.
Not something you see every day either. Knew he was getting rushed, trying to make something happen, but splat straight down and right back to the reboot. As Z-Dog steals away Chino's elimination. He tries to push on over to Josh, lands the shot, but Iamzo's there to back him up. This is their actual drop spot. They're not doing any sort of antics here to try to get early game eliminations. They're just trying to defend what is theirs, but there is still not only one team, but a few players towards the outskirts that they have to watch out for. Z-Dog, Goofy, that's going to be the other ones. Faded going ahead and landing some shots onto Goofy, making sure that Josh and Iamzo might have a little bit of an easier shot. On the other side of the map, though, Shark and Teeny continuing the ball rolling, getting a nice knock onto Spinks, and already having their line of sight onto Muzz.
Poor Muzz, he'll be forced to sit and wait. He knows the most important part right now is just ensuring that Spinks can at least become a participant to this lobby again. Still, it's not like he really has much of a choice. Shark and Teeny, they've timed it perfectly. They know that Muzz is just going to be a sitting duck here. Shark already going to get a decent exchange, and Teeny just to close the gap even further. Nosif and Izzy nearly caught Shocker off guard there, but good responsive fire, head on a swivel type beat, and well, Shark's not going to be one that Nosif and Izzy want to try and contend with just yet.
Yeah, even if they have no intention on moving on over towards Shark and Teeny anymore, you have to be very, very careful that Shark and Teeny don't take the fight to them. With Muzz rebooting back in, that gives him at least one target to go after, but Izzy, the audio visuals, reveals himself, so he's immediately becoming the focus, but he trades that first shot onto Teeny, forcing him to back down, but Shark is there as well, trying to make sure they have a good 1-2 punch combo in this fight, and there goes the persistence coming out of Nosif, seeing that his teammate did take a bit of damage. He's just continuously trying to close the gap, but it's Izzy who actually continues to take the fight to Teeny. They get the elimination and force Shark to run away.
Shark and Teeny ran into that building like they meant business, but it was Izzy and Nosif who immediately said, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. Problems already starting to compile, though, because Momsy and Skyjump, they're only about 100 points off, 99 to be exact, at the starting stage here before they hit that match point. All they would need after that is the victory royale, Jacob, but we've yet to see them even get one on the day, and so it's going to be very problematic because it is just not easy to deal with everyone who's had these opportunities to come up with a new strategy.
Yeah, I'm just hoping in their case they're not showing their hand too early. But in this early game, going against Muzz and Sphinx, Sphinx especially fresh off the reboot, and he's not able to stay alive long enough to reunite with Muzz, so he's going to go down and kind of be stuck by himself as a solo, and he has to be careful. A full team on the outskirts still nearby, but again, constant action all around the map here. And Reload is faded, gets that elimination onto Goofy. And you can see Skyjump making sure to attack the freshly respawned players. Even with Muzz getting control of that slurp truck, he's still gonna go down. So Skyjump, Momsy get their first elimination of this game.
Shark and Teeny, they'll continue to just shut Muzz down. Every single attempt from Muzz and Sphinx just to try and stabilize for even a couple of moments. Just not even being the slightest bit factored in here. Everyone around the area just chasing them. And Pete Pollo right now, our analyst did a great job of breaking it down. That top 10. Jacob, this is a tough one for you. I mean, I feel pretty good from what I've been seeing here today, but Pete Pollo, looking like NA's last hope right now.
Yeah, for all of the region, really relying on them to perform. And honestly, so is the entire Falcons organization for that club championship, putting a lot of pressure on them to perform for a multitude of reasons. Skyjump Momsy closing the gap. Less than 100 points to go before they're officially on that match point. And then all they would need to do is get that victory royale. And they're staying around this spot. This is where they got that elimination onto Muzz, forced him out, and kind of left Sphinx here. And because Sphinx has been stuck here for so long, he only has 4 builds. Look at Muzz. He's been hunted around, only 11. These guys are going through it this game.
And the even bigger issue still is knowing that they're not even that close to each other. It's going to take them so much time before they're even going to have a real opportunity to try and reunite. They're both stuck, huddled away in corners. Shark, one more time, we get another review of just how he's able to chase Muzz out for yet another elimination. And it feels like if it's not Shark and Teeny, if it's not Izzy and Nosif, it's going to be just another team entirely. Minifio, though, also getting active across the map. The Mammoth Pistol still proving to be very problematic. You can get that first shot accuracy in, but for Sky and Scroll, you're talking about the club championship points. And AGAL definitely going to be rooting these guys on in the secondary half here because they've got a long ways to go before they hit that match point threshold.
Yep, and so far another team has fallen. Goofy and Z-Dog out, Yassine and Salvatore out. Sphinx just gets dropped yet again. You can kind of see in the mini-map, right? Shark and Teeny are one of the only teams over here other than Muzz and Sphinx. And because they're still in the zone, Muzz is going to continuously respawn right above Sphinx. Or I should say Sphinx is going to respawn above Muzz over and over and over. And because they're inside of the zone, there's almost nowhere for Sphinx to land. So he's definitely going to have a tough one this game. Going to need to really figure out how they're going to get back. Muzz might have to start thinking about how he's going to play the rest of this one as a solo.
That last glide over shot, though, Teeny and Shark, they diverted their attention towards Cammy and Hari, who are actually a leaderboard threat currently. Shark, Teeny, they'll have none of it. At least getting one half of the duo. Hari going to be forced to retreat, but it's not going to be easy. Teeny sizing him up, knows that he's got Hari a bit locked down here. Because even if Ari manages to scramble out of this one, he still has to remember there are so many other teams close by that could potentially look to pick him off on the escape route. So Shark and Teeny watching their angles also, not trying to get caught off guard. Teeny will take over that front while Shark contends with Ari, and that's just going to be 4 eliminations already.
I really don't even know how Shark and Teeny have 2 teams trapped in this position, but in comes a third. Skyjump and Momsy probably hearing all the noise. They want to have a little bit of fun. Big shots onto Shark. Unfortunately enough, teammates aren't there to finish it up, but they switch their focus on over to Teeny, dropping him down to 50 HP or less, and they're looking to continue that chase. And it looks like almost for a second, Teeny might have created enough distance, but Momsy just keeping that bird's eye view over above. Muzz is there as well, so it could be a chance for him to get that elim and get back in the game.
The crowd buff is so real, though. Momsy and Skyjump are just playing with a whole different sort of confidence here today. And the fact that they were able to send Teeny packing, that might be the one benefit that Muzz might manage to actually survive. Shark is going to be forced to just sit tight with this duo, doesn't want to allow for any kind of hiccups. They know that they've got a decent amount of elimination points already. They need to start prioritizing, making sure they have enough materials and they have enough builds and loadout to actually play the rest of the game with.
Yeah, especially since now the zone is forcing them away from Dirty Docks. All these eliminations they got early on, finally they're able to reap the reward, kind of maxing out their materials, gaining some extra resources. Skyjump Momsy, I'm not sure if they know Sky and Scroll has lurked their way all over here, and not even just over in this direction, but with a little bit of elevation. But the fight continues. Shark, Teeny, Muzz, and Sphinx, and it was looking good for Muzz for a moment. Full shield, full HP, a chance at a loadout, but Shark and Teeny turned that one right back around.
Poor Sphinx, man, just, what do you even do? You've got to spend so much time just delayed from any semblance of your original game plan strategy to open things up in Game 6. And also a friendly reminder, Jacob, we are switching things over. No more Elite Stronghold. We are on Slurp Rush. And that is clearly shifting a lot of these aggressive patterns. We know that once we cross that halfway point, teams are going to start trying to whip out all the stops to make sure that they can match up with that match point threshold, because there's just too many teams within that top 5 entirely that have a clear shot path right now. And if they're the first ones to the punch, what happens to the rest of the lobby? You're just sitting and watching and waiting and hoping that they don't actually hit that victory royale after the fact.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, and it's going to be daunting. We always talk about the physical, but the mental is just as important. 6 zone, so that's why you see not pressed for time. Sky Jump Moms, even Sky and Scroll, slow to rotate on over. They know they have the extra med kits though. The timing is for the most part on their side. They just got to figure out a way to kind of position themselves inside of the zone so that when it opens up, they're definitely A-okay, but they don't want to make too much noise. They want to go ahead and see if anybody else around them makes a mistake on their rotation.
A little bit of chaos between Pete, Poyo, Darm, Deemish. Darm, Deemish made sure though to distance themselves. Not really all too interested in a full commit here just yet, but Pete and Poyo, this is definitely their backyard over at Slurpy Swamp. Hari and Cammy kind of lingering the outskirts of it. Shark Teeny also going to start making their way towards that more central position. There are just so many slurp barrels, so many different ways though for teams to essentially heal up as they cross over. But Shark Teeny, gotta watch your back. Nothing's ever for free, nothing's ever safe. But Jacob, the question I want to pose to you is, what's been the biggest problem for so many of NA's heavy hitters here today?
I just think it's just so much chaos. It's not necessarily what they would use to in an NA lobby, and then obviously EU, the players on average are just much better at fighting and being able to hold their own other than the competition. But you see the club championship leaderboard. Team Falcons on top, 4,600 points. AGAL in second, 4,300 points. It's only a 300-point difference, Taco, and that puts the importance on the performance of Peter Button, Poyo, and Sky and Scroll in this competition.
And we know that there is millions of dollars on the line between that club championship series. We know that there's $1 million on the line just for this finals performance, but also have to remember there are other orgs participating in this club championship too at UWC weekend, and being down to the wire here, week number 7, there is opportunity for teams inside of that top 10 to overtake each other, depending on how everything actually shakes up here. Rocky Sports even looking at Cammy and Hari and how they've actually been able to perform on the day. And these guys are sneaky. They are sly about it because they're not necessarily going to hog the spotlight by any means with their gameplay, but they are consistent, if anything.
Yeah, they're a team that you don't necessarily expect to see at the top of the leaderboard, but come game time, they usually always are. Shark and Teeny, though, using the water to try to gain as many shields as possible. They just got to make sure to stick deep in those waters. Teeny already full health, so it's really going to be up to Shark. The audio visuals is definitely going to let them know, but you can see he's just trying to spread out the loot, making sure Teeny has enough. He is going to be the guy leading the charge, tarping and building the path for them a good portion of the time.
Putting builds between each other, and Sky, Scroll, they're going to need a refresh, and they're going to need it ASAP. They do not have a whole lot left to work with, and with the whole lobby kind of looking their way, it's only a matter of time before they get fully pinpointed and collapsed on. And when the entire lobby is looking at you with these combat rifles and whatnot, SMGs, Jacob, it is just so difficult to actually hold your walls. You just lose all of your material counts, especially the hard mats, in seconds.
Right, typically you kind of seen Shark and Teeny play for the high ground, dodging this portion of the game. You see the launch pad coming out as well, and they want to continue that to be the case. Sky and Scroll, a little bit of a mess up on their Shockwave, but they go ahead and solo Shockwave their way on out, and that's what's going to cost them. They separated for a second, and that near second cost them everything, and they both actually fall. Rapid gets one, Josh gets the other, and they end the run of AGAL in this game.
It's like vultures in this lobby. The moment that you're just a little bit too late to the party, there's no such thing as fashionably late when it comes to these end game moments. Hari and Cammy, though, not really getting much, if any, time to try and pause it and wait, and just like that, I mean, Iamzo able to pick off Cammy clean outright. Josh and Iamzo really sending it on this last-ditch effort here in Game 6. They're really trying to make up for some lost time.
We know they can frag out with the best of them. They can dominate the low ground. They just got to show it, as Peterbot and Poyo are now starting to elevate themselves on the high ground. We have seen this song, we have danced this dance, and now Teeny is becoming the peer focus of Peterbot and Poyo, trying to take him down, and the knock is going to come through. The elimination is what they're looking for.
And Peterbot knows now he's safe to actually take over that next front side. Romero and Leiwa gonna get pieced up the moment that they try to head forward, and just only moments left between Mumsy and Skyjump, our leaderboard champions currently, and yet Mumsy praying that this medkit is going to buy him enough time. He has managed to just claw his way into the placement period, but Jacob, still, it's nowhere near enough. They're going to need so much more to keep a good hold on this lead.
Yeah, the win definitely is not going to be enough, especially for Peterbot and Poyo. You got to get elims like that, and now they turn their attention. Teeny did get revived back on up. Well played by Shark to make sure his duo is by his side every step of the way, and even when they separated there again, he finds his way back, knowing that there's so much pressure, one person can't handle it alone, but Teeny's gonna fall. Shark's gonna be by himself, no materials, and a dream right now that he hopes to make become a reality, but Izzy and Nosif, they displace him, force him down low into the Lion's Den.
Shark took that opportunity, though, knew that there wasn't a weapon drawn, so at least be able to escape, but everyone is just dropping. They can't afford to try and challenge Pete and Poyo on the high ground. Pete and Poyo are just causing so much pressure, so much suppressive fire. Shark and Teeny are going to be fully eliminated. It looks like Vico and Malabuka are now going to try to play catch-up to where the zone is pooling. They are relatively healthy, but Vico is lost in the mess of it all, and Malabuka will be forced to try and look like a fragger.
And they're just way too high up in the name of Peterbot and Poyo. I'm not sure too many teams could actually go up there and try to contest them for the high, and it's even that much harder as Izzy is just dominating the low ground yet again. Down goes Cold, down goes Rapid, making it that much easier for them to go into flow state down below. But Peterbot and Poyo, they're dropping down. You can see they don't have a lot of materials. They have to go ahead and reach some of this reward, but Izzy's gonna fall. No more miracles for him. It's all up to Nosif.
That might be the best case scenario too for Peterbot and Poyo, because Izzy and Nosif getting shut down this early. Malabuka cleaned up also. Peterbot and Poyo find exactly what they were looking for. Demish and Darm now trying to stand tall, but they're still stuck underneath. Kanata and Victor V trying to see if they could be the cutoff point. Poyo even doing himself a favor here with that first knock onto Demish. Nosif still a solo left kicking underneath, but Kanata and Victor V, they've got the distraction factor right now for Pete and Poyo.
Yeah, persistence is key for Pete and Poyo, and they're unlocking opportunity after opportunity here, but Darm's by himself. He's the only solo left between two duos, and big shot from each of them's gonna take him down. Peterbot and Poyo get both of those eliminations, but find themselves in a 2v2 situation. Central versus West, North America versus North America, and it's Victor V and Kanata that find that first elimination onto Poyo, bringing it down to a 2v1 situation. Victor V with his handful against Peterbot, he finds the elimination, and he does it big for Dignitas.
Not the first time that we've seen Victor V as the counter for Peterbot, but still a great effort out of Pete and Pollo. The million-dollar question before Game 6 even started off is, where's NA been so far today? And I think we just got our answer, Jacob. They have started to finally come online here in Game 6.
I like the way you said that. Major tournament after major tournament. It's that kid right there, Victor V, that takes out some of the biggest stars of them all. And he's one of those players qualifying from the North American West region. He go ahead and teamed with Kanata coming from Central, and he took it upon himself to go ahead and switch regions. He said, hey, if I want to take myself to the next level, I have to play with and against some of the best players in the world.
Gotta be appreciative, though, of Victor V and Kanata just pulling themselves one step closer to trying to stay in challenging range of that match point threshold. With so many other duos already that much further ahead of them, they know just how crucial every single one of these secondary half matches have actually become.
Yeah, and you kind of look at some of the teams that fell throughout the course of that one. We had Skyjump Momsy go down. We had Hardy Cammy go down. Peterbot and Pollo didn't get their win. So you got to look at that leaderboard, and still no one is on match point. So it's still anyone's game. Hopefully everybody at home is ready for the long haul.
Can't help but think what things might have looked like, though, if Malibuca and Vika have been able to actually see things through as a duo. But that's part of the chaos that starts to break out, especially when you have a team that's able to so strongly hold onto height for as long as Pete and Pollo did. It really left no other options but for the teams underneath them to keep trying to siphon off as many refreshes as they could string together, because you're not going to make your way back up top anytime soon. Not with Pete and Pollo looking you down.
Yeah, just kind of look at their faces. They win, they celebrate, and realize, hey, it's time to get right back to work. Job's not done just yet. And now it kind of looked locked, loaded, ready to go. Almost like that didn't happen, but obviously a huge confidence boost for them. Not only winning the game, but like I said, taking out the players that they did throughout the course of that one. Just going ahead and turning that momentum around. We just got to see them continue it here. We're not going to be switching maps, so we will stay on the slurp rush, but I do think with players realizing they're running out of time, things might continue to switch up.
Just don't hold your breath. But Victor V, you gotta also love the fact he's probably gonna pop so many heart attacks this weekend. But hey, that's part of the fun of Fortnite competitive after all. But listen, guys, Game 6 just concluded. We'll have Game 7 coming up shortly. But for right now, we'll be right back.
World Cup up.
Canada upsetting Falcons there at the end. And one thing we've been seeing, Kelly, so far today, we've been having a lot of challenges with the high ground. This one, for Falcons, they weren't really challenged that much. You kind of secured them that second place.
And honestly, it's what we've seen Peterbot and Pollo do time and time again, whether it's the Reload Elite Series or if it's the Major 2 Finals. They love to take high ground just a little bit early. And even when they were still low HP, they built up that tower, waited for zone to pull in their favor, and they were able to claim high ground for pretty much the entirety of that endgame. But Kanata and Victor V are the real victors of this game. Of course, you know, the representations of NA West is something that I'm excited to see, although you got to put an asterisk next to that name because I'm pretty certain they're representing just all of NA right now. But Vivid, great game for the first game of Slurp Rush.
Listen, during that long break, of course, you know, we were halfway through the competition, or at least, you know, quote unquote, halfway through the competition. Who knows how many games we're gonna play today. During that little bit of a break, I got the chance to talk to two teams. One of them was Peterbot and Pollo. The other one was Kanata and Victor V. Both of them shared the same exact sentiment, that they could not wait for Slurp Rush to come around. And immediately on our first game on the Slurp Rush map, we can see them get first and second place there. And Levin, look, take a look at this. The standings are showing it already.
you talked about who you spoke to during the break. During the break, I spoke to Pops.
Oh.
I saw Pops. I said, yo, Pops, it's not looking good. He said, Levin, man, I don't know, man. We might need some Levin hype for the next half of the competition. Looks like they didn't need it. Slurp Rush was enough to get the job done for them. Clearly feeling much more comfortable. This is what we want to see from these two.
And as we're looking at the top of the leaderboard here, a bit of a switch up too, right? Peterbot and Pollo, they have been able to bounce back. Shark and Teeny is still a bit of a question mark, and something that we've been noticing more and more too is that Shark is the remaining player of that duo quite often, Levin. And when we look at the body language from Shark, especially once he ends up getting eliminated, he always looks towards Teeny, and I'm starting to see some certain body language.
Some subconscious team blaming going on here.
Oh.
Maybe that is, and honestly, when you're in the position these guys have been in, at a certain point, yeah, you do start to look over across the stage and go, hey, brother, come on, I might need some help here, man. Like, help a brother out. So hopefully they can stay on the same page and don't rift too far apart. But it's not over. Like, they're still there. Like, they're still in touching distance.
Especially considering that that was probably one of the weaker performances we saw. They still ended off with a ton of eliminations. They had 7 eliminations by Zone 6. So even if they aren't able to place very well in the end game, the fact that they're able to garner 20 to 30 points just in the early game, it means so much more.
The thing, Vivid, sometimes when you have players like this, right, that are expecting to be at the top, and they're not there, it might start getting to them. Even if they continue with those great performances, they want to be at the top.
But that's the weird thing, though, Seven, is that they were at the top over the course of the first 3 games. I mean, me and you had a conversation. It was like, dude, are they just going to, like, run away with it? It's going to be immediate for Shark and Teeny, but last 3 games have been a little bit rough for them. Hopefully, they can pick it back up.
I'm hoping that they'll be able to pick it back up. I mean, at one point, we did look at each other and we're like, you know what? I think it's time. Just give them the trophy, but it's not looking like that as other teams are bouncing back. But it's time we go into Game 7.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, what I'm seeing is a law of averages. You know, you can't continue to win it all and dominate. You're going to have your ups, you're going to have your downs. Peterbot and Pollo, Victor V, Kanata, NA finally starting to show us a little life, and it's about time.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's nice to see. It's nice to see the competition going the distance here as well. A little bit longer than maybe some people were expecting. I think a lot of people were expecting a lot more dominance from Shark and Teeny. It's just not been the last few games that they would have liked to remember for them. 4th place right now, but they can pull it back. And I think that's the thing about this team and Shark and Teeny. Yes, the analysts broke down. They maybe a little bit of their chemistry is just shaken up a little bit, but they're so good individually and as a team. Remember, they won 3 of the qualifiers here to get to this event entirely. So they just need to reignite that, like what we've seen from Peterbot and Pollo.
Well, looking at Peterbot and Pollo do very well right now. If you're AGAL fan and you're looking at those club championship points right now, Sky and Scroll have slipped their way down to 16th place, entering into match number 7. So we'll be keeping close tabs on them. Bolts is going to be the first to get eliminated here. Again, just a massive upsetting performance so far from Acorn and Bolts, as they've been trying to find their bearings here in the tournament. Darm and Demis staying as consistent as ever. They're right in the middle of the tournament here.
I think this sort of goes to show as well how little the actual Battle Royale experience actually plays a part in Reload. You know, we're looking at back-to-back major champions of Major 1 and Major 2 in Sky and Scroll, down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Right.
Bolts and Acorn, down at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's like, it is a completely different game, and it's a completely different way of playing. And I think if you'd asked anyone at the beginning of the day, would you expect Skyjump and Momsy to make a big splash today and end up in 1st place after 6 games? I think they would have just laughed in your face.
Yeah, it's definitely a level of play style that seems to be rewarded pretty heavily, definitely here on the tournament. Well, so far, so good. A couple elims going back and forth. Malibu is going to fall. Nosif is going to fall as well. Darm firing up right now, earning points. Con and Faded have had their moments here on the evening where they've shined last game. Kind of coming up now, off to another hot start here. Quick elims here. These points rack up. We have seen it time and time again for Goofy. They were doing so good, and again, also just finding their moments where they've kind of slipped behind, so they need to find their bearings. They're in 18th right now when they started in 5th representing for OCE.
This is not great. It's not great for them. And it's really tough because, like I mentioned earlier, you don't know when the tournament's going to end, so you can't think, oh, maybe we have another 8 games, you know, maybe we can go the distance. Because you never know, with Skyjump, Momsy get a big game here, push them over that threshold, 350 points, then get the win in the next game after that. It's like everything's over, and where you're at on the leaderboard gets frozen.
Yeah, definitely starts to put things into perspective. Or in general, once they're 350 plus, you know, their entire strategy can just shift. They can go straight to playing high ground every game. That's going to be a disruptor type duo in the lobby. Just never really know. Sky Scroll getting active here. Slua Romero. Shots from the third party though, but Sky's here to clean up the job. Nicely done for him. That's going to secure 2. 6 points already earned here. Not bad to at least get their cars and wheels turning here. Let's see it.
Oh, Sky Jump, let's hit the beams here. So let's see what the replay's about. Yeah, look at that. It's really hard to hit shots like that with the burst because it does have quite a lot of recoil. And that scope is quite magnified as well, so quite difficult to actually hit those. Vico with the Mythic Fish in loadout.
Hit him with it.
Please. Malabuka as well. We're going to try and win this fight. Izzy and Nosif onto their neighbors in Sky Jump and Momsy. Looking to try and close on in here. They want to start to continue to perform. As we saw them get that incredible win earlier on in the day from High.
It's a nice little shield crack right there from Izzy. Momsy Sky Jump kind of put in a bad situation here. Forced to rotate out and try to put together their loadout. Again, it's always really dangerous when you have your duo fighting side by side against another duo. Boyo's going to find Lua, so Lua not catching a break at all now. We'll see who's going to end up being the first team fully finished here. Goofy kind of sitting near death's door. Got to be careful. It's Pixie and Swizzy find a set of eliminations. Fukun, Z-Dog currently down.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Goofy right there. I thought that might have been the end of this game for them, but Goofy does manage to escape. And that's their Fukun rebooting, respawning into the game. They are pushing, they want more. Remember, Pixie and Swizzy had such an explosive start to the day. They were looking really strong, and it's quite similar to how they sort of played in those group stage as well. They can perform incredibly well, but how much time are they going to have? Peterbot against Sky in a bit of a battle right now. Nice angle there from Sky to chunk a little bit of Peterbot's HP, forcing him to pop that big pot and take a moment to breathe. As you can see Peterbot all the way back in the storm right here. Boyo's white HP is not going down, so indicating that he's not nearby. Sky looking to try and piece him up. EU versus NA, no whites on Sky though, so he has to try and make this fight quickly. Peterbot scurrying away for now, getting inside the box to Sky, not quite able to in the end. Peterbot looks for a shot, looks for a return, not going to get it. Sky is going to take him down, and that's AGAL on Falcons. Drama right there. Lots of violence between these two right now. Is that going to play into the hands of Sky and Scroll for the rest of the game?
Champion v champion. Big fights going down right now. You saw for a moment there on the picture-in-picture, you had Peterbot just baffled as to how he missed that shot. He picks his hands in the air, takes them off the keyboard, like, come on. Really feeling the effort there. Well, this is actually really bad. So Scroll, wherever he was hiding, he's found it out because he's down right now. So Sky is actually crazy that he won that fight because it could have gone really bad for them at that point.
If Sky lost that one, they could have been out of this game already. So that was well played from Sky. Needed to as well, of course, lack of whites. But we get to see where the Storm and the zone ends up closing in. Z-Dog and Goofy against VK right now. Getting close by, but not actually getting too involved as Momsy and Sky Jump are in the vicinity as well, looking to try and take control of this supply drop. Hopefully give their loot a little bit of a boost as well. And I've been really impressed with these guys so far today. Of course, they haven't actually managed to pick up a win, which of course you need to do to end the competition. But yeah, I mean,
wins don't matter yet. Wins don't matter yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Get your points, play consistent, get us the win, and you'll send us all home very, very early. So hopefully it's not going to be too early. And hopefully they're not the only one in the race when that happens, because right now they have a significant lead. But Peterbot Boyo closing that gap. Vico Malabuka starting to close that gap. Vico Malabuka is probably the team we've shown maybe the least as far as their journey, right, as we've kind of focused in on these other teams. But they have been very much right there.
Yeah, they have. They're always in and around that sort of top spot. And I think when they won Summit, that was kind of... Ooh, hang on. Before I mentioned that, Peterbot down again to Sky and Scroll. Not ideal for him. Sky and Scroll recoup a lot of that loot that Scroll would have lost from that down. But as I was saying, Vico Malabuka, they're the sort of team that can go, not missing, but they can just go under the radar a little bit throughout the tournament. At the summit, they weren't necessarily coined as the team to watch out for even throughout the event. They were just consistent. They were making those end games consistently. Not too flashy about it, and again, they haven't got a win either, but more than capable of doing so. Sky and Scroll looking to make this dead side rotate as well.
Yeah, nicely done for them right there. A little get back as well.
Yep.
You see Boyo's HP really low right now as he's been kind of hanging out here inside the zone for quite some time. A lot of duos still lingering about. This is a pretty dangerous spot to be in. But again, they're here just kind of gathering back. And this is the problem, right? You get this major setback when you get eliminated like this. Now he's got to take all this time to farm back up this loot. Shark Tina getting active here onto Khan and Faded, though. This is your 6th place team versus your 4th. Very, very interesting fight going down right now.
Big moments there as well for Khan and Faded. I feel like this is a team that performed incredibly well earlier on in the week and have high expectations of themselves, as we heard from them in the interview. They believe that they are the team to beat, and it's nice to see them doing that here on the finals as well. Haven't quite seen that level from them throughout the whole year so far. Khan, of course, playing with reason, unable to qualify for the LAN in the main track, the main circuit, later on this year. But Izzy and Nosif, another team that are no stranger to a clutch right at the end, so they're going to need to have all of that, channel all of that energy as they make their way through this game. Fans still on their side as well. It's the ideal situation for the French fans. You've got one of the teams leading the way and another one chasing down as well.
Yeah, 5th place for Izzy and Nosif. The crowd loves to chant for them when they're up on screen. Falcons definitely go crazy for Peterbot and Poyo on that side of the arena here. 2 elims so far, still, again, just getting comfortable here as the zone just starting to develop. We're getting into the late portion of this round now. Zone's going to pull west. This is where the majority of the player base is. No one's actually inside of Dirty Dock, so it's going to be a good, favorable zone for the most part. But saw how many players were actually playing that Slurpy Swamp. Let's see who ends up making it in and getting settled in first. Ari Kami here. Kind of right in between Vico Malabuka, who is actively tanking Storm right now for key positioning. Faded Khan, fresh off those reboots from Shark and Teeny's fight. How did they fare? Not too good, actually, so that's what I'm talking about. Getting eliminated so late in the game. You can see Khan barely has any mats now.
Yeah, and the difficulty is, of course, the area in which you can operate in gets smaller and smaller as the storm closes. So if you go down earlier on, you can re-loot a couple of the POIs, scrap loot some of the other fights, but you can see right there, they just have to sit in their box, sit in that bush, and just enjoy the loot that they currently have, which is not particularly enjoyable, but if they can find an elim, if they can find a knock, that can reignite their game as well. Take a look at another highlight here from Peterbot. You know it's going to be an absolute banger.
Oh, gosh.
He whips out that mammoth that you just know something crazy is about to happen.
He's so good with it, so accurate.
Unbelievable.
Sky ends up falling right behind that, so now it's all up to Scroll. Reboots ending in 30 seconds here. Acorn and Bolts going for high ground, looking to kind of put up a flex of a position. This is just posturing at this point. It's too early to do anything big with it, but you got the extra mats, might as well put it to use. Sky's gonna go ahead and touch down there. You saw that in the distance. What's this little corner looking like? Darm, Demis, Lua Romero, Victor V. Kanata, or inside temp now. Sky and Scroll in their back next to Peterbot and Poyo. So kind of meeting back up with their duos. All 20 alive now as we're entering into Storm Zone 7, and reboots are now closed.
Southwest zone, favorable for Darm and Demish. Liwa Romero, these guys in the driving seat right now. Lovely little bit of damage onto Sky right there. Peterbot and Poyo look to use that as an opportunity to go in and actually go in for the fight. Peterbot and Poyo do not want to let them go away, but look at that. Peterbot down in the feed, Poyo, and that's to Romero. This is a completely different team to the team they were originally pushing. Absolute disastrous moment for Peterbot and Poyo. They've been on a bit of a roll. Peterbot's still down though.
He rolled into the box.
He's actually rolled back inside. Is Peterbot now going to be able to get revived right now by Poyo? I think he is, but no, the pressure's coming in from other areas. Poyo investing all of his metal. trying to hold off all the builds. Yeah, there we go. The revive comes through. That could be huge in the overall standings here.
Oh my gosh, what a save from Pollo right there to pick up Peterbot, and what a play by Peterbot to roll out of the box and not get pieced up. Pollo's so smart. Elevation change right there. Just clever usage to get the pickup. Surely that's the reason they are going to be in match point contention when everyone else is, if not first.
I'd love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. I mean, that is a skill gap as well. Being able to actually not get too disappointed when you get knocked is still in the game. For Khan and Faded, they really need to try and find a refresh and fast. 12 builds you saw on Khan right there. This is getting almost desperate at this point for those guys. Just need to try and turn the game around, which we saw Peterbot and Pollo try and do. Got shut down. So they do need to take some risks. Scroll there gets knocked as well by Dimash and fully eliminated there, as well as Sky. Dimash and Dom. EU on EU. Violence, Sky and Scroll from AGAL are the first team to fall.
Moses Sphinx have high ground right now. Momsy, Skyjump kind of eyeing things up. We keep talking about them not quite securing their victory just yet, but you see they're starting to change their focus. Like, hey, brother, I think it's time we start looking up. Let's start getting ready for what we're gonna have to be performing against later. Sharktini, though, staying slow and steady here, consistent, just looking to make this end game. Never count them out. They're a team that will for sure go fight for height. Uh-oh, a little bit of a tough rotate here as they lose one another. It's gonna cost them extra mats for sure. Peterbot, Pollo, thinking about it. Here we go.
Nice little fizz, goes for the shot, there goes a huge one. Once again, that was onto Sphinx on the front side of zone. Muzz there goes down as well. Malabuka picks up an Elim in the process. Momsy and Skyjump all the way down here as well, still in this game. Remember, this is our first place team at the very moment. They are looking to cross that threshold. 350 points is the amount that you need in order to then go on and get a win to take this tournament all for yourself. Izzy and Nosif yet again find themselves on high. They're looking to replicate what we saw from them earlier on and getting a big victory royale. The French fans erupt here in Paris.
With those Elims right there, Faded and Khan now fall in 6 once again. Izzy, though, gets contested by Peterbot. I was thinking there's no way they're not going to fight for it after taking down Muzz and Sphinx from the high ground. It was their doing, so surely they want to go for the win now.
They've only got 6 builds right there. You saw it on Peterbot. Not tough. Ideal whatsoever. Who's going to take height? No one's on it right now. Peterbot decides to go on up, trying to look for an opportunity to spray on down to the teams down below. He's looking for a frag. He's looking for a refresh because he's only got 1 build now, as Pollo has to try and get nearby as well. And of course, he's right next to him. This is the danger, though. Peterbot and Pollo. No! Peterbot, full damage, disastrous.
Kind of sprints off the edge there and then bolts, wastes no time in taking him down. Pollo here down to just 4 materials now on the heels of too many players' ramps there. The Storm's too close either. It's just an unfortunate turn of events right there. Not even he understands how that happened, but it does occur. No one's perfect. Take a look here. Momsy, though, misses the shot here onto Malabuka. They still have no idea he was there. Just got to clutch this one up. Sharktini, though, opportunity presents itself. They just waste no time. They walk straight up, and like taking candy from a baby, it's theirs. They have high ground.
Yeah, no team are playing it this game. It was absolutely free for them. One of the easiest height takes they will ever have. And the favorites coming into the day have finally turned up again after having a really nice start. They've fallen off slightly. They've had a little bit of a rough patch, but now they're looking to recover their form. Pixie Swizzy down there as well entirely. Shark looking just to try and compress the rest of the lobby down as the zone goes all the way over towards a bridge. It's going to be very awkward for all of our teams down on the low ground. That's why Shari and Cammy are just playing a couple more higher layers, actually finding a Elim in the process there onto Mini Pollo. And Momsy understands the situation, needs to try and rack up as many points, even as a solo finds another medkit here as well, squeezing out all those placing points.
Victor V and Kanata are turning up right now as well. They're still inside the top 10. This is 2 games now where they're doing it, but Momsy's got the solo clutch for himself to kind of remain in the lead here. 300 points. The first team now to go ahead and break that threshold. This is a big moment here in the tournament. The crowd is cheering for Momsy. What can he do with the crowd on his back? Pablo Ngu forced out of the layer here. Now, shots coming in from all angles. It's Kanata forced in a scramble. He's on the run. Vico finds Rapid down low, and everything is coming to a close here.
Look who's on height still. It's Sharktini. Cammy looking to heal off back inside of the Storm. Zone is actually pulling back over all of these old builds as well. So Shark and Teeny, although they don't have builds, they won't need them. Look at that, 5 builds onto Teeny. They're just trying to apply a lot of that pressure now down below. What that also means, all these teams down below are going to be running into each other, into old builds, into other people's edits. That's why Pablo and Chino just fall. And Shark and Teeny are looking to ride on out to a successful game right here and reignite their belief.
With how many teams are down as well, this is going to close the leaderboards even more. Hari still in the game. Malabuka Vico earning points now. The second team to break 300 points. That's going to be an Elam out to Victor V there. Shark, Teeny completely out of material now here up top. Forced to go down. The Flowberry fizzes in. Vico's trying to heal. Malabuka's there. It's a 2v2. Everyone's one shot here. It can go either way. Malabuka crash pads across the side. Vico's in a fight with Shark. Shark's very healthy. Teeny's hurt. He's hurt as well. Everyone's training, but Shark hits the shots.
Huge game for Shark and Teeny. They had a bit of a wobble in the last few games. Maybe that confidence was getting knocked. But Shark, there is no reason to look at your teammate with disappointment right now, because you've just managed to pick up a huge victory royale to put yourselves back in contention for the lead.
Vico's just letting the energy flow through him at this point. I hope he's got music playing, because if not, this,
I think that's just what he does.
He could just dance and nothing.
I think he makes his own music.
He's making his own music.
He's coming up with it in himself. He's drumming, he's doing the violin.
Malabuka's trying to figure this out right now. He's like, dude, do I join in? Is this real life right now? Jokes aside, though, love when Vico, of course, is having fun. Just really living in the moment right now. Complete opposite, very stoic from Shark and Teeny here. Take a look from their perspective. I mean, we're just going to have to hear it from their perspective after this, but what a win here. Vico, Malabuka, didn't even keep count. I think it was like 10 or 11 Elams.
All about Shark and Teeny, though.
They're gonna choke up. I'm choking. I have one build. One is in storm. Under. Nice. I have height.
30 right.
Dead. I'm on.
Nice, I'm dead.
Red.
Nice.
Ooh, they're feeling it now. They're feeling it. This is good. This is great. They're confident. They've got the belief back in them. They got smiles.
So, day one, they won games and didn't say a word. Not a GG, not a thank you,
not a single thing.
Good job. We got a nice. It means something to them now. They become the third team to break into that 300-point threshold. That means after this game here, what's this? So we're approaching match 8 shortly. After match 8, we might have a team or two up there in that 350 range. And then winning a game will mean the tournament could end. So, hey guys, we're going to have to do some math here. We'll be crunching numbers. When we'll get back, we'll have more action for you.
Just as Nolan intended.
You cannot count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground, and we might be seeing a Peterbot and Foyo win again here, and then they find Muzz with a nasty flick there. Well played. Sphinx is all that's left standing. There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Foyo. We love you, but it's not going to be enough. Peterbot, Foyo, secure another one. Oh, man! It feels good to be at EWC right now. What an incredible game. Shark and Teeny showing up. I hope maybe Vico's gonna get there. Maybe it's gonna go one way, but it's time. Shark and Teeny's moment is right now.
You have to expect as much. The fact that they were able to secure that victory royale, it's as close as ever. But Zeke, if we're gonna talk about Shark and Teeny, there's one person that we also had to make sure to get a little bit of insight from a true shark connoisseur, some would even say, and that is the one and only Boop. His only comments, the one words that he wanted to make sure Shark knew was after their conversation, after how Summit went, and Boop telling me about how Shark felt something he never wanted to feel ever again. When Shark puts his mind to it, he is the best player in the world. Those are words of confidence out of Boop, and I think they're also words that the rest of the community would be very inclined to stand by, especially with the way that they're able to manifest these victory route performances when they are this close in contention for that match point format. So it's time to be great, because with the way that Vico and Malabuka are looking, they want that back-to-back.
I know, and that's the thing, right? In that situation, the pressure was already at a certain level, but now we're at that match point status, right? So can Shark and Teeny be that team? Can they step up to the plate when the pressure is at its, like, the stage of the competition is at its most difficult?
I think that's what makes it so complicated, though, because you see the likes of Vico off to the side constantly, every single match. It doesn't matter the result, doesn't matter if it's a win, as long as there's eliminations and a solid placement, we see the good vibes. We know that Vico and Malabuka are a duo renowned for having such strong vibes between each other, and that chemistry can do dividends in these types of environments.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously, if we were talking about Vico and Malabuka, Vico, for a moment there, he was, at the very beginning of the day, super stoic. Kind of like the Vico I'm not used to seeing. The locked-in Vico, quiet, focused. Now we've got super vibes Vico. He's good, he's dancing. He got second place, and some might, be upset or be like, man, what a tough moment. I didn't get that VR. Vico's dancing, he's emoting, he's feeling good. I love that. I also love Boop, by the way. Shout out to you. Kiss, kiss, ciao, ciao. With that being said, though, it's time. More action here from EWC.
Here we go. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in, because we are about to witness one of the most exciting ends to a Fortnite tournament, because we have got 3 potential teams in contention to cross that 350-point threshold. We got Vico dancing in his booth. We've got Shark and Teeny dancing to victory in the game. And then we got Sky Jump and Momsy, who just, unfortunately, stumbled whilst trying to do their dance moves in that last game. Who's going to strut their stuff here in the 8th game of the day? This is really where it starts to get real, and we really get to understand and decide which one of our teams, or which multiple of our teams, we're going to be taking a look at for this match point potential. Already off to a good start, though, is Teeny and Shark. Teeny getting one already. Huge shot again there onto Bolts. RPG in hand. What's Bolts going to be able to do about it? Blocks it well. Teeny looking to hit another one, and does. That's huge right there. Down goes Bolts. Teeny still in this game, still alive, and just hitting so many great shots right there with the Mammoth pistol. I mean, this is really where it starts to get real, MDF. We could have 3 teams making it over that 350-point threshold here in this game.
I'm just getting back. I'm sitting down. I'm seeing what's going on. They're off to a hot start, already starting to, again, continue to march their way towards that threshold. Izzy Nosif very much on that same tune as well. 247, it's a good spot to be in. Let's see, Shark and Teeny finds Izzy Nosif as we kind of tee it up here. He's got such a lead on him. Very nicely done. Good finish there. And back to the action here. Teeny's on his teammate, though. Nosif's got to be careful.
He's got to be very careful. This is awkward for Izzy and Nosif, getting pushed from 2 different angles from Shark and Teeny. Goofy there down in the feed as well. It's just been bad to worse for those guys. At the bottom end of the leaderboard, Muzz actually hitting a huge shot there onto Malabuka. Looks as though Malabuka surely will end up going down in that particular fight, and that's disastrous, because look, Vico's just gone down as well. Could this be our second place team out? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's our first place team, I beg your pardon, out now of the lobby. That is not good at all. Both of them went down individually, and Vico Malabuka, oh, Vico hasn't got much to dance about anymore.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa now. Hello, Mammoth Pistol from Z-Dog. Downrange will be finishing off Peterbot there. That's how quickly your story can change, by the way. Take a look. Sky Jump takes down Vico simultaneously as Malibu gets hunted down at the Dirty Docks. I mean, you just can't make that up. That's so unfortunate. Muzz under some serious pressure right now. Sharks just seeming to be on a heater now. That's their 5th elimination.
Fully down.
Now officially taking the lead here with Victor Royales and, of course, the point threshold. I mean, at this pace, they will be at 350, exiting match 8, gearing up to close out the tournament for the evening.
Wow, what a start for Shark and Teeny. It'd be very easy just to start slowly in this game when you only need 30 points.
Just an endgame?
Yeah, and just play endgame, right? But, yeah, they're already getting off to a hot start. Peterbot and Poyo, hot and cold, really, today. I feel like we've seen what's underneath the Peterbot aura. We've seen them showing what they can do, what he can do individually as well. But then also we've seen some of the chinks in their armor, some of the weaknesses in their gameplay here on Reload as well.
Yeah, I mean, last game they were definitely going for another win. They went for high ground. They were really putting it all out there. Not sure how, again, Peterbot misjudged, kind of sliding off. That momentum seemed to have carried him straight into fall damage, unfortunately. Even he was obviously taken aback. That calculation wasn't quite accurate, but with that, they lose, I don't know, a good amount of points. They could have otherwise been around the 380 range, right? A little closer.
Yeah.
But it sets them back nonetheless. Shark and Teeny just full-on offense, though. 5 elims right now. And again, playing it as a duo. Not doing the safety strats like you see some of these other teams opting to split, but more so saying, hey, let's just land here. Let's push together. And they're taking fights very comfortably, very confidently, if you will, against duos on the map. Acorn's going to be spotted out there, continuing to remain, unfortunately, in 20th place here. Peterbot's back in the game after that short stint to the side. Finds Scroll there. There's a reason he runs Mammoth. There's a reason he's regarded as one of the most well-rounded players in the world.
I'd love to know the stats on how many times Falcons have eliminated AGL today. I feel like they've just been going head-to-head all day. It's like they know. It's like they know it's each other. Well, very similar to the club championship standings as well.
It's more about how far ahead you can come at the end of the day. So right now, Falcons is surely in the lead here. Sky and Scroll have a long way to go. They'll need to get at least 2 big end games to be in contention. But Peterbot back after Scroll here, trying to finish the job. This is really bad. So Scroll's down. We already knew Sky was taken out, which means he's left even worse for Wares as well. Another team could potentially just look to hunt them at this point.
Yeah, it's been so strange from Sky and Scroll, but should we be surprised with how they've been playing this entire week? You know, it's sort of resting on our laurels of like, yeah, they'll get good, they'll come good. Unfortunately, not being the case. Peterbot and Poyo.
Hit it, please.
Just being able to dominate in a lot of these fights. As Scroll is just trying to escape. Peterbot investing a lot of those overdrive grenades to try and make his way over, trying to seek him out inside of that little hut. Not going to be found there, though. That's where the game becomes a little bit of hide and seek. For Scroll, it's all about hiding. And unfortunately for him right now, it's all about taking a lot of damage as well. Deep inside of the storm. These guys are fighting it out. Peterbot still trying to hit shots. Hasn't got the means to get over there, so I think that's why he's just sort of turned around and decided against it. Teeny getting into Izzy's box. Nice shot there. Shark goes down in the process, though. That was to Izzy, so they're going to be able to get the revive here. You have to imagine nobody in the vicinity. That was important there from Teeny to put the team on his back slightly and clutch up in that fight.
Second time I've seen it today. Nicely done. Z-Dog, Goofy, 115 here. 2 eliminations, so having a bit of a better game. See how Pixie Suzy can do here. Still haven't earned any points right now. 222, the overall threshold. Kind of slipped down on the overall standings here. Golden Rapids slowly starting to get back into things. 201 for them. Looking at the leaderboards, Victor V. Kanata with another back-to-back endgame there. Jumps them up to top 7. Swizzy and Pixie are close on their heels in 8th. So just a couple elims and they'll jump right over that team.
Steamy Stacks, looking like this is going to be where the zone's going to pull right here. Goofy and Z-Dog. It's just been, mentally it must be really difficult for them because they started strongly, as you mentioned, 5th place at the beginning of the day, and just have been slowly slipping away as the day has gone on. My goodness, look at that zone. It's like 70% of it is in the water. It's absolutely ridiculous. So
I think the worst was our first day though. We had the first zone just off the map completely. Like, it was quite the zone. I felt like we were about due for some silos in game, so Steamy Stacks is gonna keep things interesting for us. It's kind of cool. Day one, we did get that Steamy Stack zone, and a lot of like teams actually preferred not to go up for the stacks.
Yeah.
It was only towards the end when folks tried to play for retakes. We'll see if that's going to be different here today. Good amount of duos still deep in the zone. Conan Faded, one of the first few to go ahead and get situated here. He's got roughly 4 other teams parked above him. Momsy and Skyjump, one of them. 306 for Skyjump and Momsy. Again, the roadway completely open, given that Vico and Malabuka, who started this game in first, fell very early to some unforeseen circumstances. Salvatore and Yasin, as a quick update, fall, and they are in 10th. So when another team falls, this is going to give Cold and Rapid a chance now to basically be in top 10 for the first time of the evening.
Yep, opportunity. I feel like this game is a little bit of a quicker pace than that last. Remember in 7th zone last time, we still had all 20 of our duos and all 40 of our players, right? So lots more action early game here. Quite unfortunate for the likes of Vico and Malabuka as well. Difficult situation, same with Muzz and Sphinx. And Shark and Tina, we've seen them in this position before, trying to launch pad in from deep. Hoyo and Peterbot, they're direct rivals, you have to say, right below them.
Look up, look up. Just look up.
Use that
it's the guys
pistol.
You need to take out are right there. Mumsy, though, and his duo seem to have been pressuring Peterbot and Boy on the outskirts. Look at that. They end up turning back. So they need to find a new angle.
Remember that earlier on. They went deep inside of the storm. Shark went down. It set their game off completely in the wrong direction. This time, they don't want to take that big risk. Big change in how they're approaching this in terms of mentally as well. This is the sort of team you think, yeah, they're just going to go for height. They're going to put themselves in the best position. They put themselves in the safest position right there. They understand and respect the rest of the lobby. They understand their position as well. What is that, 30, 24 points until that 350 mark. So, you know, it's not a huge amount for a team like Shark and Tina. They can do that with eliminations on their own if they want to. What's that, 8 elims? So, more than possible. Peterbot and Poyo are out.
No.
Mixed reactions from the crowd. Falcons fans are disappointed. I hear some cheers from other areas as well. Peterbot and Poyo. What happened?
I mean, I'm looking at the overall map. There's still 3 duos that were inside the storm. So those couple of shots that came in from pretty much Momsy sitting on the edge of storm looking inwards, and Skyjump there forced them to kind of park down. They try to wait it out.
Yeah.
But I think the teams that were coming in late found them there. That's a rough spot to be in. They had every opportunity just now to really get back in and keep that catalyst going, keep that momentum running. But now they're surely behind here. It's looking like a 3-way, pretty much a 3-way race between Shark, Teeny, Vico, Malabuka, Skyjump, and Mumsy now. Everyone else is going to need at least 2 games to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, very unorthodox way that Shark and Teeny maybe have done it today. But yeah, they look like the most likely team now to break into that 350 point plus mark and then potentially take it in the very next game. All depends on how well they play right there. We've seen the best of them. We've seen the worst of them as well. So which are we going to get in this game? They got to get there first, and of course the rest as well. As you hear that countdown ticking on down, it's the noise that you don't want to hear if you're in a fight, because reboots have now been disabled.
Okay, hear me out though. Shark and Teeny don't make an end game right now, right? If they fall short, fall shy, this is easily going towards a game 10. But what will happen is anyone from that 5th through 9th place, 5th through 11th even, we go as far as Romero and Lua, can jump up and at least be in contention for closing out game 10, and then everyone kind of being in the same threshold range. So really just depends on how well they play during this game, if whether or not we'll see a breakaway on the standings. Nosif, Izzy have a chance to do it, but Nosif's gonna fall first, crashing and crumbling under the pressure of Darman Dennis. And now they're pushing in. Demas has already secured the loot from Nosif. Izzy greedily goes in for the med kits.
We've seen you do it before, Izzy. We saw you do it yesterday.
He's done it too much.
Solo clutch, he's done it, but he's proved that he can do it. Albeit this is a lot earlier on. Let's see that magic. Oh.
Called it too soon. They get caught out on the move there. I'm looking at Cold and Rapid, positioned by the silo. Sharkantini not too far from them. Acorn Bolts trying to make their desperate move inside. It's a good exchange of blows there. That could have gone either way had the Mammoth shot landed, though. Coming to a halt here. Pixie, Swizzy, kind of eyeing up the surrounding areas. Again, this is all around the silo. Completely indestructible, mind you.
Yep.
Some early shockwaves from Sharkantini. They're really trying to position themselves as, again, leaders on the rotates, leaders on the high ground as well. Even if it's not committing to the ultimate height, they're still kind of up there.
Well, this is big. Sharkantini now find themselves in those placement points. Skyjump Momsey, the team that's just behind them there in third place. Remember, Vico Malabuka went down early on in this game. Bolts and Acorn, hello. They're in the lobbies. They want to show us that they're still here to play. Because remember, even if they're not in the position to win this whole thing, there's still lots of money, lots of prizing on the line for even breaking outside of that bottom of the leaderboard. So, big opportunity here for Bolts and Acorn to show us what they're really about. Momsey and Skyjump, completely different end of the leaderboard, completely different objective for them. That's just to get over that 350-point threshold. Same as Sharkantini, getting themselves to the front side of zone right now. 7 eliminations so far for them. They've been really active earlier on in this game, but also playing safe as it gets towards these later stages of the competition. And, of course, this particular game.
Yeah, this game, they were playing so differently. Instead of going for high ground, where before they seem to have been in the race to try to earn as much as possible, they're playing it very, very safe right now, trying to secure placement points first. Saw a little glimpse of Kanata Victor V, Momsey, Skyjump. These are strongly positioned teams right now, kind of in this end game. New zone's going to reveal itself. It's already on the move here to meet. Josh Nyamzo alive, still in the end game. Lua Romero, Goofy barely holding on here. Acorn and Bolts are going to go down. Sky and Scroll fall as well to Momsey and Skyjump. And they are just heating up. These are important points being earned right now. Oh. Wow. That's a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Beam right there in the process. Momsey does have med kits in his inventory, but look who's decided to try and take height as well. Hari and Cammy, they're up on top right now. Goofy and Z-Dog down and out. They really do need it. They need to make up a lot of these points. Remember, 4th place right now, so huge opportunity for them to climb up the standings. If it's not going to be this game, maybe the next game they can break into that 350-point mark. Momsey, though, down. Oh, no. Disastrous here for the French guys. Skyjump needs to do it all alone. His objective right now, his main goal is to get into that 350-point plus mark. Teeny and Shark, 12 points behind. Need to get into it, need to try and take it for themselves. They'll be hoping that Skyjump Momsey go out of this game soon.
Just 12 points. 12 points is what they need right now to get into 350 match point range. They are on their way at the moment. Still 12 duos remaining as well. All they need is a couple of elims and a few placement points. It'll just basically happen depending on the next engagement here. You gotta be careful though, these are their builds. Skyjump on the other side knows and recognizes that he needs placement point as well. I love this play to stay in the storm a little bit longer. Cammy and Hari still have high ground. This is going back towards the silo on the outskirts here. Team's alive right now. Swizzy, Pixie, Kanata, Victor V, Cold and Rapid still in this game too. Shark has fallen. That's going to be because Iamzo was right above them. It's all up to Teeny. Teeny gets faded. 347, Mini.
3 more points for Teeny. And then a win in the next game. 3 more points is all you need, my friend.
Minimal.
Minimal. 1 placement, really. An elimination. Can he find it? Or are we going to go to yet another game? Getting pressure, though, from Victor V and Kanata on the same box. 200 wood. Trying to play out as much as possible. He needs other teams to fall on through. Popping the big pot as well to try and make himself as healthy as possible. Cammy there goes down. Must have been the 4 damage there, which is not ideal for them all the way up on height.
They got it.
They got it.
A team falls. It's Cammy. It's Swizzy who's down. Teeny has broken through the threshold, punched his fist through that ceiling, and now the rest will be history. We'll see how it goes. Skyjump hiding in the box. Skyjump still going for it. He's at 336. He needs 14 points to remain in this race as well, to stay in that point threshold range going into the final games. Kanata, Victor V, very hurt but not out just yet. Pablo and Chino have high ground. They exchange blows, and down goes Sky Jump there. On high ground, though, is just Hari here. Demis is still in the game. Lua and Romero coming back into the fight. Chino hits Romero, and he is very, very hurt.
Hari now needs a solo clutch his way into contention. Remember, Shark and Tini are in that threshold, so it all comes down to this for Shari. 20 HP, can only take 2 ticks of the storm. Really not ideal at all. And Hari goes down. Mini Pollo is down there with Fukun as a duo. Liwa and Romero looking to get themselves back in contention as well. 251 points for them. It's a duo versus a solo. As we see Darman Deemish there down on low ground. Mini Pollo trying to do anything and everything to make it happen. Now it's a 2v2.
Lua Romero, 6 eliminations for Lua. Romero has 1. Who will get the final one? It is going to be Lua, locking things up and putting them away. What a round. They spring and leapboard their way well into the top 5, as do other teams. So many teams right now are in that 250 to 280 range, roughly a game away from potential point formats, but all eyes are on Shark and Tini, who are officially now just moments away potentially. All they need is a victory, and they can end this tournament early.
What I will say, though, is a lot of those teams from sort of 5th to 10th, they've now put themselves in contention as well. Of course, they can't win the tournament from this next game, but maybe all they need is this next game to be good to then put themselves in that 350-point mark. So if it's not Game 9, if Shark and Tini don't win Game 9, we could be looking at multiple teams going into Game 10 with over 350 points. Liwa Romero, 272 you saw there at the end, so another 80 points or so away from that threshold. But like I mentioned earlier, even if it's not going to be for them, still a huge amount of points to gain in that last game, just to push them up in those standings. You see Shark and Tini there as well. Hands on the head for Shark. Woo!
He's trying to lock in right now, trying to channel everything that he can to stay focused here and push through to the end. You got to think about it. He did just enough, literally.
Yeah.
Just enough to be right on that line to go ahead and open up the potential here. Now the real question is, with Momsy and Skyjump so close, you have 2 options here. Play it extremely passive and try to go for the win.
Yep.
Or push the lead that you have, knowing that after this next game, Skyjump will likely jump up in, and now it's a 2-horse race until everyone else, you know, has their next game, and then play for the win, right? Because it's like one of those things you can't really count it out, but at the same time, you don't want to not be in first either.
How do you approach it? I mean, it's new for these guys as well, right? We haven't had match point like this ever, and it's never been reached. We had it somewhat sort of a pseudo match point, never actually got reached. Too high of a points threshold.
Well, even that game, they went 7 elims in the first couple zones.
Yeah.
They played all out, very, very aggressively, and then kind of played their end game. But it's because they needed to get to the point threshold.
Yeah.
But they don't need that anymore. They don't have to play like that.
Great job they did. If they didn't do that, they would have needed another game
to
go ahead and do it, right? So, yeah, huge. Vico Malabuka, though, falling early in that game.
Oh, right,
yeah, we're going to be really sad about that. 320 points that they are sat on right there, literally last place. 20th, 0 eliminations. Might as well have gone and made a cup of tea and had a bite to eat instead of playing that game, because you would have got the same amount of points. So, can they step up to the plate? What will Shark and Tini do? Will they take out their immediate competition off spawn? Will they start to mess around a little bit? Because realistically, the most important thing for them is that Skyjump and Momsy don't get over that threshold.
And Vico and Malabuka.
The Vico Malabuka don't get over that threshold. Doesn't matter about points anymore.
Well, they're really close. I know we got Zeke standing by to give us some more insight, and that's what I want to hear about.
Thank you so much, Monster. You are right. We have Shark and Tini here. They just hit match point in that last game. Guys, here we are, finally on match point. You just need another win. Pretty easy. At this point, you guys have so many wins. Is it easy? Is it going to be easy to just go in? Are you going to win this next game right here, right now?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
What do you think? Is it going to happen, Shark? Are you going to win right here, right now, or is it Is it just a we'll see?
We'll see.
I love that. Farm the aura. Guys, obviously, you know, you've heard a lot from Boop. You guys are pretty tight with him. Shark, I'd love you to just look into the camera and just say something very nice to Boop right here.
Thank you for everything, bro.
I love that. Heartwarming. TD, to win right here, right now, would that just be like everything? What would you feel if you won it now?
I mean, it would be great, yeah. Amazing.
I love that, guys. And obviously, now that you have hit match point, pressure's going to be on. Do you think teams are going to maybe look to land on you? Are you guys going to maybe do something different to make sure that doesn't happen?
What was the question?
Are you going to do something different?
No.
Keep it all the same. I love that. They're locked in. They are focused on this next win. They are on match point. We'll have to see how it all goes.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
350 points was the mark, and that mark has been matched to the dot too by Shark and Teeny. And they're looking confident. Remember, they told me 9 matches. Right now, we are going to be going to that 9th match. It could end up happening here, Vivid.
7, oh my gosh, that game was like a nail biter for so many different reasons. Obviously, the most pertinent one was whether or not Shark and Teeny were actually going to go ahead and cross the threshold that they need to kind of activate that match point. Me and Levin, we were getting mad. We were like, no way he doesn't get the 3 more points they need. But yes, they ended up hitting it perfectly. And it's crazy because if they're just 1 point off of that, you just subtract 1 point, it changes this next game. It changes the whole competition entirely.
And we know, we already saw some people changing their drop spots. We can expect that again for this game as well. But you're totally right. For Teeny to clutch out those extra 3 points in the final moment as a solo in the water, it was absolutely crazy. Cammy and Carrie also were really close to being able to get to that 350 point threshold, but just barely missing out. But 7, we have so many teams that are going to be looking to possibly put a stop to the run of Shark and Teeny. But is the blood still in the water? Are they going to still keep going? I don't know if there's really anyone that can stop this run.
I don't know. I'm there with you because of the performance that we have seen from this duo, not just today, but going back to their actual groups. They were able to get so many victory royales. Today they have shown that they can still do it as well. And the one thing that we kind of been keeping track throughout today is that high ground. This is a team that usually excels that. We really haven't seen that much contest, the high ground being contested as much. If we see them in the high ground, it could end up finishing.
Yeah, it could of course get crazy. I won't lie though, guys. I feel like Shark and Teeny have what I like to call a little bit of a freebie in this next game, right? They are the only team that can kind of win the game. And what I mean by a freebie, I mean, it's not going to be a lot of pressure on them, right? They can just kind of go out. They don't have to worry about any other team winning the game to kind of end the competition early. That being said, when we do take a look at the leaderboard, there are plenty of teams that are very, very close to 350 points now. So let's just say the Shark and Teeny don't win this next game. You got to imagine other teams are going to cross 350 points. And then the next game after this next one, then it's going to be pressure on.
I mean, during that interview, I'm sorry.
I was going to say it is a bit of a freebie, but also it kind of leaves a big question mark, right? If they don't end up winning it in this next one, as we can see there on the overall with what you were alluding to, we do have Skyjob Mumsy very close by. We have Vico and Malibuka as well, very close by as well.
Man, when I was speaking of Carrie and Cammy, I actually meant Skyjump and Momsy that were so close, 336 points right there. Although it was Carrie and Cammy that were on high ground doing a pretty good job right there. So to see them jump up into 4th place, I think that they're well within contention of breaking into that 1st place spot. But Skyjump, Momsy, Vico, Malibuka, so many of these teams are so close and just need not even a good game, honestly, just a handful of eliminations to break into that point threshold.
Vivid, I'm going to be looking at number 7 there, Falcons, because not just what we have seen today, the bounce back out of this out of this duel. But also with everything that's going on with the club championship, we've seen them today get close to 100 points in just one match, and we see Peterbot and Pollo being able to clutch it in big moments.
Exactly what I wanted to talk about, right? It feels obvious that if you take a look at fourth place, right, 303 points, third place, 320 points, second place, 336 points. Yeah, they can get to 350 pretty easily, but it is possible. If you go all the way down, I mean, heck, Swizzy and Pixie from 249, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to have such a big game that they could get up to 350 as well. So many of those teams that Sharkatini might be counting out could really enter match point in a blink of an eye.
And listen, NA West also representing there, Victor V and Kanata. If we want to talk about a comeback, they have been doing absolutely incredible since we've moved to Slurp Rush, winning 2 games in game number 6, and now also coming out on top. To see them beating out the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, I don't know if that was necessarily going to be on anyone's bingo card right now, but just taking a look at the second page right now, we do still have some big names there. Of course, we're starting to, I mean, we've definitely passed the halfway point now. I don't know necessarily if they're going to be able to do anything to climb up too much of the leaderboard, but still, we do have a lot of these teams that are still just trying to gain any amount of points for their club.
Yeah, and for Sharkatini, you can see it right there. The threshold was 350 points, which has been met by that duel. The next thing they need to do is just get a victory royale, and they'll be able to become champions. They could finish in this next one. Talking back about the club championship, AGL, just Sky and Scroll have not been able to perform. Something that we're also talking about is sometimes when you get to the later stages of the finals here, you tend to see teams that got absolutely nothing to lose do a little bit of BM to those teams that have everything to gain.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, AGL, that's going to be kind of where my eyes are being peeled towards. And it's kind of crazy because Sharkatini, by what feels like not winning this next game, kind of keeps Sky and Scroll in it for their club in general, right? Because obviously Sky and Scroll are a little bit further down the leaderboard than Falcons are right now. So Sky and Scroll need as many opportunities as they possibly can to rise up that leaderboard, because the stakes, what it means for everything, even outside of Fortnite specifically, is so much.
It's possible. There's possibilities. We've seen teams that were all the way in the bottom half, if not the bottom quarter, being able to get out a win. I mean, it was, you know, Kanata and Victor V were not having a great performance, and then they were able to get like a 100-point game. This is definitely possible. Now, is it probable? That I'm not too certain about. We have just seen such domination from Sharkatini, and after that interview, it doesn't even look like they're nervous they're on match point. It looks like this is just a normal day of Fortnite, and we're all just playing their game.
It looks just like that, too. You were talking about teams that were able to bounce back, too. One team that comes to mind is T1. T1 has been performing quite well. Dharma and Demas, that's one team that we were keeping a close eye on when they were in the second page because of what we saw out of them on Survival, and right now we're starting to see exactly what we expected out of them here in Match Point Finals.
Yeah, the bounce back has been multiple times now where they didn't have the best group stages and then absolutely dominated the survival stages, and I was kind of interested in how that would translate finally into the finals, and it seems to be a bit of a mixed bag, starting off strong, then having a few weak games, but definitely seems to be kind of finding their footing a little bit more.
Yeah, again, I mean, Dharma and Demas have without a doubt showed us their ceiling, how well they can actually play, but the consistency has been a problem for them. That being said, I know they're kind of in range of that 350-point mark if they do have one of those really good games that we have seen from them throughout the week. So fingers crossed for T1.
Yeah, for T1, I mean, they just want to make sure they stay within the top 8 as well. Because, yeah, we're talking about who can actually win that club championship. But there's just so much money at stake as well for Aurora. For Aurora right now, I believe they're sitting in 10th place on the club championship. If they actually end up getting this win right here, they would jump up by 1,000 points. And that could mean a difference from, I think, $600,000 all the way up to $3 million.
No pressure, man. I mean, that is absolutely crazy. You know, I was saying that they weren't feeling nervous. Hopefully they weren't listening to you just say that, because that would add some nerves to me. But you know what? I think for Sharkatini, this isn't necessarily about playing for the club. I don't think this is necessarily even about playing for them. I think that they're just playing Fortnite, and this to them is just what they want to do.
Listen, Seven, I want to see them, honestly. There's reasons that I would like to see every single team win. I feel like for Sharkatini, the reason why I would like to see them win, I want to see just a little bit of a smile on one of their faces. That's what I'm kind of hoping for.
I think we have gotten a glimpse of it, right? We have gotten more emotion out of them in these last matches than we have seen in group stages. That's for sure, because remember what was happening within Shark and Teeny. Whenever Teeny was going out very early on, at least we were getting some kind of emotion there out of Shark, whether it was aggravated or not. And in this one, I'm hoping that if they do end up finishing here in the next match, oh, those tears of joy might come out.
Obviously, the emotions aren't the only thing that Shark and Teeny are going to have to continue to control. Whether or not not teams are actually going to switch up their game plans. Obviously, Zeke had the opportunity to ask Sharkatini, hey, are you guys going to do anything to kind of combat anything that the other teams might be doing? They said no, they're going to stick to exactly what they have been doing. So technically speaking, there are possibilities for teams to kind of lean into what they already know about Sharkatini and just play against that. But if there was one team that was playing here today, if there's one team in the world in general that was probably the hardest to go ahead and try to counter-strat, it's probably Sharkatini.
Listen, you're talking about you want to see a Sharkatini smile. Have you seen a shark smile? That is absolutely terrifying, and they're already petrifying on the floor right now. I don't think we need to see any smiling giant rows of teeth from Shark right there. I think he's exactly where he wants to be. He is, you know, he's laying under the radar. He wants to be slow. He doesn't want anyone to give any attention to him, and I think for Sharkatini, this might be their game.
If you see a smile from Shark, that will mean it might just be game over. As we're looking at some of the other duels, right, where we're talking about contestant at the beginning, and we saw a lot of that in this last one, right? Which is one duo that comes to mind that might actually end up contesting Sharkatini, knowing that they're now at match point.
Yeah, listen, obviously we saw a bunch of all-spawn fights kind of going on that game. Usually it depends on the bus path. For one of the teams that did end up going down early, we didn't get to specifically see it, Vico and Malibuca. They could have been on match point equally with Sharkatini this game, but because they went down early, 0-point game there for them, unfortunately, they are still on 320. So again, one of those teams that can cross the threshold now, but still a lot of work to do in denying Sharkatini that win.
It could end here, or we could end up going one more match. Stay tuned, because it's about to get even spicier here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Barney, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Gadia City Grid has been home to some of the most iconic moments at the 2026 Esports World Cup.
I mean, it's been 7 weeks, so many games, so many stuff happened on this stage, and a lot of story to just remember. So many clutch, so many good memories here. It's going to be weird to not be here tomorrow, you know?
It is, isn't it? So let us take this moment to first of all say thank you to all of the incredible people who have put their blood, their sweat and tears into creating this, into turning this vision into a possibility. So first of all, thank you so much to all the people that built this incredible stage, to the production for putting on this amazing show, to the broadcast talent for telling the stories, and to the players for competing so fiercely week in, week out. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut applaudir toutes les personnes qui ont rendu ce spectacle possible depuis le début de ces 7 semaines, s'il vous plaît? La production, dont il vient de citer. But Barney, there is one other, like, thing, not really things, but one more thing we have to say thank you. We have to say thank you to you, to everyone who is watching esports, to everyone reaching us here in the Gadia City Grids. I mean, the fans was insane, and we are all doing it for you because you are watching it. So please make some noise for you, mesdames et messieurs. Faites du bruit pour vous. Merci beaucoup à tous les fans qui rendent cet événement possible. We are doing all of this for you as well.
And so, as we approach the final moments here of the Fortnite Reload Championship, remember what you were part of here in Paris, and let's go out with a bang.
Maybe it's the last game, so people, are you ready?
I am here with 2 legends of the French scene. We got Leo the Crack, one of my favorite streamers. We got professional player Akira. Mumsy and Skyjump are the team right behind Teeny and Shark. They're the team that could catch them. Your former teammates, you've played with them. What do you have to say to them to motivate them?
Ces gars-là, c'est des bosseurs. Ils ont travaillé très dur. Donc les gars, faut les encourager à max. Allez, allez, allez!
You said they're grinders, they work hard, we have to get behind them. Leo, you know I like to hype a crowd up every once in a while, but these are your people. Every time Skyjump and Mumsy have done well, it's because this crowd has gotten behind them. So I want you to get this crowd ready for this next game.
Ok. Déjà, merci à tous d'être venus, de soutenir la maison ou de soutenir d'ici. On a la chance d'avoir 4 joueurs exceptionnels. On a Mumsy, Skyjump qui sont à la 2e place. Ils sont à rien de pouvoir gagner. Je veux vraiment que vous donnez tout pour eux. Jusqu'au bout, les mecs. Allez!
It's time to see whether match point will be hit or whether Teeny and Shark will run away with it. Over to the casters.
The stage is set after 8 incredible matches of Fortnite here at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are on match number 9 with Shark and Teeny from Aurora Gaming being the first and only team here on match point.
If we don't see half
off the lobby, dropping wherever Shark and Teeny are headed. There is going to be some devious gameplay afoot here, Jacob, because even if they make it out of the off-spawn position, the likelihood that they don't just get constantly cut off by other teams looking to try and prevent them from having any sort of a spark for this final lobby. Already Dirty Dogs heating up pretty heavily here. Chino, Pablo making their presence known. Khan on the ropes trying to see if he can escape, but there is no out. Chino will get credit for his first here, and they're still waiting. They want more. Muzz and Sphinx, though, finally getting, not having to deal with Sharktini, but there's Chino right after the fact.
He just walked in there, saw both of them. Oh, I may have made a mistake. Just spent one too many feet forward on that one. Muzz and Sphinx going to do a good job of taking him down. You see Teeny towards the background, unbothered so far. So I don't think there's too much attention being drawn their way. And that's the decision, honestly, a lot of the teams in today's competition will have to make. If Shark and Teeny are in a position to win the game, everybody else has to decide, is it worth throwing my game away to take them down just in the hopes of us going to a match 10?
Well, one thing's evident, Hari and Cammy know that they are on the cusp of achieving that match point status. They are banking on being able to attain it in this lobby because you don't have many other options when you already have a duo that's on that match point, period. So for Hari, Cammy, every single elimination, every single 3 points that they can build further and further up, it just makes it all the easier to try and prevent Shark and Teeny for as long as they can from bringing home that championship trophy.
And you see Shark already going for an early game fight onto Z-Dog. A huge advantage already swinging his way. You see the slap splashes trying to come out for Z-Dog. Shockwave as well, but he's going to get caught out either way. But it's Sky Jump and Momsy who steal that elimination away. And even though they still have to wait for this game to finish, they are 11 points away from now being on match point. Taco, that's less than 4 eliminations.
And Sky Jump and Momsy, big part of the reason why they're here so early. They know this is Shark and Teeny, but with that shield crack, they're going to immediately look for the follow-up here. If they can secure the eliminations onto Sky Jump, it's going to force Momsy to play further back. Shark, Teeny get the one. Momsy will be able to escape for right now, but he still has to try and avoid going out anytime soon. Skyjump should realistically be able to bring himself back into this one, but it is a tough blow to make that kind of aggressive run. Respect the vision, but they might need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and at least it was Momsy who was not only able to stay alive, but you see him finding some med kits, knowing that's probably going to overstay their welcome deep into the zone. But if you kind of get a picture of the mini-map, there's not too many teams on the outskirts just yet. There might be solos floating around, but for Skyjump and Momsy, for now, it should be relatively safe as we continue to look around the lobby. 2 eliminations to start this game for Vico and Malibuca. They, too, need a resurgence here outside the leaderboard, but they are only around 24 points away as it stands. So they still need a couple more eliminations, or, honestly, just to make it inside of the top 10 or so.
Bit unfortunate right now, though, for Z-Dog and Goopy. Ever since those initial eliminations that Z-Dog has suffered, Mumsy Skyjump definitely taking advantage of it. Creeping closer and closer towards that match point threshold. But even if they achieve it, they still have to play at least one more lobby. So it's about making it there and then preventing Shark and Teeny from having any level of success. And the problem is, Jacob, is that from 2nd all the way down to 8th place, where Demish and Darm entered this match 9 at 260 points, realistically speaking, there is a chance for all of these teams to potentially catapult themselves into that match point threshold. I'm not ignoring the fact that we have seen Demish and Darm throw up 18 match eliminations with a victory royale. That's enough to overcome the distance.
Yeah, it's just the further down that leaderboard you go, it's almost a win-needed scenario. If you wanted to be on match point after this one, join the likes of Shark and Teeny, the only team to be on pace. Peterbot Poyo needed roughly 87 points throughout the course of this game from here on out. Go ahead and land on match point. It could be through eliminations, it could be through winning the game. Definitely have given themselves options, but they've kind of fell below the curve, or at least where you would think a team like this caliber would stand, especially since they're playing for the Falcons and the club championship as well. You can kind of see a little bit of a different approach to this game. Not as many kind of fights going down, 50-50s, solos just kind of get points. It just kind of seems like it's a little bit more calculated this time around.
Hey, Vico felt very confident that that last lobby was going to be the immediate match point threshold secured. And after they got eliminated so early on, Malabuka probably told them snap back to reality and lock in, because everyone else is catching up at a rapid rate here as Swizzy and Pixie looking to try and bring down Falcons, Peterbot and Poyo, but they will fall back momentarily. They had them a little bit on the run there though, but they're just seemingly more preoccupied with not getting caught out in any other third-party intervention. It's a smart idea to create a little bit of space here. But for Pete and Poyo, kind of readdressing the whole Club Championship Series, that elimination feed already lit up with Sky and Scroll's names. As long as Peterbot and Poyo can maintain staying inside of the top 8 here, they will be able to contribute towards those Club Championship points and just help Falcons stay nestled inside of that first place position for the weekend overall.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the leaderboard, it does look like Sky and Scroll have been eliminated out of this game as well. HEAL just having a rough day, but we've seen Sky and Scroll have big comes back before, and I would think today could possibly be no different, but you still got a big team standing in your path. Shark and Teeny, who have seemed to have let the dust settle. They're not in any desperate situations like you see some others already at this stage of the game. Acorn and Bolts lurking around, top side is Steamy. They're already inside of the zone. They're just waiting for somebody to make a mistake.
Problem right now, though, for a duo like Faded and Khan is they're having to depend pretty heavily on securing some big elimination points. 3 duos having already been eliminated from this match 9 just means that that end game might not be so topsy-turvy after all. We might see it thinning out at a much faster rate here in comparison to a lot of these past matchups, but more specifically, Peterbot and Poyo and everyone else inside of this top 8 period of the leaderboard, they're just going to be looking to shut down. The moment that Shark or Teeny light up that elimination feed, it's just going to be the green light for everyone else to try and follow up and collapse.
And I think Shark and Teeny as of now still way over in Dirty Docks. We might not see them for a little bit. 5th zone, that's where you typically see teams start to play a little bit safer. They don't want to get knocked. They don't want to get eliminated. Kind of get put in a blender, being forced to figure out how I'm going to make it to the next stage of the game. But for Skyjump and Momsy, rotating through Slurpee Swamp, you know they don't need to go ahead and use too many of their own resources. A lot of barrels that they can go and replenish the HP, the shield, anything that they need. They just need to be very, very aware, careful of how many other players are rotating in and around their current position.
At a bare minimum, 3 eliminations would guarantee that match point. So even if they should stumble here in Game 9 and find themselves wiped out of the lobby entirely, so long as they cross 350 points, everything else is kosher. But then they are also depending on somebody else in the lobby to stop Shark and Teeny in their tracks and not allow that Victory Royale to break through.
And now we finally get to see where everybody is at. A decent spread for the most part, but the zone forcing players all the way toward the west, just below Steamy stacks. So a lot of time to still get in position. It's like Hari and Cammy, you see they're not too far away, but they are close by, basically rotating parallel to Vico and Malabuka. They got a hint of where another team is at, but I'm not sure Vico and Malabuka felt the same. But with the elevation of that bridge, they might be able to get a bird's eye view onto them slowly rotating into the zone.
Malabuka, Vico, too many whites to play with. They'll be able to full heal before they opt to utilize that launch pad and make their way closer towards that edge of zone. Teeny, Shark, recognizing the fact that they were going to need to go cross-country for this one based on how this zone is pooling over across that western side of the map. Now it's just about making sure that they don't get snuck up on by another team already kind of lying in the wings here. Salva, Yasin could be the ones to put them down potentially. Shot's not going to connect there onto Teeny just yet, but pressure's on. Everyone else looking up onto these rooftops, but Shark and Teeny, they'll be able to hold their own for right now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows it's them just yet, but that would have been a good shot and a good moment to capitalize. Kind of take the only match point team out of the game, guaranteeing we at least go to a match 10, but they're going to stay alive, so the threat is looming around every one of these corners still. Peterbot and Pollo slowly but surely making it in, right in the center of the zone so far. Relatively even ground outside of the south side of the map where Logjam Lodging is actually at, and that's where Teeny and Shark have already positioned at.
Malabuka, Vico, also somewhat local to where Shark and Teeny are located currently, but Pete and Pollo, they need a big moment here in Game 9. A victory royale would certainly be the cherry on top, of course, but it's NA's last hope currently, Jacob. Things are looking a bit dire right now because Cammy, Hari, Vico, Malabuka, Skyjump, Momsy, every single one of them at least being across that 300 points spot to begin with, they're just going to have that much more feasible of a time of actually securing match point in advance.
Tough spot to be in if you're Skyjump. It's not over just yet. Momsy will at least have a chance to try to get back in the game, but he is definitely being put on the clock. Skyjump just kind of looking for any bit of resources. He's at a decent amount of distance between him and the next closest team, but that position is going to be given away. Momsy rebooting right back on in. You got a couple teams trying to go ahead and fire off in the distance, but not taking the green light just yet. But it does look like Vico and Malabuka, they might be trying to take the bait. They know somebody in there has absolutely nothing to their name. Shark and Teeny seeing it all play down as well. They're putting pressure down from above. And this is right after getting these eliminations, getting that knock onto Momsy, just making it tougher and tougher for their closest competition because Vico and Malabuka have just fallen as well.
And Vico, Malabuka, they needed this lobby. They know that now their fate is going to rest in the control of what Shark and Teeny are able to accomplish. The frustration is obvious, but for Shark and Teeny, you can't just go on autopilot. You can't just think that it's a guarantee, it's a lock, because they still need to get the win. And who loves to play spoiler to that more than Peterbot and Pollo?
I'm not sure if they got the clue. If they got a memo, that's them underneath. That is the biggest threat to everybody in this lobby. Peterbot and Pollo. Team Falcons have positioned themselves accordingly, even getting a bit of information on Skyjump, Momsy, Kanata, and Victor B. The only other NA team inside of the top 10 thanks to that victory royale, but they just lack a little bit of attention there. Shots coming in from the side. Peterbot's shield gets dropped just like that.
That last mammoth shot had connected, though, onto either Shark or Teeny. Maybe would have seen the tide start to shift, a little rocking of the boat here. Cold Rapid under a lot of pressure currently, though, but Pete, he's still not super healthy. Pollo's actually going to end up finding the bulk of the lobby focus, but Cold and Rapid just alongside them cannot avoid all of this suppressive fire. Cold will be claimed for it, and the lobby just continues to victimize some of these teams.
That combat SMG is just so daunting when it's spraying into your box. Yamzo tries to go for a quick play, but he has to abandon ship. Peterbot doing a good job of just kind of closing the covers, trying to be as rare as possible. Placement points have not even started to set in, and he's one of two solos.
Momsy and Skyjump, Shark and Teeny. Momsy and Skyjump, one of the few teams still remaining in this lobby that could potentially be neck and neck with Shark, but do they realize just how close their #1 opposition actually is? They're not ready to commit just yet to any sort of fight. Peterbot, on the other hand, he's just looking for any kind of refresh that he can muster up. Goofy not going to be the first one to go down, though. Pete still trying to chase him out. He knows this is solo v solo right now. My best chance at coming up big time, and yet he'll be forced to depart and just sit and wait from the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it just gets tougher because he has to build there to protect himself, leaving with only one piece left. Peterbot right now hoping for some sort of blessing as he's lurking right behind. That's Khan, that's faded. There's a whole nother team towards the left. He's definitely trying to give himself options. Momsy, Skyjump, finding some extra loot down below. 3 different med kits. That's not only going to allow for Momsy to heal up here, but possibly stagger himself back later in this same game.
Momsy needs every little bit of HP that he can get, though, because Single shot. That's all it takes for Disaster to strike. Only 5 points away from hitting that match point threshold, but Peterbot has fallen. That's going to be Falcon's duo no longer in the mix-up here, as now Shark and Teeny have been isolated, looking down, trying to see if they can get some pressure onto Pixie, but adamant as ever to watch overhead, trying to make sure that nobody else is going to overcross them and overtake. They want the high ground more than anything else.
Yeah, but Skyjump Momsy only 2 points away from being on match point in the next game, but they also have to bring it to a next game. Shark and Teeny are now on high ground. The only match point team are now positioning themselves to end it here in 9 games.
We've seen this so many times already this weekend for Shark and Teeny, Momsy and Skyjump. If you're gonna get activated, it has to be right now. Shark and Teeny cannot afford to be left to their own devices here on height, because we already know just how commanding they are when it's in their control. Fukun and Minifio starting to be forced even further down into the dirt. All the while, Shark and Teeny, the world is their oyster. Finally, they'll get chopped, but they already managed to prevent any sort of fall damage off the Flowberry Fizz.
Shark Teeny, they were able to catch himself. That's huge. Fizz, Shockwaves, they regained their composure up above. Even with Goofy going down, placement points setting in. There's more teams looking to join them on match point, but they have to figure out a way to force another game, because Shark and Teeny looking up and contested up until now. Another team goes up. Shark drops to 37 HP. Teeny's going to fall. Shark needs to be the savior here for his team. He has to stay alive. It's Swizzy, it's Pixie. They're the ones that are looking to bring us to another game.
Swizzy and Pixie might have just saved this entire tournament here, because Shark, even though he's still alive, Jacob, he's just so hurt. Only 10 bits remaining in this Flowberry Fizz. He has to siphon anything that he can get, but Pixie and Swizzy, another one onto Romero. Salvo will also fall. They are racking up the points. Shark can't get the shot to line up. Skyjump and Momsy just crossed the threshold. We're gonna see a game 10.
Wow, wow, wow. Hopefully you guys at home didn't have anything to do today, because we have a long road ahead. Hari's here trying to play for that match point as well. 339 points. He wants to be one of 3 teams to try to make it there in this next game. Swizzy and Pixie as well. Ton of points left, but Hari's dream of being on match point is cut short by Josh and Iamzo.
These guys have been playing spoiler for the past few matches, it seems like, and they're not intending on slowing down. Yasin also gonna be claimed, as now frontside control is purely at their favor, but Swizzy, Pixie, they're ready to drop. They've already gotten the connection. Darm's gonna be pieced apart the moment he tries to go forward, but Swizzy lost so much HP along the way. Iamzo and Josh, they're trying to send it.
They absolutely shred the HP and shields of Team Havoc. And it's Elite down below, 2v2 situation. Resources for both teams are dwindling. Big shot from Swizzy on the side. That's gonna take down Josh. Iamzo with a 1v2. There goes the first knock, and it's him versus the world. Swizzy versus Iamzo, 15 HP, and it's not going to be enough. Iamzo closes it out.
It doesn't matter what's happened in the past, because the future is now. Josh and Iamzo desperately needed this. It's not going to put them into that match point threshold, but they might just get a chance. We saw everything crumble for Shark and Teeny, and I would anticipate a very similar fashion, Jacob, for everyone else that is currently sitting on match point, aka Skyjump and Momsy, 2 different duos, public enemy #1.
We haven't seen too many teams go up and actually contest the high ground. We haven't seen too many fights in the last 4 days when it comes to Fortnite on the high ground, but Shark and Teeny on match point. The lobby felt the pressure that they were in, and they executed to take them out, and now we have 2 teams on match point.
But man, kudos to Pixie and Swizzy. They made it close. For a moment, it looked like that could have gone a different way entirely, but just getting a chance to even break through what Iamzo and Josh are going on.
Then you're back, I'm going up.
No, I died.
200?
He has Siphon, I think.
Nice!
Calm, cool, collected.
good information, say, hey, he might have Siphon, might have more HP than you would think in that situation, but Yamzo, nonetheless, with a huge HP and shield advantage, of course, closes that one out. He's a little bit of a distance away, but not only securing a little bit more prize money if the tournament ends now, but getting that much closer to hopefully being on match point.
No, they definitely needed that because the Victor Royale points alone are going to really help swing them, have much more favorability in terms of just getting close towards that match point threshold, because at this stage, Hari Kami, they're also sitting right at 342 points. They're not trying to watch Skyjump and Momsy or Sharkantini walk away with this one, and neither is Vico or Malabuka, Lewa and Romero, Darm, Demish, all teams sitting between 320 to 326 points. And as the competition continues to tighten up with the match point threshold standings, everyone that's not necessarily in that position, why not just look to be agents of chaos? This is one of the few formats, Jacob, where it is very rewarding for teams that have been left behind to get an advantage so late into the game because they don't have anything to lose and everything to gain. But we'll have to see what happens here after everything that we've already witnessed. So make sure you guys go grab a quick refreshment and we'll be right back.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
All right, we've hopped on over to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet because Trackmania is getting going, and we already have some really important updates. Talk me through what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a really big week for Trackmania. It's the biggest event in their history as far as prize pool is concerned, and also maybe the biggest event here at EWC today because of the Club Championship. Falcons have the gold. Carl Jr., he is playing up later on, has a really tough group to get through into that top 8. We've already lost one member from AGL, though, in our very first game. He crashes out. Binks, not a great performance from him. You'll be really disappointed. He was tipped to finish within the top 6, but he would have been picking up points for AGL. That was our consideration. They still have one more player. It feels like Falcons and all the other single-player games, they've got like 4 or 5 players. AGL have 2 here in Trackmania. We've got Gwen going up in his matchup today. Right this second, if he gets through, that's a top 8, that's placement. If he can go further, that is the big question, but people are expecting him to qualify here.
Which I think at this point AGL need, because on our stage they have found themselves at the bottom of the lobby right now. This could be their only saving grace. I mean, we're gonna have to see what happens. As more updates come out, we'll make sure we check back in with Chris as well and keep you updated on how it's all going.
What a last game that was. The most important thing here, Vivid, is we go again. Game number 10 is coming up. Sharkantini went down early, but what a game for Swizzy and Pixie.
Swizzy and Pixie, incredible stuff there, right? Kind of joining in the contention. I think it's like top 6 that they are. I know they crossed the 310-point threshold. But the reason why I wanted to talk about Swizzy and Pixie, because during that Game 5 to Game 6 breaks, I actually had the opportunity to talk to them. I was like, hey, listen, are you guys looking forward to the slurp map? And they were like, no, not at all. We don't have a lot of good loot. Like, we have no idea what we're going to do. But then a good game from them right there. And honestly, they've been picking up steam.
Yeah, that was a really good game. Was it second place in that last game? Really solid for them. 5 elims there as well. But we have to talk about it. The elephant in the room. Sharkantini going down early right there. Big surprise.
So here it is, Minnie. Remember when I talked about it after the last game? I was like, Sharkantini, it feels like they have a little bit of a freebie, right? Nobody can kind of pressure them off that win and kind of end the tournament early. But now we're going to start to get the ball rolling. Some of these teams are going to start to enter that conversation. Skyjump and Momsy.
Skyjump and Momsy. I know everyone in this room is hyped for Skyjump and Momsy. They have reached that match point threshold. Are they going to take this final game, potentially the final game for them? Will it even be the final game? But we want to know. We're ready. I'm sure the players are ready. Are the crowd ready for this game? Match 10. Paris, make some noise!
Skyjump and Momsy!
Let's go to it.
We have all been
blessed. We thought the tournament would end there, but we get a crucial match number 10 with Shark and Teeny leading the pack 383 points on match point with Sky Jump and Momsy not too far away, 378 points. Those are our top two teams that could win it all here.
Look, from a spectator POV, Jacob, I would love to see all 15. But with what's been unfolding before our very eyes, especially after that Game 9, and the way that Yamzo and Josh were even able to like kick it in to another level, everyone is doing their best to try and catch right back up to that match point threshold. And while the odds might be against many of our competitors, especially those who aren't within that match point security spot, you still need the victory royale. You still need one more good game in order to really seal the deal. And there are just so many competitors outside of that match point range that could hit it in this Game 10. So now it's just going to be about who finds Skyjump and Momsy, Shark, and Teeny first.
Yep, and I really thought throughout the course of at least the early game, the mid game, there'd be a few teams trying to go on the hunt to take down Shark and Teeny. That way they have a chance to go another game. But Shark and Teeny land all the way in the back towards Dirty Docks. The zone max pulled far away. That allowed for Shark and Teeny to stay there for so long and trying to dodge dangerous moment after dangerous moment so they didn't have to deal with a lot of these teams.
Yamzo and Josh, though, not gonna worry about it too much, but first elimination highlight. Vico, tough break, but hey, everyone is trying to make their presence known. I believe it might have even been Vico securing that first elimination, finally moving the needle from 326 total points overall to 329. So a few more of those eliminations, and Vico and Malabuka, they're not looking to wait it out any longer. They want to be inside of that match point threshold. All they need is 18 more points. That's just 6 eliminations.
6 eliminations. If they make it far enough, placement points as well. But Momsy finds himself getting taken down by Sky and Scroll. We're hoping to have a miracle run to end the tournament, keep themselves in contention of that club championship. But our team in first place, the first one to meet match point over at Dirty Docks. They find their first elimination on to Muzz. And this is almost a repeat of what went down in that last game. It was Muzz and Sphinx kind of stuck in the blender, unable to really catch themselves a moment to get out of it.
Feels like I'm in the Twilight Zone, though, watching Muzz just be eliminated in such stylish fashion by Shark there. Mammoth pistol shots are just so clean. It's normally Muzz that we're used to seeing have that kind of aim, but Shark and Teeny are really giving this entire lobby a run for their money. Skyjump and Momsy, we know that they suffered an early elimination themselves, but Sky and Scroll, how long can they really keep Skyjump and Momsy at bay before somebody else decides to intervene?
Muzz just having that hard time we were talking about, goes down yet again. They spotted Sphinx out in the sky as well, so trying to give him a rough start. Skyjump and Momsy, they get their get back, taking down Sky, making sure they get all the loot that was once theirs. And you can kind of see them already making their way on over towards the eastern side of the map. They are hunting to try to figure out where Sky is at, how they're going to get the elimination onto Reboot, but they're also inching themselves closer and closer to the area of Shark and Teeny.
Look, they're already on the perimeter of this eastern side of the zone, and sure, while picking up this elimination onto Scroll would be a nice little addition, ultimately, they're just looking to be the cutoff point. They don't want Shark and Teeny to get by. They are hoping to shut them down and be the only match point team within capabilities of securing a victory royale. But Scroll, the moment that he goes for the finish, Skyjump there, immediately ready to pick his teammate back up, protect the loot, and hold things strong. But now, another player coming into the mix at a rapid rate. Skyjump, he's in heavy pressure by Shark.
These are both our match point teams. They're going head to head right now. Shark and Teeny, they probably saw everything going down in the feed. They want to be the only ones with a chance to win it here. And it's Skyjump on the back foot. No shield, less HP because another shot is going to land. Momsy for certain has made it back into this game, but Skyjump has now been put on respawn.
And this is where it starts to get really dicey now. While I respect the gall from Skyjump and Momsy to try and shut down Shark and Teeny, instead they find themselves on the receiving end of a lot of aggression here. And Shark Teeny, they're already scanning the skies. They're ready to follow exactly where they know Skyjump and Momsy's honing beacon is taking them to off that fresh reboot.
Big rift in the sky. Well, if you didn't see that, it makes a loud noise, and they immediately are following it. They now know it's him, confirmed with that first elimination, but they hear more than just one player over there. A bit of noise. They don't want to continue rotating on over. Either way, Skyjump is going to go down again. The reason why Shark and Teeny didn't rotate is exactly because of that. The squad from Elite Esports was the one holding that mountain.
Very smart pullback there from Shark and Teeny. Just no reason to overextend. They're going to leave it up to the rest of the lobby to continue just applying the steady pressure, and they'll loosely try to follow. Skyjump going to be forced to head a separate directions, and booming base was clearly not an option, but with Shark and Teeny still able to split Momsy and Skyjump cleanly down the middle, and now also recognizing Faded Khan right next to that supply drop, also going to be the ones just continuing to prevent Momsy from reuniting with Skyjump.
Luckily for him, though, Khan and Faded don't actually push on over. So they work as a deterrent to stop Shark and Teeny from pushing on over, and they don't do it themselves, which is kind of giving Skyjump and Momsy a breath of fresh air here. And I say that kind of loosely because they are nowhere near each other at all. Skyjump, Momsy having to work as solos. Meanwhile, Mudds comes back in, trying to get a cheeky advantage onto Shark and Teeny, but he gets caught out once more, sent right back on over to the reboot.
Jacob, I don't know if you just watched what's been taking place here, but Shark is just not human right now. This kid's aim is just on another level. Every single shot just connecting effortlessly. He is playing so smooth right now, and I think it's all because you've got to wipe that last game fumble out of your mind. You have to start doing, you have to act like none of those problems are going to reoccur. And at this rate, if they're able to maintain such a strong footing in this lobby and can carry this momentum into the end game, we're gonna have to look at Swizzy and Pixie even more still to see whether or not they're gonna be the main ones to challenge for the high ground later on.
Just a second inside of that building, this finds Salvatore and immediately take him down. Skyjump gets found out again. Lewa and Romero get that elimination. They spent so long on two different sides of the map as solos, just trying to go ahead and get as much loot as possible, and now one of them gets put right back to where he started before.
Keyed in Foyo. Playing it safe with the bush. Ready to make their next move. Skyjump and Momsy. That early game decision to aggress against Scroll. They had to have that time to elimination be at much faster than what it resulted in, because now they're just going through it time and time again. If it's not Shark and Teeny, it's somebody else. There are just so many choke points, and they can't find any sort of break. No one is allowing them to touch back down safely. Lewa and Romero also utilizing that opportunity to just get one bit closer towards that match point threshold. Cammy and Hottie only need 2 more eliminations.
And the thing about that Team Falcons roster of Peterbot and Pollo, they will do what it takes to succeed, what it takes to give them a chance to win. If it means chasing down both of the teams on match point, it's something I feel like they do have it in them to do. It's just all about figuring out when and where those players are going to be found out. Momsy on the other side of the map, still trying to survive with the hopes of him and Skyjump being able to pull themselves back into this game. And so far, he's been doing a good job of making that the case. But Shark and Teeny, they run into trouble. Leviathan's duo of Lewa and Ramiro. We saw them already take down Skyjump, and now they're putting pain on the Teeny.
Teeny will get an opportunity to at least pick a little bit of Blueberry Fizz. Lewa and Romero, they don't want to keep that action rolling. Shark Teeny will be able to create some space, and they might be very thankful currently that Lewa and Romero actually opted not to give chase here, not to go any further. Love the fact that Shark and Teeny, they're just playing with a lot of discipline here.
Yeah, and they kind of came from around this spot on the map. This is kind of where they've been kind of floating around since they left that dirty dock. So they know most of this location is uninhabited for the most part. So they're going to go back, double check, make sure they have enough heals because they are waiting for the zone to open. Another team's kind of closing the gap, trying to get on match point. 323 points. Darm and Demas just 27 points away. 9 eliminations, placement points as well. They have a combination of both. We could see a third team join them on match point.
Feels so bad just seeing Muzz get bullied at this rate. They've really been going through it, but sometimes that's just the nature of Reload. Peterbot and Pollo, though, kind of shifting this direction. Thinking back on the fact that the club championship still very much at stake here. While we know this is $1 million prize pool for the direct Fortnite competition, there is $7 million for a first place position on this club championship leaderboard for EWC finals. And since it's week 7, this is a crucial series right now for Falcons team overall, because if Pete and Pollo can put themselves back into that top 8 position, forget about the match point threshold for a second and everything else. Just think about securing the ultimate W for your org on the weekend.
Win for yourself, win for the org. Everyone gets to celebrate, but you still have to go up against this team here, Shark and Teeny. They are on match point. They're one of the most dangerous teams that we do have in this lobby. They know how to fight their way out of almost every situation, but it's them here as well. Skyjump and Momsy, match point, hometown favorites. Anytime you kind of see them do anything worth noting, the whole crowd lets you know. And now they're looking back on the Z-Dog and Goofy, trying to pressure them further and further. They have an isolated fight if they do want to take it, but we are in this 6th zone. Going down here would be disastrous because in 40 or so seconds, Taco reboots will be disabled.
And given how the starting half of this lobby has already been for Skyjump and Momsy, they make the wise decision to just play it a little bit more passive, a little bit more safe. If they can get those shots in, then sure, they'll take them. But they don't need to risk anything else because placement is the focal point. You can't tunnel vision on what might seem like an easy fight because that's how the third-party mix-up comes into the play. Peterbot and Pollo, though, one more time. Pete trying to get a shot in on the Vico Malabuca as they rotate on by. All these teams, though, able to benefit from some of the goodies surrounding Slurpy Swamp.
And just like that, reboots have been disabled. Max pull for Vico and Malabuca, but they're going to go ahead and make sure they're full HP and shield. They're going to keep their toes in that slurp water, at least for now. Shark and Teeny see an opportunity for their drop down, trying to get it for themselves, but a whole nother team steals it away. But no harm, no foul. They don't get caught out of position. And that's the interesting thing. Game after game, you see it, Shark and Teeny, they're always elevating themselves above all the chaos that goes down below. Hari, Cammy, they're just trying to survive it. They need 5 points. Hari's going to go down. Cammy's going to go down. And again, back-to-back games, they fail to make it to match point.
Those final few points just so elusive right now for Cammy and Hari, and knowing that every single chance that they've had, just constantly like grabbing at smoke, it just keeps slipping right through their fingers. They just have to hope that neither Skyjump and Momsy or Shark and Teeny are able to win this match 10. But for Demish and Darm, they are also still looking to try and secure that match point threshold. They've done an excellent job at getting a more isolated position. They're sticking towards that front side of zone. They've got to be wary, though. Vico Malabuca steadily pushing their way up closer and closer to where they're at. Shark Teeny, a bit elevated, not fully committing just yet towards the high ground, but they are in a position where they will have a substantially easier time of rotating forward off one of these overdrive grenades, likely to use that Flowberry Fizz combo with it. Cold getting taken out. Just too much of a mess right now on the other half of things from where Shark and Teeny are at, but hey, when you see a team so injured, why not close in further?
Yeah, just make it harder and harder for them to survive. Teeny actually getting credit for that rapid elimination. Almost even looked like they were going to go over for the loot as well, but the zone pulling back up over towards the north, creeping closer and closer towards Slurpee Swamp, but not quite there just yet. So everybody's going to have to rotate in unison, especially those that do got that max pull from the back. Salvatore just barely hanging on, 50 shield, even less HP, just hoping a teammate builds him a path that he can feel confident following up on. Oh.
And man, that is not good for Malabuka or Vico because they still only need those 18 points before they hit that match point threshold. And knowing that it's only Malabuka left as a solo here in a sea of duos and just so many stacked teams in this endgame, this is a dangerous position to be in, but drawing things back in towards Shark and Teeny. Virtus Pro cannot be feeling great if they're watching this right now, Jacob, because they are currently the team in club championship standing in that 4th place position. And if Shark and Teeny win this game, the 1,000 points that they would confirm for those standings would take them from 10th place overall into that 4th place position, stealing away millions of dollars.
That's not something I would ever want to be a part of. It's just too nerve-wracking to say the least. Just like Sky jumping Momsy getting to the front side of zone. They're getting pressured on one side, trying to take a whole nother fight on the next, looking up, seeing what they can handle. Shark and Teeny are going up, but they got met, they got pushed, they got punished, getting sent right back down below. Shark with a dream right now. He does get elimination. He does get a chance for the med kit to get the HP back on up. Splash is going through as well. They have survived, but at what cost?
Sky jump alongside Momsy. Just trying to bide their time. They don't want to get overzealous just yet. It's difficult though when you are just functioning with so few builds, playing through that backside of zone, constantly thinking about whether or not a duo is going to open up any kind of singular shot for fire. Skyjump Mumsy doing everything in their power to try and play evasively, but the movement, will it actually be enough? They need to find a refresh, and Shark Teeny overhead, taking down Falcons, Peter, Bot, and Pollo.
And they have turned the tables heavily in their favor. They're on high ground, and they have to be a team to contest them. Otherwise, they could end it here and now. Skyjump has fallen. Another match team has been ripped apart, and it's all up to Momsy if they hope to make it here, but he goes down as well. Taco, there's one team left on match point.
But Swizzy and Pixie, they were already in the sky. They opted to drop all the way down, but if there was ever a team that was able to shut down Shark and Teeny, they already did it in the last lobby. Malabuka, Agent of Chaos, hoping to try and cause some problems, but even then, Malabuka with no builds sent Shark and Teeny flying, but has the damage truly been enough with this RPG overhead? Teeny's just making it look too easy.
Using every single rocket. The exotic shockwave pistol couldn't even stop him. Shark finds his way on back, but it strikes again. Teeny with a sliver of HP. Shark being dropped down to the low ground. Both of them looking for survival here. They're one of 5 teams left in this game, and they're officially out of mats all together. A team from up above. Down goes Teeny. Shark is left by himself. No extra heals. He has to start his med kit here. I'm not sure it's going to be enough because he has to find a way to shockwave back in the zone. But nobody sees him back there. Mini Pio, Scroll, both fighting for the high ground. Shark has figured out a way to find his way back to the zone. Scroll takes a lot of damage. Shark is doing everything here and trying to survive until he goes down. Taco, we go, another game.
Fukun and Mini Pio, they're just trying to see whatever points they can manage to secure here, because Scroll, even as a solo, making a little bit of a bounce back here for AGAL, but it was none other than Swizzy and Pixie who ultimately stole away the high ground. They forced Shark and Teeny into such awkward positioning, and Fuku Mini Pio, while they're trying to stand tall against the likes of Swizzy and Pixie, forcing Swizzy out into the zone. Scroll now gonna see whether he can actually solo clutch this endgame performance.
This is big. This is big, not just for Scroll, but for AGAL as well. Swizzy! Swizzy is down! Swizzy is down! It turns into a 1v1 situation here. Scroll versus Pixie. This is for everything right now to rise up the leaderboard. This is his chance. This is 13 more points. Pixie with 1 rocket left, waiting for the perfect moment to use it, trying to figure out where he's going to peek from. Crashes it down. No builds left to save himself. He's going to take the fight to Scroll. He wants to fight on his own terms, but Skrull squeaks past. Pixie lands the shot. Back and forth we go with Havoc on top.
If Swizzy and Pixie had just been on match point before this game started, we are looking at our EWC champions. But fortunately for Skyjump and Mumsy, Shark and Teeny, that simply wasn't the case. Sky and Skrull, though, definitely got to be feeling pretty happy with themselves because technically speaking, everyone's tourney lives are still on the line. That top 8 positioning for AGAL, it's not over just yet. Falcons still having a sweat watching what's taking place in this competition.
And it was Falcons themselves, Peterbot and Koyo. It was looking so good at one point or another. They were on high ground, but Shark and Teeny take them down. It eventually leads to their demise. We had Skyjump and Momsy fall, all our match pack teams out of the game. And then look at Skrull right now. Did you, wait. Was that 21 eliminations? Was that over 20 eliminations for Sky and Skrull?
Hey, better late than never. If that were to be the case, better late than never. There are so many teams that were just in dire need of some crazy big performances here, Jacob, to try and play catch up on that leaderboard. But even then, even if they did manifest every single one of those eliminations on top of a very strong placement in the end game, Swizzy and Pixie have got to be the talk of the town right now because Shark and Teeny, for what it's worth, they've won more than every single other team competing this weekend. But the one victory royale that they need more than every single other one that they've gathered, it just won't happen.
It's just slipping through their fingers time and time again. And I think teams are realizing, man, their time is running out. We have to be able to not only take out these teams that are on match point, but get to match point ourselves. That's why it was so huge for Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie there to win the game, build that confidence, and join those top 2 teams that are already on match point, easing up a little pressure for themselves because now they get to play with a little bit more freedom in their own game plan.
But when there's 3 teams that are sitting on that threshold for match point, and all 3 of them have already proven that they are capable of winning a victory royale, how does the lobby choose to respond? Because Swizzy and Pixie, they answered the challenge. They saw what Shark and Teeny were getting up to, and they immediately started to counter it. But will it be enough? Because now it's their turn to see if they can make it through. But Jacob, obviously, we got plenty more Fortnite action to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Welcome back to Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. An insane game we just had, and also with everything going on here at EWC. Glitter, tell us what's going on with the club championship.
I gotta catch my breath. I was just running around the venue, trying to stay up to date on everything that's happening because I popped over onto Trackmania to see how things are going. Obviously, one went out for AGAL, but Gwen lives and moves on to top 8, so AGAL are now guaranteed points. That means they closed the gap between them and Falcons at the top of the leaderboard. It's only a 100-point difference right now. They gotta do something to Trackmania. Or if it stays as is right now with our standings, because Falcons are outside of the top 8, Falcons get 0 points in Fortnite as well, it would be a massive opportunity.
Oh my, it's getting even more intense. Thank you, Glitter. I know you gotta go back and just keep on looking at everything going on with the club championship. Glitter Explosions keeping us up to date with everything. But yeah, I mean, we gotta talk about the winners, the duo that actually won this match, because now we have 5 teams, Levin. 5 teams with more than 350 points.
I know I said I was excited for match point. I don't know if my heart can take it. I might not get through these games. I mean, you're just so on the edge towards the end. Look at it. It is unbelievable. Any one of these teams could be the team in the next game that lifts that trophy.
And Levin, we're looking at 5-2, a team that you've been following, Lewa, Romero. We've been talking about Brazil. They also get in there with the match point.
What a story that would be if Lewa and Romero were the ones to lift the trophy here. I mean, the last time we saw an Argentinian really shake up the world standings in Fortnite was back in 2019 in the World Cup with King. I mean, it's been quite some time since then, Kelly, but if anyone's going to do it, you got to think it's these two.
And look, they already have a victory royale. So does Swizzy Pixie. So does Shark and Teeny. I mean, Skyjump and Momsy, Vigo, Malabuka, they're playing incredibly well. But if they're not able to get that victory royale, then Vivid, it does not matter.
1/4 of the lobby is ready to win this competition right now. It is getting quite scary. We have entered territory where obviously, yeah, these top 5 teams, they want to win a game to end the competition. But now all of the other 15 teams, they've got to win a game just to continue on, just to have a chance to kind of rise up the leaderboard in any which way that they can. And you want to talk about rising up the leaderboard, the stakes feel the heaviest for Peterbot and Pollo representing Falcons. Glitterbroker down 7. I'm a little bit worried.
I am a little bit worried as well. And we saw a bit of a bounce back there, too, from AGAL. They're in competition. They're wanting to get into that top A spot. 22 eliminations, Kelly, in that last match.
They went absolutely insane. Levin, I thought for finally we were going to see the Sky and Scroll we all expected. The Sky and Scroll we all know. The Sky and Scroll that won back-to-back majors in EU. And finally, it might be too late, but I'm glad that they showed us that this is the Sky and Scroll that we know and love.
Boys, where's this been all week? I mean, if you had the ability to come through and do this, it might be a bit too late, right, as far as pushing things up, but that is just, oh, it's unbelievable. Would have been nice if they could have just lifted it up with the win as well, but that many limbs, my goodness.
You know what's funny, but also not so funny at the same time, especially if you're a Sky and Score fan? Yeah, they picked up that 22 elimination game. Where do you think they stand? I don't know if you guys caught a quick glimpse of yeah, they're in 16th right now, even after that game counting, right? That is how far down the leaderboard they are currently before that game. So still a lot of work for them to be done, even after that incredible performance.
The problem is, right, and Sky and Score showcases now perfectly. If you're any one of those teams in the match point range, if you're anyone that's even near getting towards match point, there are so many good players lower down in the standings, in that bottom half. If any one of them just has a pop-off game like Sky and Scroll just showed that they can do now, it can have massive effects on who actually has a chance to win one of these games.
I mean, we've seen Salvatore and Yasin being able to get a victory royale earlier on as well. And it was a bit poetic, too. At one point, we saw Peterbot and Pollo there with the high ground. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just a shark that's been stalking them, Kelly.
I swear.
Aurora just flies through and says, it's our high ground now.
In the distance, I thought I heard the dun-dun, dun-dun. Done. And sure enough, Shark just flies through the air, and God, it was absolutely incredible. A shame that it was onto Peterbot and Pollo, who I do seem a little bit, you know, hoping that they kind of step up, bring themselves into the top 5, into the conversation. But Vivid, you know, there's 5 teams up there to go in and to possibly qualify. Is this it? Is it going to go to game 11 and be done?
Listen, my initial prediction was game 10, so we're kind of already past that point. I have no idea. We are in uncharted territories, even with this format alone. But yeah, going past game number 10 here, I feel like we have to talk about it. Shark and Teeny, the team that obviously hit match point first, right? Hit that 350 point threshold. Honestly, we were all kind of watching this game backstage, and we were like, oh yeah, it's done. Like Shark and Teeny, they just won the game. They looked like they were in such a good position. And honestly, you might be able to argue that for both of those last 2 games. Just in a blink of an eye, though, it just something happens to them. An unsuspecting play. I mean, this time around, it was Swizzy and Pixie. What's happening to Shark and Teeny?
This is now where we get into very scary territory for them. Because even in that last game, we all felt good about them. We're like, okay, this is it. It's got to be the game now. I think you can feel it here in the building. When these guys are on height, there's a bit of an edge, a bit of a nervousness of like, okay, like this could be it. Yeah. But at any given moment, like you say, Vivid, someone might just go up and it just feels like it's just slowly slipping through their fingers. There's factors that are just quickly becoming out of their control.
It's funny. We often talk about like that home crowd advantage. And right now the home crowd is, of course, rooting for the French teams. So anytime that they see anything negative happen to Sky and Scroll, or not Sky and Scroll, Shark and Team, they of course don't want them to win. So it's like they cheer, and that's got to be playing into it, right?
That's got to start affecting them at some point. I'm with you. I'm actually thinking about that too, because every single time they get eliminated, this crowd goes absolutely nuts. I know they want to see more Fortnite, as I do as well, but it's got to start getting to them at some point, right, Kelly?
Listen, I mean, you're talking about what's going on with the end of Shark and Teeny, and I don't think it's necessarily what they're doing wrong. I think everyone else is just kind of stepping up their game. That desperation's loading in. No one's trying to play this passively. Everyone is just going absolutely wild in these end games, and regardless of if you're regarded as the best fragger in the world, that doesn't really matter when you have 10, 12, 14, a bunch of people in the end of the lobby all targeting you, all going crazy. But for Shark and Teeny, they've kept their cool. They've already gotten multiple wins, and I think they can do it again.
And I think we're going to talk about what you were just being asked, which is it going to finish here? We've been doing a lot of pick'ems. We've been doing all the predictions. And if you haven't yet, make sure you go ahead and do some on the EWC Play app. Do your pick'ems. Let us know also on social media. Use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And it's time for us to do a little bit of pick'ems, a little bit of predictions. Is it gonna end in this next match, Levin?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I'm gonna say it is. I think this is our last match.
We actually made some predictions earlier, and we did think it was going to be this match. So yeah, that's my prediction as well.
I am way too big of an NA connoisseur to ever agree with these two in that regard, because I need an NA team to at least kind of like enter the top 10 here. I mean, what are we doing, boys? I need Peterbot and Pollo to kind of pick it up. They are the ones that were supposed to be going head-to-head with Shark and Teeny. They can do it. If they win the next like 2-3 games, they could win the competition. They can prevent them from winning. I'm calling on the boys.
We have two more duos that could actually end up within range, too. Easier range, some people would say. 5 points and 9 points, especially for T1. A duo that's currently in contention as well for that club championship. There is a lot of money at stake, not just here for Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. It is $1 million prize pool, but with everything going on there for the club championship, that is something that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, because for T1, for Diamond Demas, I mean, they were doing absolutely awful at the beginning of the day, but it has been a wonderful turnaround.
I mean, so back and forth throughout the entire tournament, not just today, but it's Darman Demish. I think they're easily going to get points, even if they don't get any placement points, they're going to get some elimination points, and so we will see them probably reach that threshold if we don't get a winner in this next game.
Yeah, there was a bit of a break there, and they were one of the teams that sort of left the stage, came back. As they were coming back onto the stage, I actually saw their coach Sven, and he was giving a lot of instructions to Darman Demas. He clearly had a lot to say, a lot of input to give. Again, they're going to be one of those teams that pushes in. But look, Seven, we're at the point now where there's so many teams on match point. There's going to be so many different teams we're having to track in this final endgame. You know, you might be a Darman Demas thinking, okay, let's do enough in this game to really solidify ourselves and get into match point and get into the fight. And the competition's passed you by, and it's already done.
And there we have it right there. I mean, the top 5 teams that are currently in that match point, Vico and Malibuca. We've been seeing Vico being so happy, and I think he's going to be happy now that he's at match point as well. But for any of the other duos, baby, that are currently not in match point, which one are you going to be picking, or are you going to be keeping a close eye on that they could end up just causing a bit of a heartbreak here and sending us to another game?
Listen, obviously, I kind of already talked about it. I wanted to see Peterbot and Pollo do well, right? Kanan and Victor V representing NA West over there with 322 points. It was a 5th place, 3 eliminations for them coming out of that game. So, hey, listen, 8th place right now. Maybe they can kind of cross that threshold with a win of their own here. You just got to hope for somebody NA.
We gotta hope to see if Peterbot and Pollo are gonna be showing up, or any of those top 5 duos are gonna be ending it here. It could all end here, or it could end up going one more match, as we're gonna be sending it over to Mini and Monster.
5 teams in the running. Is this the final game of the day, of the tournament? Or will we go one more? Statistically, Monster, we've got 5 teams here. There's only 20 in the lobby. You gotta think that one of these teams is gonna take it.
25% chance that the tournament ends here. I don't know. If I was a betting man, I would go with those odds, you know? I would assume that Peterbot and Pollo, not being, again, one of the teams in match point, can still do some miraculous things. They can obviously still win games, as can some of the other teams. Sky and Scroll, Golden Rapid, Acorn Bolts. Listen, I'm not counting out the boys from NA. I'm here to be a little biased, as I'm the final hope for us to at least get to Game 12 for some new teams in the contest station. But realistically, if that did happen, Game 12, we'd have close to
9 or more teams. And then at that point, it's for sure a betting man's game.
You can see what it means. The players are locked in. There's 5 teams: Shark, Teeny, Skyjump, Momsy, Swizzy, Pixie, Vico, Malabuka, Liwa, Romero. Will it be any of them? If so, which team? Which team will be lifting that trophy at the end of the day? Which team will be crushing everyone else's key? And for which teams will be looking to break into that top 5? And that 350 point threshold, remember. One of those is, of course, Hari and Cammy. Not the greatest start for them, though.
I feel like reality has set in. When you look at the drop now, no more of that hot drop stuff we saw before from the teams inside the top 5. They've done what they needed to. Instead, it's Kami and Hari here. You see them trying to go ahead and send Shari to go ahead and find some eliminations, as Khan and Fader are going to get the first little sample of that here onto Mini Pio, but already adjustments being made. Even in that last game was just Pixie and Swizzy. Had they been 8 points more going into that round, they would have ended the tournament there with the surprise retake on the high ground, all thanks to Malabuka's setup. But now that gives Vico and Malabuka the opportunity here in this game. So it really is exciting to see how this one's going to play out. We have never had a format like this, and surely it's been entertaining.
Anyone can take it. Anyone can take it. You have to say, from the perspective of Shark and Teeny, 2 massively wasted opportunities in those last 2 games, because they had it right there for the taking. They were over 350 points. Both times they tried to play high. Malabuka played spoiler in that last game. And Shark and Teeny let that opportunity slide, not once, but twice. Will they do it again? Or will they live to rue the mistakes of those last 2 games? We're about to find out.
Let's be honest, Skyjump and Mumsy had it in the bag as well. They were right there. Skyjump falls early. It was all up to Mumsy, and I mean, what more can you do, right? Falling early in an endgame when you are a match point is unacceptable. You cannot afford to be playing mid to low ground and then get caught off guard like that.
They haven't won today, Skyjump and Mumsy.
I've been saying they're due, because they really are.
Yeah. They've been putting themselves in positions to.
Yes.
You know, they've been fragging out in endgame, a couple of solo clutches here and there. The crowd are absolutely loving every single moment that we get to see of this duo. And for them, what a moment this would be. Remember, this is a team that don't play together typically here on EU. They're not, they sort of stayed together for this event, of course, because they qualified through, but what a story this would be. EWC in Paris in front of the home fans that have been cheering you on this whole time. And for Vico and Malabuka, they've had a very up and down day so far today. Look at this though, Izzy putting the team on his back yet again. Nosif down, gets a huge amount of damage onto one of the other players involved, but Scrolls looking to try and close on the fight. Izzy on high, but unfortunately down and out. That duo, the other French duo, are eliminated. Could that be the last we see of our fan favorites, Izzy and Nosif? They've captured the hearts of Paris here this week. It would be a real shame. So for them, they'll be cheering on any of those teams outside of that top 5 to go out and win this game.
They slipped down so far below as well. They were off to such a hot start. How much of an upset would it be if somehow AGAL overtakes Falcons, by the way, for the club championship points? For some reason, somehow, there's a narrative brewing there outside of the championship, of course, performance for the top 5. So millions of dollars are going to be swinging in one way or the other. The pendulum has a lot at stake. Muzz and Sphinx already off to quite the start there, finding themselves a nice little elim. Remember, this is Shark and Teeny, who tend to land also at the Dirty Docks right now. They're in the vicinity.
From a Muzz and Sphinx earlier on, they played spoiler for Vico Malabuka, taking them out. No strangers to an upsetting situation for their opponents, so they'll be hoping that they can do the same for Shark and Teeny. They want to take them out.
This is so interesting that Shark and Teeny, because they don't need points, they're not farming Muzz the way they did games and games before, right? All of a sudden, they're playing this like some kind of grand finals, like some kind of normal lobby. Muzz and Sphinx must be kind of thinking to themselves, it's pretty quiet. Why so chill? But they're okay with it. If I'm them, I'm probably pushing them.
Yeah, especially where Muzz and Sphinx are on the leaderboard. Dirty Docks.
Why not?
It's worth
Do it for NA.
Do it for NA. Win the game for NA. Keep it interesting. Malabuka and Vico Just spoke to Vico's mum. Always very jolly, always very joyful, but an air of nervousness from her there. She seemed very, very serious. So she knows how much it means. I think I saw Vico just sort of staring over towards his mum as well, who is in the crowd, sort of directly opposite where he sat.
Yeah.
Just channeling that relationship that they have, just being able to use everything and anything in his power and hopefully allow some of that energy to transmit via the radio waves of the air here in the arena. Just to use anything and everything to get over the line here, because for them to go back-to-back LAN winners here in Fortnite would mean so, so much. Such an energetic character in Vico. We've seen him dancing throughout the day.
Look at the loadout difference. 10 shockwaves.
Wow.
This is just, we're not playing the med kit, we're not playing the storm, we're not playing the fight. 10 shockwaves.
They're playing spoiler. They want to try and cause absolute havoc in this endgame. Romero right there, though, going down early on. A little bit of action here at Stilt Town. Deemish and Dom just in the area. Sky and Scroll decide to retreat as well. Not without a little pop shot there from Deemish, not connecting, unfortunately. Big game for these guys as well. They need to break into that 350-point mark. Only 4 or 6 points away from it right now. Huge shot, though, from Romero onto Z-Dog. Hoyo is in the vicinity, too. Liwa, of course, had to solo clutch after Romero went down. What a story this would be as well for the Argentinians. Surprising so many on land.
Listen, if you don't have 10 shockwaves in your inventory right now, I don't want to hear it. Lua and Romero are not prepared. Sky and Scro are here to fight. Let's see how they can do. Sky's in the box.
Oh.
Ooh, wait a second. Might be eating my words here. Okay, little exchange going back and forth. No Romero in sight to back him up, but Sky and Scro are fired up. 4 eliminations now. They're trying to fight their way back into the tournament. Stepping one step closer now to our 11th place of Peterbot and Pollo, who are at 284 points. Teams that can obviously still win games.
And you can see that from Sky and Scroll. They're playing completely differently to what we saw from teams like Shark and Teeny, because they need those points, they need those eliminations. If they want any sort of chance at winning this tournament, they need a huge amount of eliminations right here. I think you can see that in the way they're playing. They're not expecting this to go the entire distance here. They're expecting, if we're lucky for them, this game not to go to one of our top 5 teams. They're expecting it to go to one of the teams in the next game. So they need to get the pedal to the metal right now, and that's exactly why they're getting very aggressive. Complete other end of the stick, though. Shark and Teeny. They have been very good.
They're hiding behind the wall in Dirty Dogs. They really are not taking any risk right now. This is such a telling format to see how teams are all of a sudden shifting strategy, changing gears, attempting different things as we get closer and closer towards the end game. And they don't have to worry about Storm Surge. It's just a much different dynamic. Sky still hunting things down though here. Finds Lua fresh off the reboot. This is what they should be doing. But then this is what happens. You start easing up. Sky and Scroll all of a sudden start turning online, going into endgame, basically frictionless with max material. You're just giving them all the reason in the world to go say, why not win a game? We have everything we need. So it's like a double-edged sword.
Well, this is the danger, right? Shark and Teeny, they're playing anti-Shark and Teeny right now. Remember all the success that they found both this week and in the qualifiers was when they were on the front foot, was when they're scaring the lobby, was when they're getting huge elimination games. They've decided to throw that out the window, at least for the early to mid-game here.
They all are. Vico Malaluga, 0 elims, hiding out right now, waiting for endgame. What does that mean? They're not putting pressure on other teams because they don't want to take the risk. So when your 5 best teams on the day at the moment with the highest point average is not putting pressure on the rest of the lobby, when already you're just allowing them to come in with max material, it's like queuing up for a zone war at that point.
Yeah.
It can go any which way. Yeah, we're going to another game. Strap in. We're going to another game.
Sky and Scroll win this one, you reckon? Absolutely popping off there. Early game here. Dharma Deemish as well, another team. Need to break into that 350-point mark. 3-4-7 right now. So, what's that? One more elim?
Oh, they'll
get there. They're chilling.
Yeah. There's no problems there.
And you can see the leaderboard. You can see them in 6th right there.
I'm anticipating a game 12. Demis, Darm, Kami, Hari, Victor v. Kanata all inside the point threshold, and then the tournament ends. It has to at this point. You're letting Sky and Scroll fire up right now and play endgame, basically maxed out. I don't know. It ain't looking too good.
Sky and Scroll have remembered who they are here. They've remembered. They've been able to pick up high elimination games previously. That last one was an absolute bomb. And they need to continue that in this game. They're looking for it. They're looking for all those points. Here we go, though. Shark and Teeny, we've seen them tumble at this stage where they're trying to play inside of the storm, trying to glide into the dead side. Nice opportunity there to get into that storm, refarm some of that gas station there as well. They're going to be able to build up. Cammy and Hari just next door. Hopefully for Shark and Teeny, they won't cause them any trouble. From Carry and Hari need another 5 points. So they are not home and dry yet in terms of that 350-point mark. But even if one of the teams do end up taking it here in this game, the rest of the leaderboard still freezes, right? So you still want to try and, even if you're not winning, get as many points as possible. So even if you're not first, you can get as close to second, third, or higher up the leaderboard as possible.
Very intentional positioning now for Cammy and Hari to have that high ground here in the half in, half out. Shark and Teeny put themselves on the bridge so that they can have a metal structure and also that natural elevation as well. Again, the little pieces are starting to come together as teams are positioning up here. Meanwhile, Lua, no breaks from Sky and Scroll as they continue to pressure here. And a lot of pressure. Lua is going to be downed once again. Still has just enough time, though, to reboot in. This time he should be able to get alongside his teammate Romero. It's going to be close, though, as Romero's still in the storm trying to hustle his way. He's pretty much out of time at this point. It's going to go towards him. All right.
Ooh.
They have a shot.
Shark and Teeny got to make a big rotate here as well. You can see them making it. Very, very careful about how they approach it. Sky down. Scroll left as a solo. They've tried to go for the risky plays. They've tried to go for loads and loads of frags as early as they possibly can. And that's the risk that you take. One of you going down, Romero and Liwa, these guys need to try and turn this game around. It's been an absolute disaster for them. The last team you want to be coming up against and butting heads with at the beginning of the game is Sky and Scroll. They have a point to prove. They have points to try and get. Liwa, Romero just need to get the win. So it's an absolute disaster for them.
Love to see a little min-max right there. Not taking any storm damage, farming as much as possible here.
Yeah.
Just that extra 10, 20 max. Malabuka, Vico recognizing they need every inch they can take so they can turn it into a mile. Shark Teeny now setting up the big shockwave once again here. The rotates around the outskirts. A little bit of a bag split here is going to cost them an extra one. Foyo's right underneath.
Oh.
Peterbot is hurt. Forced to medkit in the storm. This might be it for Falcons, Peterbot, and Foyo. Scroll is still alive as well. He can overtake them on the overall positioning there. We'll see what that can do to the club championship points. Either way, though, this is not looking good for our story of the tournament going any further.
Scroll takes out Chino there as well. He's on a bit of a roll right now. As Peterbot versus Scroll, it's Falcons versus AGAL. They've got the entire team, they've got the entire org on their back, but Peterbot has got another player on his back right now, looking to try and cover as many angles as possible. He's only got 11 builds, make that 9. So much chaos and so much at stake, but Peterbot goes down. 284 points is the total to beat here for Scroll, who's still a solo, still alive, and going well.
Looks like NA's hope is now down and out. It's going to be up to Victor v. Kanata, who's at 322, to jump up and rep for the region. But Shark and Teeny have to be stopped first. Romero and Lua have to be stopped. It's not looking good for them right now. Pressure coming in. Backside of Storm. It's Bolts and Acorn who are there to play spoiler. One goes down, and that is one team out of the equation. Falling to the hands of Acorn and Bolts there. Romero, Lua will have to watch from the sideline.
What's Shark and Teeny gonna do? Are they going to play high? Are they going to look for a lower ground layer? Hari and Cammy down below as well. Dimas has gone down. Luckily for them, they are inside of that 350-point threshold, if it even matters. Dom needs to try and solo clutch right now. Shark and Teeny are looking for high. It's Momsy and Skyjump. They're looking for it. But they just pause for a moment. They understand that it is not worth the risk right now. Momsy and Skyjump back off as well, popping the med kit. They need to make it towards the front side unscathed, which they do. Looking good for the French duo right now, but Josh and Iomzo are knocking on the door. They've got to be super careful there as Pixie and Swizzy, they could win the entire tour with a great game here as well.
Anyone can still do it. We still have 4 teams in the race right now. Vico, Malabuka, Swizzy, Pixie, Skyjump, Momsy, Shark and Teeny are all in the game. Shark and Teeny actually have a bit of the high ground, but up goes Skyjump and Momsy with the super pad to try to buy some time here. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny now trying to hustle across the map here. Just got themselves positioned. Still looking up. It's Muzz and Sphinx who are trying to just keep the tournament going.
Yeah, they're more than happy to play second height right now. Pixie, Swizzy have elevated a few layers as well. They're trying to get up from that low ground chaos. Zone's pulling back over towards this POI, just below as well in that sort of river. Muzz and Sphinx up on height, looking down, taking down Dom as well. That's Muzz with his second elimination of the game. They're not going to get that refresh. Momsy and Skyjump so high in the sky. France erupts. They're looking to see if these guys can take the entire event. Vico Malabuka so passive so far today. They're playing through these mid-ground layers so well as well. So effective in these positions, and Shark and Teeny, they do not want height here, Monster. They're trying to learn from their mistakes.
They don't want to go too early. They're waiting to see if one of the other teams are going to go
down.
for it. Momsy is down. Skyjump's by himself here. Where's his duo, though? The body's still in the game, but no, he's going to abandon the strategy and just try to stay in. Meanwhile, little fight breaking out here. This is Shark and Teeny targeting Havoc Pixie right below him. They're still looking up. It still doesn't feel right. It's still too early.
Every single rotate they make, though, they're looking up. They got the context of height. They want to know exactly what's going on up there. They're going to take it at a moment's notice. Skyjump down. Shark goes up and gets taken down. That's huge from Muzz. And Teeny now has to solo clutch. So much has been spoken about Shark. Now, Teeny, it is your time to shine.
Muzz and Sphinx know what's going on, too. The shots come in. He's going to be able to get the pickup. Pixie and Swizzy go for it. But Muzz and Sphinx are too dominant. They are holding it down. The defense, unformidable. Force up top. Swizzy is down and out. And that is it. Teeny picks up Shark. They have another chance. Vico and Malabuka are still in this game.
They're back to being a duo. The dynamic duo are back, but the builds are dwindling. Playing these low ground layers so sneaky. Looking for the drop down. Cammy's above. Nice sprays, but not finding it. Shark goes ahead. Teeny looking to try and follow as well. Can they get the ultimate clutch here? Also on the other side of things, Vico down on low. Not too many builds. Has to scurry away. Gets all the way to low ground while Malabuka picks up Josh. Gets back together, but gets shut down.
It's Yasin and Salvatore. They played such an exceptional tournament. Can they jump their way into match point? Vico finds another one to Shark. The stories are crumbling. Vico, Malabuka are out. Shark is down. Teeny trying to play for the save, but that's not going to be enough. It's all up to him now just to try to give a little bit of life here. He gets one. He gets two. He's still in the game. Bodies are falling everywhere. We're going to another round. Cammy, Hari are in match point threshold. Muzz and Sphinx will be the reason we extend the evening. What a tournament so far it has been. The story here, Minnie, is just getting started. Muzz and Sphinx are like, let's get a game 12 going.
We go again. We go again. Cammy is proving that he's not done with LAN performances yet. He's put himself in the mix, throw his name in the hat as well. I don't even know how many teams are in the hat right now. The hat must be unbelievably huge.
It's filling up.
It's filling up.
Darm and Demis are surely going to be in that conversation. Hari and Cammy for sure are in that conversation. I believe maybe even Yasin. Like, they came up out of nowhere, and Salvatore at the end there for picking up so many points. Middle East could have a chance. One more game. One more game. It looks like Sphinx was pointing to the camera. Oh my gosh. 25% chance, huh?
Well, we said one more game in the last game. To be fair, you called it. You said we go to another. Surely this next one is the last one, but I almost hope it isn't. We've got so much drama here. Muzz and Sphinx, they started the game really well. I think the fact that Shark and Tini just let them be off spawn was definitely helpful in their push up the standings. That's going to earn them potentially more dollars, more earnings from this event. So happy for the NA lads as well. It's always nice to get a win on LAN. But now it all comes down to this. We're going to find out on the leaderboards very shortly about which teams are actually in. We'll get confirmation on that, but you have to imagine it's going to be one of these guys that are going to take this next game. I surely cannot see us go to game 13.
Oh, no.
Right?
It could go. Listen, it can go either way. Peterborough and Boyer still haven't made it there. Yeah. They're due for a win. Let's just be honest. Law of averages, they usually win by now, right? A couple games. They're due. You have other teams that are just like, again, coming up out of nowhere. Muzz and Sphinx, clearly capable. Don't let Z-Dog and Goofy get to endgame. You know they're extending the tournament. You know OC is going to be like, yup, one more. They'll just keep pushing the finish line. That's what makes this really fun. For those of you guys at home, let us know your thoughts. This is definitely heating up here. The first ever match point format for a Fortnite tournament has our players, like, look at Malibu, head in hands. This is just incredible. You know what? With that being said, I think we need a little beat here. We need a little second. Let's get back to some scoring after this. We're going to do some math and then more Fortnite.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Kelly, I mean, breathless right now, speechless, some would say.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Everyone, Muzz and Sphinx from NA grab a victory royale finally. And listen, we saw the social media. Muzz, I saw that you were doubting yourself, and maybe you should have been doubting yourself all along, because that is what he needed to get the win.
Like, Kelly, let's keep it a buck. Everyone in this building wanted to see a conclusion, but none of us could have ever anticipated that it would take this long to reach it. Shark and Tini have been on match point for over 3 games now. This is where that mental fortitude is really going to be the most critical part.
And I feel like our mental fortitude's being tested right now as well. I mean, Shark and Tini looked like Shark was going to go down a little early in that endgame, actually gets the res off, but then once again falling down, and we thought maybe it was going to be a Tini solo clutch, but no, he goes down. But there's still other teams possibly going to get in there. But now we have, what, 7, 8 teams possibly up for match point. Taco, anyone can win.
And what it really felt like in those final moments, too, from Vico, it was just like, hey, if it's not going to be me, it won't be you either. It's just constant spoilers being played across the board from all of these duos. And I don't even want to factor in how many teams that we're going to have on match point, knowing that there's 7 that are going to be sitting on that threshold. And it's just ridiculous to think about the fact that so many orgs have had the opportunity now to potentially play catch-up on that championship club feature, because T1, even in the mix now with Darman Deemish.
Whew, so many big names that are trying to prove themselves, trying to get those points for the CC. But of course, we're all looking to Falcons, we're all looking to AGAL, and I don't know necessarily how they're going to be performing compared to the likes of Aurora Gaming, because they really are just the standout team right now. But like you said, 7 teams at match point. It doesn't matter how well you've done, it doesn't matter how many eliminations you've gone throughout the day. All that wins right now is the win.
But even still, with 7 teams potentially able to take it home, Kelly, I'm waiting for some evil Fortnite. We've already been witnessing a lot of evil Fortnite ever since, and all those teams that were outside of that match point threshold, hey, they're ready for their dubs.
You know what? I'm ready for the dubs as well, and I think our audience members, you guys at home, are you ready? I know you are, so let's go to the casters.
Here we go. Is this the last game? We said it going into the last one. Game 11. Could this be it? Now, that scope, that range of teams that could take the win and take the entire LAN via this match point format has expanded. 7 teams now, Monster D face, that could take this tournament.
Give us 2 more, give us 3 more. I mean, at this point, anything can happen. But ultimately, the odds now are looking staggering in favor of those at the point range, right?
Yep.
We saw from the last game what a drastic shift in play style occurred the moment, right? The moment you have 5 teams in contention, everyone else started slowing down, and then that gave runway for the Skies, the Scrolls, Yasin, Salvatore to start turning up, having these massive games, and all of a sudden putting themselves in a conversation, and it played its part in the end. It sounds like the battle bus once again is gearing up here. We're going in for match number 12 here shortly. I mean, what are your predictions? Are we gonna have a close game? Will a new team arrive at the top, or will someone in point format range take it off?
My prediction is we'll end here. My prediction is that Shark and Teeny will play a lot more aggressive going into this endgame. My prediction is they'll try and take height, in other words, right? We saw them looking for it. But I think they now know more than ever that this truly has to be now or never for them. The longer we go on, there's still teams that are within 10 points from the threshold, so lots on the line.
I was just as curious as to why Vico and Malabuka didn't go up sooner either, because you saw Pixie positioning with it, with Swizzy. You saw Shark and Teeny positioning for high ground, but for some reason Vico and Malabuka were not positioning to go for height. So I am curious if things are going to change here into this last game. It's all about timing at the end of the day, but Slurp Rush, of course, is the map that players tend to love and favor. Mumsy, Sky Jump just have to survive the Fort Crumpet here at this given time. Sharkantini still over at the Dirty Docks. New teams are here. New players kind of rumbling around the area. Looking at the map here. Not too sure. We knew Muzz and Sphinx were here, but someone else has decided they want to be in this area.
Yeah, 3 teams in that vicinity. Nice from Swizzy. Getting one out of the air. That was cold. The player. And for Momsy and Skyjump, greatest start right here. Momsy down early. Demush and Dom are the team that are now in that top 7. They're in that threshold, 356 points. You can see on the screen they have right now. And Sven, their coach, he'll be licking his lips at this opportunity. I don't think he would have thought going into this second half of competition that they would be close to it, because they just didn't have the level of performance that we typically would see from them. Or could this be their time? We've seen them have big wins in the past. Shark down. Teeny there as well. Izzy is closing on in. Teeny has to try and retreat. Shark's body down there. All the loot being captured by Izzy and Nosif together. Oh, they're closing in. They don't want to let this one slide. Teeny's inside of the porta potty. Are they going to spot him out? They are. Teeny escapes. Nosif in the box takes him down. Shark is still able to get rebooted, but that's going to set them back.
That was an insane play by Teeny, by the way. Such a huge risk for him to know he could get flushed out of there, but opt to hide there as opposed to playing defense. That could have gone south for them. Skyjump Mumsy on the offense here. J-Dog. Z-Dog's gonna get taken out there. Well played. Shark is now getting hunted down. No, Teeny getting hunted down. I'm looking at the bigger picture, the wider map that we have visuals on. There's a team circling Teeny's location currently. It remains to be determined if whether or not they know he's in there.
Oh,
it's
no.
actually Sky and Scroll. Nosif and Izzy have shown up. Muzz and Sphinx are now looking around saying, hold up. We see the feed. They want to get in the action. They might be the reason this goes even further.
Look at this though, Teeny, no shield. Just back in the game. A very unwanted welcome from the perspective of Teeny. He does have that purple pump. And Sky and Scroll, thankfully for him, do retreat. Shark is still alive and in this game as well. But they are so shambles, and this is really the worst possible situation they could have found themselves in. They've had a few games now to clutch up, get the win, seal the deal, celebrate at the end. But now, in the moment where it matters, they have not been able to have a solid and clean off spawn. There's so many more teams in the mix right now. And Shark there takes down Sphinx at Dirty Docks. So that's going to be huge to get their loot back as well. Honestly, Momsy Skyjump looking really solid right now.
Yeah, Izzy and Nosip have almost like overwhelmed their drop.
Yeah.
They've just kind of parked themselves inside of the Dirty Docks. You still have Muzz and Sphinx there clearly, so they haven't really had the room to kind of branch out. And then you have Darman Demish here on the other side, just pushing the pace here. They don't even need to be this active, but they're doing it for the love of the game. Why not at this point? Demish, Darn both hurt, though. Have to be careful. This could be their tournament run on the line here. If any one of them falls, the timer will begin. Chino looking for an angle, doesn't quite find it. Darn's still very hurt as well. Scrambling about. There goes a disengage. Smart move by Demish there.
You know, Pablo, fantastic fighters. We don't get to see it as often as we probably should. These guys are way down on the leaderboard right now. But they're fighting for placements. They're fighting for extra earnings. There goes Shark. Flying away into the distance. Sphinx looking to try and give chase, actually just disengaging. No, Teeny down to Sky. We can't call them Shark and Teeny anymore. It's just Shark and then Teeny in another postcode. They're just not together. They're not on the same wavelength. They're not in each other's vicinity. This is horrible to watch if you're an Aurora Gaming fan. And for Shark and Teeny, they need a comeback of all time in this particular game. I don't think they could have had a worse start. Teeny down again.
Yeah, getting farmed out the sky now. Whatever team was down by the lockdown lighthouse just caught him in the sky. This is pretty tough, you know. You would think with the reload format that your game couldn't be as affected with another team contesting you, given the, you know, the way the reboot kind of works, that mechanic, but it definitely does make a difference, and it really is playing its kind of part at the moment. Take a look. It was Cammy who takes down Teeny there, and they're going to be just looking now. I'm assuming they're going to be hunting for the solo over and over.
Again, Teeny down again.
Yeah.
Stop right now. He can't catch a break. I think Shark's going to have to stay way far back in the storm. He's over there at Dirty Docks, having to solo clutch as much as he possibly can. Momsy and Skyjump, they've been in and around a few of these fights as well. They've been sniffing about, trying to look for some third parties in a much nicer position than the team directly above them in Shark and Teeny. They've been able to farm up. They haven't got into any difficult situations. This is a big fight, though. There's Vico Malabuka. Khan and Faded on the other side. Big shot from Malabuka. Reloads that Mammoth, doesn't connect with Faded. Vico getting inside as well, but unfortunately not able to find anything in that exchange. Khan retreating, Faded back together. Malabuka saying, yeah, you know what? Let's disengage. We can't take the risk here.
Definitely a smart move here to kind of ease up. Again, as we do our updates with all of our teams kind of in the conversation right now, you're noticing the ones that are not kind of in the storm, not being held out, much better overall situation in Shark and Teeny by far, although they are leading in total points here, the best overall team on the day. That doesn't matter. This game can end with 7 different potential champions.
And that's the way this format goes. You have to win when it matters. You have to be able to stand up to the pressure. And honestly, for Shark and Teeny, they've been given opportunities. They've had opportunities to win the game. They've been on hype when all they needed to do was win, and they'd walk home with the title. And for Romero and Lua, they would have been so happy that that last game went to a team that weren't in that top 5, because they didn't have a great game at all. They were getting chased on throughout that entire mid-game. So they'll be really ecstatic that they get to be in this lobby as well.
It's an insane fight. Peter Rapoyo intentionally saw this team parked up out there, and they came flying over. Teeny finally takes down Sky, by the way, in the feed. Peter Rapoyo v. Mumsy for the airdrop right now. This is a battle to try to upgrade. And do keep in mind, they had the top of the Slurpy Swamp there. You see that mega base with all eyes. I'm thinking they're trying to position themselves as the gatekeepers right now, very much intentionally.
Yeah, for Peterbot and Pollo, they need to make sure this game goes to a team that isn't in that top 7, preferably them, from their perspective. When we look at the zone as well here, very, very central. So no team's going to be too upset with how this one pulls. Skyjump Momsey looking to make that way dead side rotation all the way back in towards that storm. You see Shark and Tini now officially back together at Dirty Docks. Game set back a little bit though, so hopefully they'll be able to recoup a lot of those materials, a lot of those heals, a lot of those guns and weapons that we've seen them have previously.
Peterbot and Pollo just need 3 more eliminations and a win, and they can take this to a game 13, so do keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Darman Demish, though, hunting down Salvatore here, a big elimination. That's the refresh that they've been looking for. They're already in contention now, as they came into this game, started this at the 350-point area.
Be careful here though, Darman Demon's rotating towards Logjam, way away from the zone. Zone pulls back down towards the south right there as well. Right in towards Slurpy Swamp. You can see Shark and Tini, those pink arrows just to the right in Dirty Docks, to the east of the map. They're back together, they're looking okay, at least from this perspective. Look at all those teams with that gold number next to them. There's so many that could end up taking this one home. So much pressure on every aspect of this leaderboard. And it's so exciting because you just never know who's going to walk home with it at the end of the day.
A little fight at the logjam with Mini Pio and his duo there. Darman Demish almost getting themselves caught off with the ambush play there, but it all works out in the end. Meanwhile, jump back to Comp. Cammy, Hari, they fight Sky and Scroll. That's a full elimination, mind you, putting them out of the competition at 317, so they will not be touching that threshold, and that just might be the championship opportunity out of reach now, as, again, statistically, it is becoming more and more difficult. We dare say impossible. It's going to be very, very unlikely for anyone outside the top 7 after this. Shark Tini back to them. Very slow start to their early game, but finally, after getting their bearings, after taking down Sky there in the storm, everything seemed to have turned around at that point. Found themselves some mats. They're now in the kind of safety of this zone here. Reboots are still active. We have 30 seconds now to Zone 7 pops. Peterbot and Pollo, this is their drop spot. You can see that massive, you know, set up base they have there.
Arno victory 10 points away from that 350-point threshold. They'll be thinking, why not us? Why not us? We've had moments during this week. We've had upsets, we've had ups, we've had downs. Why not us? And as reboots are now disabled, we've got 18 of our teams still alive fully in this game, and the zone pulls back towards Slurpy Swamp as well. So Pollo and Peterbot are looking in the prime position. Salvatore and Yassine, they couldn't quite get over the line in terms of 350 points. They end on 339, so they'll be hoping that someone else wins this game as well, so they can keep climbing up the leaderboard. Swizzy and Pixie, though, all they need is a win.
Mumsy Sky Jump, 132 builds here from Mumsy, just looking to cap off right now, make this clean rotate. They're on the heels of Darman Demis. You have Lua Romero, Shark and Tini, all of these match point duos side by side right now. Lua Romero gonna take a fight here with the team next door. As opposed to rotating early, it's Shark and Tini who's kind of listening in here. They might actually catch a huge ambush, but no, end up backing off. Seen some cheeky plays from them in the past. Mumsy takes some punishing shots here while they move across, but they do manage to get a little bit closer, but the storm's now gonna be forcing them out. They gotta go now. No shockwaves though, just on foot, so not looking too good right now for Mumsy and Skyjump. Meanwhile, Darman Demis are the first to take a little bit of height. Peterbot Pollo still have full control of the situation right now. They go launch padding across. Crash padding. Tini, Shark are getting pushed now by Cammy and Hari. And after seeing that elimination feed, you know they're going to be more and more aggressive right now. Tini has to distance himself from the rest of the competition. He's getting chased shots from the side. 6 HP. What more can you do? And down and out they go. Pollo will land the finishing blow. And that's going to be finally a surge of confidence for Peterbot and Boyle. One of our 7 teams is now down and out.
Over to you, Momsy, Sky Jump, Cami, Hari, Swizzy, Pixie, etc. This is your time. Can you take it upon yourselves to win this entire LAN at the very last minute? And we can see just how that went down. Shark got taken out really early on. Teeny had to drop on down, had no bills in order to protect himself. But look at the team on high. It's Peterbot and Poyo. We have not seen the best from Peterbot and Poyo today. We've not seen the best from Peterbot and Poyo this week. But what a comeback, what a story it would be for them to push themselves into that 350-point threshold and then take us to game 13. Who would have thought?
That's the crazy part, is that you don't have to be the best team on the day. You just have to be the best team when it matters. Darm is down. Devis tries to save his duo, puts him on his back, throws him across the box, but he does not have enough strength to keep him in the game. Neither does Vico for Malabuca. We have 2 teams now effectively shattered, broken, dismantled, if you will. Swizzy and Pixie could be the next, but they're fighting for their lives. Swizzy getting literally lobby focused, and now it's all up to Pixie. That is 3 teams now out of potential contestation. Mumsy and Skyjump are having the runway open up.
Much needed refresh there from Momsy and Skyjump. This is huge for them. They still have to make this rotation, though it's really, really difficult through this building. Just ensuring that nobody's going to try and look at them from other angles. They need to do it for themselves here. They need to do it for France. They're in these layers, looking for an opportunity to maybe find another refresh. The mats are going to dwindle as this game keeps on going through, holding off all of those walls, all of that pressure from the NA team of Peterbot and Poyo all the way up on high. Liwa and Romero still in this game as well. They have a part to play too.
Out of the 7 teams that started, only 3 full duos remain. This could still go to a match 13 as Peterbot and Poyo have the high ground. Remember, all they needed was 3 elims and a win, and they will be in contention for a tournament steal, if you will, at the very end. But Kami, Hari are still alive. Skyjump, Mumsy are still here. Romero's still in the game. Then you have your solos kind of lurking about. Skyjump taking some damage here. You have Faden and Khan upstairs. Kami, Hari kind of playing this mid to low ground area. They have the recipe. They have the formula.
Yeah, Cami just using every ounce of experience right now just to stay calm. Darmadima's fully eliminated now as well. We've seen you do it on this sort of stage before, Cami. Can you do it again? Cement your spot as the LAN goes. Side jump is down. Momsy needs to solo clutch here as well. Not too many points gained from those guys, but all they'll be thinking about is that win. Vico down there as well. So many of our top 7 teams are either out or wounded. One of the only teams that are still alive as a duo, it's Cami and Hari.
And Lua and Romero as well. You cannot forget about them. They have won multiple games here. After V takes one, Iamso goes up for height. They're contesting Peterbot and Poyo. This might go to 13.
Cami look trying to heal no whites, though he's going to be careful of that storm as well. Liwa Romero, of course, taking out Chino right there as well. Josh gets Pablo Wingu, so that's duo completely down and out. Liwa still playing these layers, looking to try and get some control on Josh and Iomzo, plowing on through that box, but not finding any connections through the wall. There's Liwa using the
They're going to have to force the fight here. Peterbot Poyo come down for the refresh as well. Victor V still alive, but there's a whole different team on high ground. Lua, Romero scrambling right now. Muzz and Sphinx are here to play spoiler. Once again, Muzz and Sphinx are shutting down narratives here. But Lua is still in the game, takes another one. Can he clutch up? He is the only remaining player that can actually end the tournament right now. But Muzz and Sphinx stand between him, as does Faded up top. Faded puts some pressure here onto Lua. Mini, it's all up to Faded depending on who he decides to focus here. Lua can still clutch. Lua hits a shot. Lua is gonna fall. We are going to match 13 because Muzz and Sphinx have said so.
Muzz and Sphinx looking for the back-to-back. Potentially another LAN win on the cards. They might not win the tournament here with this win, of course, but they do win the game.
Gosh.
And Muzz and Sphinx have done it again.
One more game. One more game comes out of Sphinx once again. How badly do you want it? They're keeping it exciting for us.
I really thought that was going to be the moment. Muzz and Sphinx out of nowhere the bottom half of the leaderboard.
He's loving it.
Their way up as well. Sphinx is just saying one more game.
He's loving it.
The crowd are loving it as well. The cheers that erupted as soon as we saw all of our top 7 teams get down and out. Of course, what that does mean is there may be even more teams now.
Oh, maybe, definitely.
Right.
Faded is up there.
Yeah.
Peterbot and Pollo, Victor v. Canada. They have just allowed so many more teams to have an opportunity to be your EWC 26 champions here on the Fortnite stage. I mean, we're going to jump on. Jacob and Taco are definitely closing the show at this point. Like,
yeah.
There's right? They have to.
That's what we said when we sat down here.
You know, if it goes to 15, it's you and I somehow at the very end. There's 1% chance that happens. Did you know that coming into this?
Is that what it was?
Statistically, it was a 1% chance that we would get to game 15.
And
it's probably a 5%.
Probably
a 3% chance we're even this far. Who knows?
Just the resilience from some of our teams that are lower down on the leaderboard. We saw it in the survival stage yesterday. A lot of the lower teams going down. They needed a big game to actually qualify them through or give themselves a chance. But that's not happening right now. All of those lower teams on the leaderboard have really come out to play. And for the top teams, shambles, shambles, shambles every single time we switch to one of their POVs. They're a solo, they got no bills, they're in another box, they don't have mats. It's like, what's going on?
Man, I feel like I need to call up Zeke and just get an interview with Sphinx at some point. Just ask him why he keeps pushing the tournament further and further. You know, I think the community wants to know. I think the community online, at home, definitely in the crowd are loving this. This is only getting better and better, but I love it. Either way, guys, let's get a little second. I need to go rest my voice at this point. I'm going to kick back and enjoy the rest of the show. We'll be right back.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
I'm up.
Yeah. Yes, heal up.
One build. I feel up too. He's coming in.
That's his foot. No, please, bro. Please don't. Wait, it's Pixie.
Come on,
it's Pixie. If they win the tournament.
Yeah, spray. Nice. One more game!
Yeah.
Do you hear me? One more game!
Muzz and Sphinx send it to one more game with the back-to-back, Levin.
Are you not entertained? I mean, we all knew it. This format was going to provide cinema. It is delivering. One more game. Oh, my goodness. It will end.
We now have 9 teams out of 20 that are at the match point threshold. This is absolutely insane. Muzz and Sphinx with back-to-back victory royales, and even with the back.
They're still on match point. They're in 15th place, Kelly. Listen, we keep seeing these performances from some of these teams where it's like, oh my gosh, they're doing so good, but just on the later half of the tournament here. I mean, but this is what is so fun about this tournament, because still you can't count a single team out. I mean, realistically, any one of these teams could still win the competition with 3 games left. Maybe you go back to back to back and you get enough eliminations, you really can't count out any of the team, no matter where they're at on the leaderboard.
And just to remind everybody at home, we are capped at 15 games. If we do, for some reason, end up going to 15 games, which I highly highly doubt it.
Speak too soon. Speak too soon, Seven.
Oh, I'm just saying, there's so many teams too that could end up just performing in this next one and jump up to that match point. Falcons is currently putting themselves in that contention too. But if we do, for some reason, go to those 15 games, it will be the team with the most points. And right now, that team with the most points is none other than Shark and Teeny. And for them, they've been on match point since game 8, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the run here. We got multiple first places, a second place, a sixth place, tons of eliminations. They have everything that they need to be able to prove themselves at the best of the very best. But Vivid, what they don't have is that final win. And when you watch these end games, when you see the chaos going on, the high, low, mid ground, there's no more stability. There's no more holding high ground or people controlling the front. Everything is in chaos.
Of course, Kelly, they do not have that win. One conversation that me and Levin were having, something else they may not have anymore is the mental fortitude to actually win the tournament. They have seemingly gained the right to actually win. I mean, how many blows have they taken out where they have seemingly been in a good position? How many opportunities have they had to actually win this whole tournament, and they have faltered? It's really hard to get a read on them emotionally, though, Levin, because they always look like, you know, they're so straight-faced all the time. But me and you were like, oh, surely, like they're just mentally out of it now.
No, that was, I think, the most emotion we've seen out of them. When they went down, the cameras on Teeny, and the look on his face, it just screams, yeah, we've lost it. Like it almost felt like in that moment he thought it was done. And I mean, with this many teams, it might be they just have to get the win now.
Last time we were all up here, we thought it was going to be done, but now it is pretty much going to come down to almost a 50-50 with 9 teams out of 20.
And you can just see from all these teams right here how much EU is represented right now. We have, what, 7 out of the 9 teams right now being represented by EU. Of course, we have the Brazilian team that is representing Argentina over there, and then Victor V and Canada. And again, with that asterisk on the NA West, but love to see them up here in the top 9. But Levin, what do you got?
We have to talk about Leo and Romero, right? Because at this stage in the competition, when you have this many teams who could win the game, to win the tournament, whenever we have another game that comes, there's always going to be that extra team where you're like, wow, they were this close. This game, it was Leo and Romero. I mean, of course, a 1v2 is not a favorable situation for him, but the run that they went on in that endgame, they kept running into teams, they kept overcoming it, and you just thought, if this is going to be the moment of Magic to win it all, it's going to be these guys. They deserve it. They've been so impressive, but they just fall at the final hurdle. Anybody with match point now, guys, that gets second place, I don't think they're going to get any sleep tonight. They're just going to be thinking about those moments over and over again.
If for some reason it does end up going to one more game, we just saw it there on the leaderboard. Hi, Glitter.
Sorry, guys. Okay. I know I'm interrupting, and I know there's a lot of important stuff to talk about, but you guys just saw in the background there was a totem ceremony going on. That's because Crossfire just completed by Sha Gaming, the team that knocked Falcons out of contention, the team that knocked AGAL out of contention. They have won. Okay? That means Liquid gets second place. However, it's big for Liquid because the points for Liquid took them from 15th place, which is a $350,000 prize pool, up to 6th place, which is a $1.4 million prize pool. That is the last opportunity they had to get points over there, but they also do have one person left in Track Mania who's already also gotten 100 points for the club, so we're going to be paying attention to what's going on over there as well, but I had to jump in and interrupt quickly for that. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
You're good, Glitter. Thank you. Thank you. Keep on going around the venue here at EWC and get us some more of those updates, because there's just so much stuff going on here. And as we saw, those 9 teams currently in the match point threshold. If for some reason it doesn't end up finishing here, if for some reason Mums and Spinks end up getting that back-to-back, I can't wait to see them just being able to get up and be like, that's right, one more game, Vivid.
I do want to take the opportunity, though. Obviously, we have entered the point of competition where it's like all about the win, right? Who's going to actually win the tournament? But I kind of want to wrap back around to Lua and Romero, because they're currently sitting in 5th place. Actually, if they were to gain 21 more points, they'd be in 2nd place right now. And so often at the time when we come to international events, we talk about the smaller region teams and where they place.
Hey, what did I tell you earlier? No more this small region talk. We got to put some respect on them. They might be better than NA Central at this point, man. I don't see none of them in there.
The stats don't lie, leaderboard don't lie. I think we have to give it to them at this point. But no, seriously, like where they actually end up on the leaderboard, even if they don't win the competition, like they are still fighting for a top 5 international finish right now, and potentially even more for that. So just straight up, representing the Brazil region there. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, they played that so well. Like you already said, it did come down to a 1v2. There's only so much that you can do, but 9 teams within contention, and who knows about the way that it's been going. We might have another team that's from 11th or 10th all the way down to 20th that can get a victory royale, and we could have majority of the lobby that just needs a single win. And it looks like right now, height doesn't consider you the 100% getting the win right now. It does not matter if you have all the mats. It doesn't matter if you have all the heals, all the opportunities. All that matters is if you're able to make it happen.
That's right. If they're going to be able to make it happen. One team that has slowed down a bit, that has been able to every now and then get that French buff is none other than Mumsy and Sky Jump. So far, especially those last couple matches, 12th, 11th, 10th, they need to find something here if they want to win it at home.
Yeah, I mean, this is an example of a team where we pan to them in endgame, their setup looks all right, and you're like, okay, this is it. This has got to be the moment. We switch POVs, come back to them, everything's in disarray. I mean, nobody can seem to find them win condition. And for a team that's been so impressive, within touching distance for so long, we're all talking about how long, you know, Shark and Teamy have had match point available to them. You know, it's only just an extra game, right? Or one game less for Skyjump and Mumsy. You have to look at them and think, come on guys, you gotta get a job done eventually.
Well, I mean, we used to see all these teams, even in the earlier part of the day, where they would steal height. They would try to fight for height, but this isn't stealing height. This is frantically, desperately trying to do anything you can to even just disrupt them. And it causes so much chaos, not just for the other teams, but even the teams as well. When you are moving that quickly, it's so hard to stay box to box, hip to hip. And then these teams get separated, and that's when they come to a solo. And then you just can't do much when you are solo in these end games.
Yeah, high ground that game as well. It looked like there was a giant fight over high ground, but it was all amongst teams that actually were not on match point. So you can kind of chalk that up to a little bit of desperation from those teams that are obviously trying to pick up the points to reach that 350 threshold. But to me, the fact that we see no teams that need to win a game going for that high ground win condition, maybe they're just a little bit too timid.
Oh, they could be. We've seen it from time to time, especially in Battle Royales. Teams, once they hit that threshold, they tend to slow down and start playing differently. Now, we've been talking about predictions. We've been talking about pick'ems. Hopefully, you guys are doing your pick'ems. Or if you haven't yet, make sure you do some of the EWC Play app. Put in your pick'ems. Earlier, I had you guys predict if we were going to be finishing this last match. This one, with 9 teams currently in that match point, I'm going to have you guys predict which team is going to be taking it all. 11, I'm going with you first.
I think it would be the funniest scenario in Fortnite history if Cammy and Hari win the game and are the first team to ever win a LAN and get booed by the French crowd. It would just be like the ultimate party boomer, but something we've just never seen before, and I think I'd be interested to see.
Maybe they'll just embrace it, Kelly. Maybe they'll just say everybody and be like, are you not entertained,
It'll be the
Kelly?
first time we see Cammy smile this weekend.
How about you?
Listen, I'm going to be biased, and they've been playing so well over these last few games. Victor V and Kanata, we already got Pops. We already got them on the interview. You know that when they are at Dow, when they have no plan in mind, that's when they play their best, Vivid.
I'm in for the long run here. I want us to go all the way to that 15th game.
Ooh, okay. Well, time to find out if this is going to be ending in game 13 with Jacob and Taco.
Vivid wants 15 games. I wouldn't necessarily be against that, but Taco, for the last 2 games already, I said, oh, this is the last one. We go another one. Oh, this is the last one. And that has been the trend so far. Muzz and Sphinx getting back-to-back, blessing us all with more Fortnite.
Muzz and Sphinx really went from put me down in the streets of Paris to I might just take this whole thing home. You never know. The fact of the matter is they have climbed a tremendous amount of points in these past 2 victory royales, and just 50 more points, I believe, would put them in contention. One more game is not entirely out the window, but we are most definitely in uncharted territory right now, Jacob.
Yeah, and if you look at the leaderboard, obviously our match point teams can win it here, but almost everyone inside of the top 17, so from 10th to 17th place, with a victory royale, maybe sprinkle 1 or 2 eliminations here, can not only bring us to another game, but bring us to them being on match point. We've obviously seen crazier things happen today alone, and already Sky and Skull gonna start off with that first elimination onto Malibuca.
And at this point, it's almost like, who isn't on match point yet? Because we were initially thinking, yeah, it's got to be over by the time 5 teams were able to factor in on that match point threshold. But Sky and Scroll, Peterbot and Pollo, it's not unrealistic to think that they might genuinely be able to meet that 350 points threshold without one of our teams already inside of that top 9 for it, bringing a game home.
It just goes to show how close this tournament is. Hopefully everybody at home is as entertained as we are. And let me know what you guys think on social media. Is this one of the best Fortnite tournaments you guys have seen in quite a long time? Interested to hear everybody's thoughts, but 9 teams on match point. 365 for Darm and Demas. No eliminations here. And Seven said something kind of I agree with. As we see more and more teams getting on that match point status, you're seeing those same teams kind of change up just a little bit how they've been playing.
Oh, it's been so apparent since the get-go. The moment that Sharky and Teeny accomplished that 350 points threshold, everyone would have expected that this should have been done by 10. And yet, that one victory royale, the only one that they would need on the weekend after they've already secured so many, just continues to evade them, and they're not the only ones. That's the most wild factor to actually contemplate, because Monzi, Skyjump, Hari, Cami, all of these teams, Swizzy and Pixie too, Lewa Romero, they've all had opportunities. They've all made it in deep endgame placements, but they're just not healthy enough to cross the finish line. They're all limping through in tatters and then just getting doused at the very end.
Out of 9 of our teams, 7 of them on match point are from EU. We got Kanata and Victor V representing NA, NA West, NA Central, depending on where you categorize these guys, but they did qualify out of NA West. And then Lewa and Romero from the Brazilian region. And I honestly want to see another game, to be honest. Yamzo, Josh, Peterbot, Pollo, Sky, Scroll, they're still playing for the club championship. And they're not too far away from being on match point themselves, so they don't even need a fantastic game. They just need about 24 points.
And the thing is, you can't even blame the players for not being able to break through with that last victory royale, despite being in contention for multiple lobbies now, because it is really difficult to hold your nerve. It's one thing when you're able to just focus exclusively on achieving that match point threshold, but knowing that everything is just stuck in motion until you actually get across with a victory royale, it is reasonable for panic to start to set in.
Yeah, throughout most of this tournament, Shark Teeny, even though they have marked Dirty Docks, they do a little bit of a split drop. This game, they're landing close together at the actual POI, trying to have a strength in numbers throughout the course of that last game, especially the early portion. Teeny was taken down, put through the blender just a little bit until they were able to catch their footing as an entire team. This time around, they don't want to fall far behind. Eliminations for everybody inside of the top 9 isn't a necessity at all. Simply put, as long as they win, 0 eliminations or not, they will win the entire thing as Momsy Skyjump find their 5th elimination of this game onto Izzy. And Izzy so far in this early game has not been having the greatest time.
But the eliminations don't really amount to much of anything aside from maybe some additional space clearage, because for a team like Momsy and Skyjump, they've been sitting on that match point threshold for numerous lobbies already, Jacob. All they're fixated on now is just trying to make it towards that victory royale finish. But obviously, knowing that they're not the only ones, the levels of sabotage that we have been witnessing over and over again in these final endgame moments, I just can't even fathom what it would be like. It's got to just be sickening at this point for these pros to just have to wait and know one more game despite sitting at the top for so long.
Pico Malibuca, one of those teams. Even though we know Sky and Scroll for EU for their own back-to-back in terms of online FNCS majors, if Vico and Malibuca win this one, they have won the Major 2 Summit and the Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup. That would make back-to-back lands for them as well. I'm not sure how many times in the history of Fortnite a team can say they won 2 of the biggest majors in the history of the game back-to-back.
rough stuff there, though, for Bolt and Acord. And kind of just to elaborate on your point, Jacob, it would be a tremendous effort out of Vico and Malabuka, especially when you factor in how that Major 2 finals actually panned out for them. A 20th place position from after they left off winning Summit LAN. So for them to be able to potentially bounce back here with another LAN win on the year, I mean, full sail ahead onto Globals after that, but it would definitely be an incredible feat.
Yeah, especially since they do have a history of winning games in these in-person events, but Bolt's going down. He's going to be put on the revive, kind of having to hunt his way back onto the map. Goofy, Z-Dog, our first team fully eliminated out of this game as we continue to look around the map. Kind of see what some of our match point teams are doing. Darman, Demas, Fort Crumpet, just kind of based up, ready to go, making sure to maximize their resources, their material, and you can kind of see what their strategy is with that launch pad. They want to dodge a good portion of this end game when it comes to it.
Ooh, but Skyjump and Momsy, they're not trying to allow any other contenders to throw their names into the hat. 9 is already too much company on this leaderboard. Josh, Andy, Yamzo are on their last legs here. Skyjump and Momsy quickly closing in. Yamzo doing everything in his power, but he just can't escape it. There won't be any 6 points for them. Match point is still going to be on the line.
Unfortunate for Josh and Yamzo, 2 eliminations away. Staying alive long enough to top 14, that's all it would have taken for them to be on match point. But coincidentally enough, that's now another team out of this lobby that cannot bring us to another game. So again, we're probably looking at Muzz and Sphinx one more to back to back to back. If you guys want another game of Fortnite, but Kamihari also rotating in from the lockdown lighthouse. There's not too many teams in their path as of now.
Hey, knowing that this might be Levin's ringers on the weekend, it would certainly be an interesting outcome, but it's not going to be one that'll find Cami and Hari too easily. Spaded Khan, Kanata and Victor B, just a couple of other members in this lobby who are also seeking out that victory royale. Every single duo that's inside of that top 9 right now, Jacob, all still running around the map. I'm really impressed, though, by what Skyjump and Momsy are doing so early on. I know that Kanata, nice little review of how he's getting active up against the likes of Khan, taking down some direct opposition, but for Skyjump and Momsy to have been sat on this match point for an almost identical period to Shark and Teeny, and they're still willing to be as aggressive as they have been in this lobby. It's almost like they're playing with reckless abandonment, but at the same time, they're still being calculated.
Yeah, it just goes to show that on some teams, changing up their strategy, playing a little bit more passive. Skyjump, Momsy, not fixing what isn't broken, or at least not just yet. Shark and Teeny, a little early to rotate out of Dirty Docks, or at least earlier than we've seen him in some of these games so far. In the 5th zone, trying to probably be proactive, position themselves accordingly, because they don't want to go down here where it's just so hard to get back into the game, let alone back to your teammate.
And the club championship points, Jacob. This is the difference potentially for Aurora to potentially be staring down the barrel of not just several hundred thousands of dollars, but a couple million if they are able to win this tournament. Shark and Teeny would secure those 1,000 points and catapult them ahead of Virtus Pro on the EWC leaderboard.
That's huge implications all across, not just the leaderboard, but the club championship leaderboard as well. On to Skyjump. They get their 6th, or I should say the 10th elimination. I was looking at Skyjump alone, 10 eliminations here while on match point. Just going to show that they're really feeling themselves in this competition, or at least in the later portions. Game 13, they just need to pull off that victory royale, though, on the side. It does look like Shark and Teeny find another elimination onto Izzy, and that's something just very drastic for Izzy right now. No Sif. Really hasn't been able to play with his teammate. Izzy's just been putting on respawn after respawn after respawn so far.
But we're just seeing so many uncharacteristic stumbles from so many top competitors, even drawing back to Pixie and Swizzy in that last lobby. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Swizzy accidentally edited himself into fall damage. Could have been a chop out, was a quick overview, but the fact of the matter is, you don't typically see pros at such a high status suffering those kinds of detrimental issues. So it's very obvious that the level of pressure that is riding on the shoulders of so many of our competitors, it's hard to ignore.
And you can see down below, back-to-back game winners. Muzz and Sphinx being the nuisance here on both Shark and Teeny. Third-party shot's going to come in. We can Shark just a little bit more. Just the bare minimum here. Slap splashes. They want to save that fizz for as long as possible. It's been the huge catalyst, not only for them to kind of rotate from one point to the next, but steal away high ground and also maintain it.
And I know much of the spotlight has shifted away from that secondary page of the leaderboard, but AGAL, Sky and Scroll, Falcon, Peterba, and Pollo. Only thing separating these two teams right now in standing is one singular point. Both of them can realistically achieve that match point threshold in this match. And if there was ever a time for either of these teams to come alive, cause a delay, and potentially put their orgs back into the conversation for that club championship security, well, Game 13 might just be it.
Yeah, as it stands mathematically, all they have to do is get into the top 10. They ease up that pressure just a little bit with every single elimination they get, and 16 teams are still up, so no placement points just yet. Just setting the goal on the path for them. Shark and Teeny, they go ahead and rotate to the front side of the zone, bypassing a lot of the teams that are not yet ready to make their move. Pete, Pollo, they're going to the side of the mountain. Darm, Demas up in front. Skychuck, Momsy underneath. And this is now where teams are getting smushed closer and closer together like a can of sardines.
Look, if everybody's got the same idea, and someone's going to also have to be the first to get crunched in the middle of it. Shark, Teeny trying to avoid that at all costs. They've been fighting a separate battle entirely for the rest of this lobby because they were the first ones to even achieve that match point threshold and to still be stuck all the way down to game 13. 4 additional lobbies. Cammy has been taken out. No reboot available. Vico and Malabuka putting themselves one step closer to potentially achieving that match point finish.
I already thought things were going to be okay. Now that the dust has settled, they found his teammate, but Muzz and Sphinx get found out as well. Kind of a combination of Chino, Pablo, Darm, Demas from 2 different angles. Going to angle him out of the lobby. They've had enough of his back-to-back wins. They had enough of the disruption. Now, Taco, there's about only 6 teams that can prolong this entire tournament. There's more teams on match points still in this game than there are hopefuls to bring us to match 14.
And no matter how stacked the odds might be against it, Jacob, it's just knowing that that 1% even existing is going to be sitting in the back of every single one of our match point threshold teams, and it's just going to cause so many complications. If not now, then when? But Shark, Teeny, sending it one more time. They're on the high ground. Leo and Romero under a lot of duress. Minipio and Fukun just trying to evade the line of sight here from Shark and Teeny. They won't be able to get what they're looking for just yet. But Khan, finally, he's going to receive the most damage. He'll be forced to try and sift to a lower layer. Frontside position going to be very difficult to maintain.
Shark is literally just destroying everybody, rotating through the sky. Victor V, Kanata also feeling a little bit of that pain. Nobody has a chance to look up just yet, other than Darm and Demas, but they're more than just looking up. They're trying to smoothly fly from one zone to the next. Wait to see where it goes before they drop down. You have to be very, very careful, Taco. We're starting to enter into different elevation changes throughout this next zone.
Respect the hustle out of Hari, though. The fact that he's still up and running. Kanata and Victor V. Could this be the heist of the century if they'd be able to steal this one away from one of these European or international teams that have been leading for so long on the leaderboard? But Salva, Yasin, they managed to escape Shark and Teeny, but now Shark Teeny maybe a little bit pressed. They'll opt to heal. Flowberry Fizz waiting for that moment to drop. Vico Malabuka, they're gonna keep looking down because Shark, Teeny, as long as they're airborne, it is going to be very difficult for Yasin and Salvatore to actually escape. But Demas and Darm, no worries whatsoever. Just staring down the competition in the sky.
That's something they planned up until here, carrying those extra launch pads in their inventory, mixing it with the Flowberry Fizz, just staying away from this part in the game, and you can see exactly why. Even Shark and Teeny, who are once on high ground, they have been overthrown. Cammy and Hari have been officially eliminated after this game. They're hoping that somebody else win the game, and that somebody else could be Falcon's very own Pete and Poyo.
Because it certainly doesn't look like Shark and Teeny are going to be able to get the job done. Victor V, though, taken out. Vico Malabuka starting to come online here. Teeny is down. Shark maybe still up in the running, but with Kanata as a solo left to fend for himself, all of these teams, 7 of them still trying to keep the hopes alive for that match point.
Relatively loosely, because a couple of those teams are going to
stuff to do, as you can imagine. So follow me. We're going to head over to the Crusher. Ladies and gentlemen, Vico and Malabuka managing to secure that incredible final match in order to become champions of the Esports World Cup. This Fortnite Reload Championship has been absolutely unreal, and the boys couldn't be happier. Back-to-back champions as well. What an incredible performance. And here we stand, with 19 keys surrounding the Crusher. And once we secure this up here, your key will be the only one that is left intact. That will sit inside the trophy. And that's all she wrote. Right, so let's get on with it. Vico, I'm gonna get you to press that button, and that's gonna open up the iris and reveal the Crusher. Go for it. Here we go. Revealing the teeth. The only Crusher in the building that can crush 19 keys at once. Malabuka, you've earned this, buddy. Okay, pull on that lever and send them all down. Ooh. Did that feel good?
It feels good. It feels amazing.
It does, doesn't it? It feels good. Right. Now, if we can get Jacob, who is our key master, to come out, present you guys with your key, the only key that is left intact from this competition. Congratulations, guys. Right, a little bit of housekeeping for you guys, okay? Boys, I'm gonna need you to listen. Hold on, I need you to listen. I'm gonna get you to walk down the Gadia City grid. When you get to the trophy, place your key into the trophy and seal it. And then I want you to lift the trophy for everyone to see and cement your legacy as champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Vico and Malabuka. They are big. Ladies and gentlemen, your Fortnite Reload champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup, Vico and Malabuka. They are big. Gentlemen, you haven't got rid of me yet. Right, obviously you have the team behind you, the organization, obviously you guys are with Big, all the guys here that are with you, and of course all of the fans supporting you both here and at home. Is there anything that you would like to say to the fans who have been supporting you on this journey?
I want to say thanks to all the fans who are supporting us, who are believing us, because we're kind of under the radar. Somehow we won Summit Land, but still no one expects us to win this land, but I guess like keep noticing us, and big thanks to Big, to my family, especially to my brother. He's doing so many great things. He's helping me so much throughout so many years, and thanks to everyone who just helped us.
Vico, I'm going to come over to you. Actually, before we talk, we have another surprise for you guys up here on the main stage. Yeah, of course, man, of course. Because not only have you guys secured the trophy, but we also have our Sony Tournament MVP Award. And your MVP of the Fortnite Reload Championship here at the 2026 Esports World Cup is Vico. Congratulations, make some noise! Vico, my man. Now, how does it feel to not only obviously compete alongside Malabuka on this stage at the Esports World Cup and win, but also be the MVP of the tournament?
I just love it. I could do this all day, every day. It's the greatest feeling every time, you know. I just love being on LAN, especially because of my mom, you know. It's always fun seeing her reactions, looking back at it, because I know she's going to be crying all night today, you know. I love my org as well, you know. Wouldn't be possible without them. If we didn't sign this guy, you know, I wouldn't be playing with him. I would be probably queuing with, I don't know, my IRL friends or something. So, yeah, no, it feels great, you know, MVP of the tournament. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, guys, once again. And so, for one final time, I'm going to get you both to lift your trophies at the same time so that we can solidify your legacy at the Esports World Cup. So come over here, stand over here, and we'll do this one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, your Fortnite Reload champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup, Vico and Malabuka. They are big!
Vico and Malabuka, the duo that was able to hit the match point threshold in Game 11, comes out as champions, and Vico gets that MVP.
The trophy case for both of these boys is going to be filling up this year. How symbolic of not only the Fortnite Reload Championship win here, but also we asked them before we kicked off the competition, what are 3 teams keys you want to crush? They chose Aurora Gaming, Team Falcons, and AGAL. How symbolic of Vico and Malabuka to have the keys crushed of the 3 favorites to win the tournament.
But now it's time for them to cement their name in EWC history.
Congratulations, guys. What a huge, huge win in Fortnite. Please, show some love to the fans on the way and head to the middle.
Autographs to be signed. There'll be a few more of them. What an incredible performance. How many times did we go to match point? How many stressful situations that these boys had to go through. Congratulations, and what a performance. The Fortnite fans were extremely loud, but that was absolutely phenomenal. Guys, please, take your frame, insert it in the totem, and write your name in esports World Cup history.
They saw, they conquered. The best of the best battled it out. Vico Malabuka stood tall. And don't you ever forget, EU on top.
The Fortnite Reload Championship proved to be a testament to what these players can do up there on the stage. Survive through the group, survive through the survival stage, try out a new format, conquer a new format, match point featured for the first time. And even though many teams reached that threshold, there was only one at the end that stood atop and got the victory royale required to hoist that trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had 7 weeks of relentless action. Hundreds of elite players from around the world. Tonight, right here, right now, at the Korea City Great Arena, we have crowned our final champions. To the icons who claim glory, cementing their names on the totem, and to the millions watching worldwide, thank you for joining us. The trophies are raised. Nothing was granted. Everything was earned. And with that, the 2026 EWC season comes to an end.
Forced to drop eventually, but Sky and Squirrel, they've been eliminated. They were able to do just enough, though. They're technically on that match point threshold. Should this go any further, Yas and Pablo Chino, the only ones that could possibly delay this one step further. But Lewa, Vico, Malabuka, Pablo, he's trying everything in his power to shut this one down. But Pixie and Swizzy, they're gearing up for the win.
Vico, Malabuka, they're still looking strong down below. There's only 2 players in this game that can force a match 14. That's Chino, and now he's by himself because Yassine has been dropped to the backside of the zone.
But Pixie and Swizzy, they don't have any more material. They've got to drop. The fall damage is going to be so problematic. Vico and Mali, they've still got a little bit to work with. They're running on fumes, but it might just be enough. Vico goes up, he throws out the overdrive. Swizzy and Pixie are set packing. The storm will do the damage. Vico just needs one more. It's right in his grasp, and he takes it. Back-to-back league winners.
They have done it. Vico and Malabuka, for one of the first times in the history of competitive Fortnite, have won back-to-back major lands with the complete sweep of the Fortnite Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026.
We knew at the start of this game that there was just about a clean 50% chance for somebody in this lobby to take the title home.